Roar. Human, you have completely pissed me off. Artificial warrior number 44 was suspended in midair. It raised its right arm, and the bone spurs on its arm began to grow wildly towards the palm of its hand like vines, until they condensed into a giant bone sword. Its left wrist and forearm were slightly bent at a 90-degree angle and held vertically in front of its chest. The bone spurs on its forearm also continued to entangle together, forming a round shield of bone spurs. Kill. The body shook, and a circle of shock waves behind it spread out to the surroundings, and in an instant it arrived in front of Jiang Cheng. Cut. The bone sword suddenly swung down from Jiang Cheng's head, with bursts of explosions and the momentum of splitting mountains and cracking the earth. Come on. Although this sword was fierce, Jiang Cheng's eyes were as calm as water. He grabbed the air, and the mountain and river spirit sword appeared in his palm out of thin air. 9 steps of the phantom dragon. The tip of his toes touched the air, and his body was divided into 9 paths. No extra movements, just raise the sword. The third move of the 3 swords of Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Kill it. 1 sword fell, and the 9 bodies merged into one. Its destructive power, with the blessing of the 9 steps of the magic dragon, reached a power attribute of 36 billion. Bang! The white bone sword and the Demon Slayer collided fiercely, and the energy wave formed continued to spread around, breaking up the clouds in the sky, and there was not even a cloud in the thousands of miles. Less than a second after the 2 swords were exchanged, 1 person and 1 corpse quickly separated. Jiang Cheng held the mountain and river spirit sword, thinking in his heart. But the artificial warrior number 44 did not have as many thoughts as Jiang Cheng. He failed to hit it, and screamed like a naughty child. Damn it, kill you, kill you. Raise the sword. Scythe of death. The artificial warrior pointed the long sword, and his body began to rotate, driving the surrounding air, forming a giant tornado of more than 300 meters. The tornado rotated very fast, and the metal edge of the tornado could be vaguely seen. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng's mind was as calm as water, like a towering mountain, staring at the giant tornado as steady as Mount Tai, letting his clothes be almost torn apart by the strong wind. Death Scythe. Artificial warrior number 44 roared, and the giant tornado rushed towards Jiang Cheng. Come on. Jiang Cheng silently chanted in his heart and raised his sword again. 9 steps of the phantom dragon. The figure was divided into 9, and the shadow stood upright. Without any extra movements, his left eye suddenly opened, and under the blood-red vertical pupil, a thin gray line appeared at the top of the tornado. That's it. Jump. Jiang Cheng's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared above the eye of the tornado, raising his sword. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. A low shout. The true energy in his dantian poured out, and a 2-meter-long green lightsaber condensed above his head. But this was far from enough. As the first blue long sword condensed into shape, the second, third, and fourth, a large number of lightsabers appeared densely around him, locking up the surrounding space. Fall. Jiang Cheng uttered a word lightly, and pointed the mountain and river spirit sword in his hand at the eye of the wind. The rest of the blue long swords followed Jiang Cheng's movements, broke through the air, and rushed into the eye of the wind. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises continued to sound from the eye of the wind, and this noise even overwhelmed the whistling sound brought by the tornado. Until all the blue lightsabers were cut down, the roar of the giant tornado became smaller and smaller. The next second, the tornado disintegrated, and a giant figure with lightsabers all over his body appeared. Looking closely, his tight bone armor covered his whole body was pierced with blue lightsabers everywhere, and each blue lightsaber had fine cracks on its insertion position. If it was just one, it would be fine, but Wanjian Guizhong condensed more than one blue lightsaber. It is said that 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by ant holes, and if the embankment is full of ant holes and connected together, it would be a terrible thing. Crack. A crisp sound. A piece of bone fragment broke out, and this directly caused the cracks in this piece to extend to the surroundings and connect with the cracks on the side. Dense like a spider web. Crack. Finally, the giant exoskeleton armor covering the artificial warrior finally couldn't withstand the damage of the collapse, and the whole thing turned into countless small fragments and collapsed in the air. Seeing the opponent's body exposed, Jiang Cheng dispersed the spiritual state, and his eyes flashed with green light. Revenge. Jiang Cheng's momentum began to rise, and this momentum condensed into a sharp wind like a substance that broke through the stratosphere, troposphere, and mesosphere. Raise the sword again. The true energy in the body poured out and gathered on the mountain and river spirit sword. The sword shone brightly, and the mountain spirit sword began to rise. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang. It did not stop until it formed a giant green long sword of 1,000 zhang. Kill. Destroy the mountains and rivers with one sword. The green long sword slashed out. Tear. The chest of artificial warrior number 44 was easily penetrated by the long sword, and then it broke out from his back. But this was far from enough. Jiang Cheng knew the terrifying recovery ability of this guy. Under the recovery of the infinite regeneration skill, this piercing wound that would kill humans was nothing to this artificial warrior number 44. The first condition was to find the location of the opponent's zombie crystal. Get up. After the sword penetrated, Jiang Cheng flipped his wrist, and the sword changed direction and cut upwards. Swish, swish. 1 second. Jiang Cheng used all his strength to draw his sword. Looking from a distance, his arms turned into countless phantoms, and the cyan sword in his hand became a line of cyan light. Call out. Sheath the sword. The long sword spread out, revealing the original appearance of the Shanchuan spirit sword. On the other hand, artificial warrior number 44. Zila. A small geyser of cyan blue blood spurted out. Then comes the second strand. The third share. His body seemed to be breaking apart, with countless cyan fountains splashing outward from his body. Puff. With a muffled sound. Artificial warrior number 44 was like a burst balloon. The flesh and blood on his body exploded in all directions, leaving only the white skeleton of his clothes exposed in the air. Not only that, there is a crystal stone shining with red light in the white skeleton. Corpse crystal. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank, and he immediately grabbed the crystal. But at the moment when he was about to touch the crystal, the corpse crystal bloomed with a strange red light. The skeleton around the corpse crystal seemed to be alive, with countless bone spurs growing out and stabbing at Jiang Cheng's body. Not good. Seeing the bone spurs coming, Jiang Cheng secretly thought something was wrong and shouted softly, "Immortal golden body." Zheng. There was a metallic clang. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to retreat violently to avoid this guy's attack. As Jiang Cheng pushed away, the flesh and blood scattered around seemed to be guided, flying back piece by piece, and then bonded to the skeleton. A moment of effort. The body of artificial warrior number 44 has recovered again. But this time, her shoulders moved up and down, and she breathed heavily. It seemed that the recovery this time consumed a lot of her energy, and the facial features on her face were distorted. Raise your head to the sky and spread your limbs. Roar, 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 roar. The deafening roars continued to sound, tilting the anger in her heart. From birth to now, it was the second time that she felt the fear of death. This fear made her very unhappy, as if she was comfortable in the shackles of fate. She wanted to live, but fate wanted her to die. This reminded her of the time when she first woke up. I vaguely remember that there was a pair of eyes looking at her, very focused and serious. Although there was no tenderness at all, it was full of surprise, as if celebrating her birth. From that moment on, she liked the feeling of being watched by these eyes. But as she grew up, the look in those eyes changed when they looked at her, becoming worried and fearful. She didn't want to destroy the beauty she was attached to, and wanted to maintain this balance. But fate played a joke on her. That day, the hateful old man appeared, and he instigated those eyes to deal with himself and destroy himself. But those eyes did not hesitate at all. From that day on, she was desperate. She first killed the hateful old man, crushed his body into pieces, and chewed it hard, chewing every bite of meat into mud. And those damn guys who escaped, is she that scary? But for some reason, she was very excited when she saw these people's terrified looks, and excitement suppressed in her bones. So, she killed all of them, cutting their limbs into pieces of meat, and then enjoyed the fresh taste of human flesh with fear. It was really delicious. After killing this group of people, she set her sights on the pair of eyes she was attached to, What a beautiful eye. So she did it without hesitation, dug out one of the other's eyes, and swallowed it into her body, so that she could hide this beauty forever. It's just a pity that there was an explosion somewhere, so she couldn't dig out the other eye, and she almost died that time. Times have changed. When she faced this familiar man, the excitement suppressed deep in her heart seemed to rise again. Of course, there was also the fear and death she hated. Human, human, human. Artificial warrior number 44 looked up at the sky. Her eyes gradually turned from green to blood red, and a dark cloud slowly pressed over her head. Lightning and thunder flashed in the dark cloud, which seemed to indicate that some kind of terror was about to be born. Jiang Cheng frowned and stared at this scene. The storm is coming. It seems that the mountain and river spirit sword alone can no longer cause her harm. In this case, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and he no longer held back, although this was also very consuming for him. Took out 100 herbs pill from the ring of the falling god and swallowed it. The true energy in his dantian was recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. Feeling the fullness in his dantian, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath. Triple Vajra body. The skin all over his body flashed a faint golden color, and the golden precipitation slowly flowed on the epidermis. Hard Qigong. Bang. His body began to expand as if inflated. His muscles bulged like small hills, and the green veins clung to his body like a coiled dragon. Not long after, a strong man more than 2 meters tall, like an iron tower, was suspended in the air. But this was far from enough. Spiritual explosion. Bang. A strong airflow penetrated his body, and his skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The air around him became extremely hot, turning the sweat on the surface of his body into white steam, and the white steam carrying huge heat burned the air and twisted it. Not enough, still not enough. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath again and shouted softly. Meditation. Bang. This momentum was strengthened again, rushing up to the sky, and even breaking through the atmosphere. Then, the Chu city under Jiang Cheng's feet set off a strong wind, and the Longjiang River, which became as wide as the sea, set off turbid waves. The momentum was condensed. Jiang Cheng said to himself, in the state of spiritual explosion, my strength attribute has reached about 1.8 billion, so killing should not be a problem. On the other hand, artificial warrior number 44. He kept muttering to himself, I don't want to. There was thunder and lightning above his head, and the lightning turned from blue to red. Crack! With a bang, the flesh and bones around her body exploded again and floated around, leaving only the blood-red crystal of UAI floating in the air, flashing a dangerous light. In less than a second, the blood-red crystal shone brightly, but from this bright light, a faint gloom could be seen inside. Swish! The exploded flesh and blood began to gather towards the blood-red crystal, compressed and tightened. In the end, a beautiful woman with a height of 1.78 meters, a charming figure, gray-blue skin, a body covered with red scales to cover her private parts, and ears like an elf was condensed. The woman's eyes were dark red, flashing with a soul-stirring divine light, and every move was enchanting and seductive. 3-stage transformation completed. Artificial warrior number 44 stared straight at Jiang Cheng and said in a calm voice, Human, you are the first person who forced me to use the 3-stage transformation. You are worthy of me remembering your name. Not bad, not bad. Your IQ seems to be much higher. Jiang Cheng nodded and smiled, but his body always maintained a fighting posture, because in the data, the enchanting woman in front of him, who looked like a demon crawling out of hell, had a power attribute of a terrifying 50 billion. The artificial warrior looked at Jiang Cheng's relaxed look and said in a light voice, It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, It's okay. Although I'm not strong, it's enough to get rid of you, the scourge. As soon as the voice fell, artificial warrior number 44 moved forward. Strengthen. With a light shout, she punched Jiang Cheng's side face, and at the same time, the scales on the back of her fist continued to cover. The power of this punch was as much as 5 billion door. 6-fold heavenly demon fist. Jiang Cheng did not hesitate at all. The black light condensed on the fist, and it was also a simple and unpretentious punch, hitting back. Bang! The two fists collided, a sonic boom sounded, and the air exploded. Even faintly, blue sparks could be seen at the intersection of the two fists. The two separated and distanced themselves. The previous punch was a test. Good strength, come again. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly. The artificial warrior also showed an admiring look. After I kill you, I will let you merge into my body. No, 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 I don't want to merge into the body of a monster. Jiang Cheng refused directly. This woman looks very beautiful. So beautiful that you can even put aside her race. But when he thought of the original body of this monster, Jiang Cheng felt a chill. Haha, that's not up to you. Artificial warrior number 44 was not angry at all, sneered, and raised his fist again. Jiang Cheng was not shy, and raised his fist, and went up. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gas explosions in the air continued to sound, and the figures of the two people kept changing positions and flashing like starlight. For a while, the one man and the corpse were fighting hard. Great destruction palm. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. 6-layer heavenly demon fist. Countless moves were launched, making the ground under their feet bumpy, and a large number of huge pits appeared out of thin air. The ground buildings that had already turned into ruins were turned into dust and dissipated under the attack of the two people, but neither side showed a decline. After fighting for hundreds of moves in a row, the man and the corpse finally pulled back. Jiang Cheng's chest rose and fell violently, and he gasped heavily, obviously consuming a lot of physical strength. On the other hand, the towering chest of artificial warrior number 44 rose and fell violently, which was particularly eye-catching. No, if this goes on, the physical strength will be exhausted sooner or later, and I can only use that move. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng shouted angrily, "Meditation!" Bang! The true energy in his body was like a rolling dragon river, released from his dantian, driving the hurricane in the air to directly separate the waves on the surface of the dragon river under his feet. The giant spirit beast swimming in the water was frightened by this momentum and swung its long tail, stirring up a burst of water, and quickly fled, fearing that it would be affected. 9 steps of phantom dragon. The body shook, and a solid shadow appeared on the right side from behind. Then, 8 more phantoms appeared from behind. Jiang Cheng's entity was hidden in these 9 phantoms, standing in a semicircle, surrounding the artificial warrior number 44 on the opposite side. Raise your fist and shrink your arm. Jiang Cheng shouted fiercely, "Phantom dragon fist." Moo! A dragon roar like a cow's moo came from the right fist. At a glance, the true energy on the fist continued to gather and condensed into the shape of a green dragon. And as Jiang Cheng swung his fist, the green dragon flew out of his hand, and at the same time, the 9 figures also punched together. 9 dragons rushed towards the artificial warrior number 44 and bit him. This is the breath of death. Facing the 9 dragons, the artificial warrior's vertical pupils suddenly shrank. It could feel the power of this punch. If it was hit, it would definitely die. It could not care about anything else and shouted, "Strengthen!" A layer of green light attached to the green scales, and then the surface of the skin all over the body grew pieces of green scales that wrapped the whole body tightly, as if wearing a fish scale armor. With both arms extended, the flesh on the forearms began to wriggle wildly, and a pair of bare hands disappeared, replaced by a blood-red sickle, the blade of which was even more sharp. Just a slight movement. The airflow at the blade was directly split in half, and a pair of large blue-gray flesh wings grew on the back, and the outer layer of the flesh wings was also covered with a layer of scales. Death sickle. With a low shout, a point of the toes, a circle of air vibrated. With the tip of the foot as the prototype, the artificial warrior number 44 began to rotate slowly like a hell banshee. As the speed became faster and faster, the figure of the artificial warrior number 44 could no longer be seen clearly, and only a black tornado could be seen forming in the air. And through the data eye, the power of the edge of the tornado can only be described as terrifying, and its power value reached 200 billion. However, Jiang Cheng's move was also very powerful. With the blessing of meditation, the basic combat power itself has reached about 3.6 billion, and the magic dragon step has increased its power by 9 times. Coupled with the power of the magic dragon fist by 100 times, its destructive power has exceeded the power attribute of 3 trillion. The two quickly collided with each other. There was no suspense at all. Under this devastating attack, the tornado formed by the artificial warrior number 44 was quickly beaten and disintegrated, and the giant dragon condensed by the true essence opened its bloody mouth after breaking the sickle of death and bit down on the artificial warrior number 44. Oh! A scream sounded briefly. Then a ball of blue blood mist exploded in the air. Staring at the blood mist, Jiang Cheng said indifferently, "Disperse." Who? A gust of wind rose out of nowhere and blew the blood mist away. The blood mist immediately dispersed, revealing a blood-red crystal still suspended in the air, glowing, while the flesh, bones, and internal organs around the crystal disappeared. Good opportunity. Jiang Cheng looked at it and said secretly, without giving artificial warrior number 44 a chance to recover. He flashed and held it in his hand, then squeezed it hard. Crackling. A sound like glass breaking sounded. The blood-red crystal was actually crushed into powder by Jiang Cheng and blown away by the wind. After destroying the crystal, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. The huge stone in his heart also fell at this moment. What a troublesome thing. Fortunately, the biggest trouble in Chudu has finally been solved, and we can finally have a good new year in peace. Muttering to himself, Jiang Cheng scanned the surroundings, and after not feeling any other powerful auras, he changed direction and flew towards Lincian. Beautiful country. Inside the spaceship where the superhero alliance is located. Damn Orientals, damn it. Compared to his usual calmness, Crow now seemed extremely irritable, with a blush on his face as black as charcoal, and he grabbed the vase on the desk and smashed it directly to the ground. Faced with Crow's rage, the awakened captains standing in a row in front of him didn't even dare to breathe. They knew the horror of the superhero alliance director. It took a long time for Crow to calm down. He made a bold decision directly, looking at the dozens of captains in front of him, and said, "Now, tell the spaceship pilot to fly to Zhoudu at full speed." "Director, what are you doing?" An awakened captain couldn't help asking. Crow sneered. "Don't these people of Dezhou pay the most attention to their traditional festival New Year? It just so happens that we will give Zhou a big New Year surprise today." "Yes, Director." Chrysanthemum Society. Bakialu, these damn people of Dezhou, they destroyed our warriors again. The old man looked gloomy, staring at a huge map in front of him and cursing unwillingly. After a long while, he calmed down a little. He took a deep breath and said, "Sakamoto-kun, from now on, call all members of the Chrysanthemum Society." Sakamoto Ruji was a little shocked and said, "President, what are you doing?" The old man said coldly, "There is an old saying in Dezhou called the first blow, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. We have failed twice in a row. This has dealt a big blow to the morale of our Chrysanthemum Society, so I decided to burn my boats and take down Dezhou in one fell swoop to restore the glory of our ancestors. President, can we really?" Sakamoto Ruji subconsciously felt a little guilty. The old man did not speak, but shook his body, exuding a terrifying aura unique to a fifth-level awakener. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Sakamoto Ruji no longer had any doubts in his heart, because there is nothing in this world that a fifth-level strongman cannot do. Korean country. Awakener Alliance. The middle-aged man thought about it, and finally slammed the table and said, "Juinhao, go and call all the Alliance members to me. I have something important to announce." "Yes, President." Above the sky of Seoul, a black dot rushed past, and even though it was far away, the spiritual birds in the sky were frightened and fled. Look carefully towards the entrance. The black dot turned out to be a human youth. "Su, what do you think of my fight today?" The youth was Jiang Cheng. Su smiled and said, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Jiang Cheng lied. "Su, the fight was very intense and very entertaining. In your human words, it was like watching a 3D masterpiece." Jiang Cheng, "Is it true?" Su, "It could have been killed in one move, but it wasted so much time, and even almost lost itself. It can only be described as lame." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt a little unconvinced, but before he could speak, Su smiled and said, "Master, are you unconvinced? Don't you already know?" Jiang Cheng said speechlessly. He has always been bothered by the fact that Su can detect his mind. Fortunately, the system will automatically block things related to the system, which makes him feel a little better. After all, the system is his biggest secret. Outside the system, it is about rebirth. So he can think about the system, but he doesn't even dare to think about rebirth. This problem must be solved sooner or later. At the moment when this thought came up, Su's voice sounded. "Servant, what problem do you want to solve?" Jiang Cheng was shocked and said quickly, "What other problem could there be? Of course, it's about you calling me trash." "Okay, I know that the servant is not convinced about this matter, but this matter is a small matter now, but it is a hidden danger that is very likely to be fatal in the distant starry sky." Su said and continued, "In the starry sky, there are countless masters hidden. They have various abilities. Some warriors can even recover to their peak state in a short period of time. Once they are given a chance, the success or failure of this battle is very likely to be reversed." Speaking of this, Su seemed to think of something and said, "You inherited Yuan's battle memory from level 1 to level 10, so you should know a battle that took place on the Ghost Star. That time, Yuan's opponent was a warrior from a Xiaoxian civilization called Tianxian Continent. Yuan's strength was level 10, and the opponent's strength reached the so-called Mahayana period, and he was also a level 10 strong man. What was the result?" Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Su said calmly, "Of course, Yuan won." He then sighed. It's a pity that the battle was won very tragically. Yuan was also injured after the battle, which led to his failure to be promoted to the Great Realm Lord, and he remained at the Realm Lord forever. "Is the warrior from the Tianxian continent so strong?" Jiang Cheng said in surprise. "Well, very strong. Originally, in terms of physical combat, the warrior in the Mahayana period was far inferior to Yuan, but the warrior from the Xiaoxian civilization was strong because of the endless variety of combat techniques, such as formations, spells, and pills that can instantly restore injuries. Even if the body is destroyed, the soul can survive, and it is extremely aggressive." When Su said this, he looked at Jiang Cheng seriously and said, "So, Master, when facing a battle, you can't give the opponent any breathing space. Even a lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. Once you are lucky and let the opponent breathe, then you are very likely to not be able to leave the Milky Way." Listening, Jiang Cheng was silent. After a long time, he slowly said, "I'm sorry, I know." In fact, Jiang Cheng is not unaware of this, but because of the system, he now has stronger strength than others. Every time he fights, he wants to test the bottom line of the opponent's strength. For example, when facing the artificial warrior number 44 just now, he made an old mistake and wanted to see how strong the opponent can be after the 3-stage transformation. Su shook his head and said, "Master, there is no need to apologize. I am just a high-level artificial intelligence life, fulfilling my duties. Moreover, I have served 4 masters and witnessed them become strong from being smart and weak, from being ignorant to possessing great wisdom. The performance of the master is somewhat similar to that of the first master, and this master has also gone the farthest, reaching the realm of the great master." "Then how did he fall in the end?" Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Su sighed, shook his head and said, "For a woman, forget it. Let's not talk about this matter. The master only needs to know that he needs to go all out in the future battles." After Su finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from Jiang Cheng's side. Jiang Cheng also felt Su's low interest for the first time, and he couldn't help but have a strong interest in the second servant mentioned by Su. What kind of person is he? Jiang Cheng looked down and unknowingly arrived at the land of Linxian. At the same time, Zhoudu, Dongqing District, Imperial City. Several soldiers were patrolling on the city wall. Suddenly, a beam of energy came. Boom. A large hole with a radius of 3 meters and a depth of 2 meters was blasted directly into the city wall. The noise caused the city wall to shake violently several times, and the soldiers on the city wall looked outside the city wall in shock, only to see, within the site, nearly 100 men and women were standing in the direction of 500 meters away from the city wall. The leader was a black man in a black leather jacket, and behind him were 100 people. Looking at him, a brown-haired man stood beside him, his eyes still flashing with the hot red light that had not yet faded. Seeing this, The soldier's face suddenly turned cold, and he said to his companion beside him, "Go quickly, call Captain Li Xiang over, and tell him that there is an enemy attack." "Yes." The patrol soldier beside him responded, stepped on his feet, and ran towards the side with a gust of wind. In less than 3 seconds, a young man with a masculine appearance and lazy eyes flashed over, and before the soldier could speak, the young man lazily glanced at the people under the city wall, and then looked at the soldier in front of him and said, "Wang Ming, are they the ones attacking the city wall?" "Yes, Captain," Wang Ming said loudly. Li Xiang couldn't help frowning and scolding. "I'm not saying anything about you. You are at least a first-level awakener. Why do you just stand here and stare?" Wang Ming was puzzled and said, "Captain, what do you mean? Of course it's to FCKM." Li Xiang was speechless. Listening, Wang Ming seemed to have realized something and hurriedly said, "Captain, I know, I'll rush down now." As he said, he was about to bend his body and jump off the city wall. But just when he was about to jump up, a hand grabbed his collar and gently pulled him back. He only heard a lazy voice in his ear. "Okay, stay here, I'll go down first." Wang Ming stood firm, was slightly stunned, and then looked down, only to see that his captain had already jumped under the tower. At this time, the group of people just walked over. Under the city wall, although Li Xiang stood lazily, if you look closely, you will find that his whole body looks like a sharp sword stuck in the ground. His eyes looked forward lazily. When he saw the opponent approaching, he frowned slightly and said loudly, "What's in front of you is an important military area of the imperial city of Zhou dynasty. No one can enter, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences." But when he said these words, the other party ignored him at all. He even ignored him with his eyes and continued to approach him. Li Xiang's expression became a little more serious. "You know, this imperial city wall is not too high in the eyes of high-level awakened people, but it is still 100 meters long. Even if a first-level awakened person accidentally falls down, he will be injured, and he can jump from the city wall." He fell down and landed firmly on the ground. His strength was at least level 2. However, he did not care about such an obvious hint and continued to approach instead, which is enough to show that the opponent has a second-level or above powerful person. Thinking of this, Li Xiang made a secret gesture to the tower with his hand behind his back, then continued to look at the group of people approaching in front of him, and continued, "Oh, not bad. Even I, the team leader, didn't take it seriously. It seems you are not awesome at 1 or 2. It seems that I can't cure you unless I take some measures. Yes, I'm talking about the coal head who took the lead." After saying this, the leading middle-aged black man in black leather frowned, and the brown-haired man next to him couldn't help but said, "Director, do you want to get rid of this guy?" The middle-aged black man nodded. The brown-haired man got the answer with excitement on his face. He licked the corner of his mouth and took a few steps forward. He looked at Li Xiang in front of him and said in broken Dezhou dialect, "Dezhou people, your words are too vulgar. I decided to represent the director will teach you a lesson." "Director?" Hearing these 2 words, Li Xiang instinctively had an unpleasant thought, but he still suppressed the ominous feeling in his heart and replied loudly, "Brother Teddy, to be honest, you are the best person I have ever seen. You are the most shameless little Teddy. You made such a big hole in the wall of my imperial city, and you bite back. Can you have some shame?" "Teddy? Oh my God. My name is not Teddy, my name is Contes," Contes said with a puzzled look. But the words just fell. Puff. A burst of laughter came from behind. Contes looked back in confusion. When he saw the dark-haired man holding his stomach and laughing, he frowned and said, "Shell, why are you laughing?" Tez, do you know what Teddy means?" Sher's voice trembled as he laughed. Contes frowned and said, "Teddy? Isn't it just a name?" Sher shook his head and continued to laugh. "No, the breed of dog our beautiful country exports to Dazhou is called Teddy. In other words, Contes, he called you a dog." "Call me a dog?" Contes muttered. Suddenly his eyes straightened up, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. He turned his head and looked at Li Xiang, who was laughing with red eyes, and said, "Dazhou people, if you dare to call me a dog, I will kill you." "Ha ha. No, you are not just a dog. You are also a stupid dog." Li Xiang laughed even more happily. Feeling the insult, Contes couldn't bear it anymore and yelled, "Laser beam." His eyes suddenly turned red and lit up with bursts of red light. As the red light grew stronger and stronger, the temperature around the eye sockets gradually began to rise, causing the air around them to become distorted, until the light reaches a critical point. Kante's head poked forward. In his eyes, two red beams of light suddenly shot out. FCK Ajin, are you serious? Li Xiang let out a strange scream and hurriedly rolled towards a lazy donkey beside him. In an instant, a ray of light shot past his original position, but because there was no object to block it, the two red beams of light shot directly on the imperial city wall. Zila. Two thick streaks of smoke mixed with black rose up. At a glance, the city bricks hit by the beam also turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even finally melted into a ball of viscous red liquid, dripping down. Not only that, the two beams of light rubbed against the city wall and kept moving towards Li Xiang's position. FCK, are you still coming? Li Xiang screamed, but this time he did not hide, but cursed. Do you think your Grandpa Xiang is really afraid of you? He straightened his eyes and shouted softly, unsheath it, Golden Snake's spirit sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiang raised his left hand suddenly. In the palm of the left hand, a purple-black origin began to gradually expand until it formed a black hole the size of an egg, and from the black hole, a golden sword hilt was slowly extending. Hold the hilt of the sword with your right hand and draw it hard. A long sword was drawn out by Li Xiang. At a glance, the handle of the sword is the body of a cobra, and the hilt is in the shape of a cobra's mouth. From the cobra's mouth, a wavy sword blade extends out, and the tip of the sword is divided into two bifurcated tips. It's like a spiritual snake spitting out a message. The entire sword body appears golden. If you look closely, you will find that the sword body is still squirming, as if it is really like a snake twisting its body. Li Xiang held the golden snake spirit sword in front of him and said loudly, guard the golden snake sword formation. Zheng. Instantly, the golden snake spirit sword flew out of his hand and floated in the air. A golden long sword separated from the sword, and then countless golden small swords separated from the golden snake spirit sword, forming a circle that wrapped Li Xiang inside. And the next second, the laser beam arrived instantly. Sizzle. The laser beam shot at the body of the golden snake spirit sword, making a sizzling sound, and the golden snake spirit sword seemed to be hissing because of the high heat. As the laser beam continued to burn, the body of the golden snake spirit sword gradually turned red, and at the same time, cold sweat continued to appear on Li Xiang's forehead. The next second, not good. Li Xiang exclaimed that it was not good. The sword formation formed by his golden snake spirit sword disappeared instantly. Clang. The golden snake spirit sword also fell directly from midair to the ground, and then changed into a small golden snake and swam quickly towards the city wall. FCK, Xiaojin, you just ran away like this? Li Xiang shouted in dissatisfaction, but he was also very helpless and could only watch the little golden snake disappear in the corner of the city wall. At the same time, the laser beam had already reached him, and he had no time to dodge, and it was about to sweep across his waist and kill him on the spot. Suddenly, a roar sounded. Don't hurt my great Zhou warriors. The sword of the great river comes from the sky. Boom. A broad giant sword fell from the sky and blocked Li Xiang. The red laser beam just swept across the giant sword, making a crackling sound, but looking at the giant sword, there was no dissolution phenomenon. Seeing this, Li Xiang didn't understand who the person was, and hurried to the side, and said gratefully, Thanks, Director Li. Director Li? The silver-white long hair was casually scattered, showing unrestrained and unruly. A pair of sword-like eyebrows flew up into the clouds. The eyes were sharp as swords, and the white beard on the chin fluttered on the chest, like a wisp of snowflakes dancing. Coupled with a long robe, it was like Tai Bai's sword immortal who wanted to reach the sky to embrace the bright moon. He slowly fell from the sky, supporting his head with one arm, his elbow directly on the hilt of the broadsword, and his body was completely floating in the air, like a hermit. The visitor squinted his eyes slightly, glanced forward lightly, swept the visitor, and then fixed his eyes on Kantis and said lazily, Dare to break into the territory of the great Zhou? Do you want to save your life? Facing the visitor from the sky, Kantis rarely became solemn. As a third-level awakener, he naturally knew the intensity of his laser beam, which was a temperature that could melt high-strength steel. He didn't expect that an ordinary broadsword could block his attack. The visitor should not be underestimated. Kantis spoke in a poor Dezhou dialect. Dezhou people, our people are missing. We want to enter your imperial city to look for our companions. Please let us in. After saying that, he stared at the person in front of him nervously, secretly preparing for battle, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack. As expected, upon hearing this, Li Changhe sneered and said sarcastically, "Huh? Do you think the imperial city is your home? You can enter whenever you want. Then I said that our cultural relics are in your White House, so should I also take people to search? What's more, this is the Great Zhou dynasty. Your words don't count. Do you understand?" As soon as these words fell, Kantis's face changed drastically. His eyes began to become bloodshot, and a slight red glow appeared. He looked a little ferocious and said, "People from the Great Zhou dynasty, I am just giving you good advice. Don't refuse to drink. Why don't you change to threats instead of nonsense?" Li Changhe sneered, pointed with one hand, turned his body, and landed steadily on the ground. He held the hilt of the giant sword with his right hand and pulled it hard. The giant sword, which was about 2 meters long and half a meter wide and looked extremely heavy, was easily pulled out from the ground by him. He raised his sword with one hand and pointed it at Kantis, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. I want to see what confidence you have to be so arrogant. You forced me to do this, Dezhou people." Kantis' voice was extremely gloomy, and the red light in his eyes continued to gather, and the area around his eye sockets continued to heat up. Laser beam. Swish. 2 hot red lights shot out of his eyes and headed straight for Li Changhe. Li Changhe was not afraid. He raised his wrist and inserted the giant sword vertically into the ground to block in front of him. Zila. The next second, the laser beam shot onto the blade of the giant sword and began to burn continuously. But strangely, no matter how the light burned, the giant sword never showed any signs of redness. Kantis was surprised and a strong anger surged in his chest. He shouted angrily, "Burn it for me." Kantis mobilized the energy of his whole body, and the awakening crystal in his lower abdomen continued to transmit energy outward. The laser light emitted changed from the thickness of a baby's arm to the thickness of an adult's forearm, and it was still getting stronger. Haha, waste of effort, Li Changhe mocked, then stroked his long beard and looked at Kantis as if he was watching a good show. For a long time, Kantis only felt that the energy in his body was a little weak, and the light of the awakening crystal in his dantian was also a little dim. Seeing this, a voice came from the side. "Okay, Kantis, put away your laser beam. You are no match for him." The director spoke. Kantis was unwilling in his heart, but he still stopped attacking, looked at Li Changhe angrily, and said, "Why? Why didn't your broadsword be burned by my beam? The temperature of my laser I reached at least 3,000 degrees Celsius. Even steel can be melted into molten iron. Even diamonds can be burned into powder." Faced with Kantis's impotent rage, Li Changhe was even more disdainful and stroked the hilt with his hand, confidently but calmly said, "My broadsword is made of meteorites from outer space, and my family's secret method is applied. Even if it is placed in 9,000 degrees Celsius magma, it will not melt for a while, not to mention your mere 3,000 degrees. Meteorites from outer space? Kantis was dumbfounded. He knew that there were many substances outside the universe, and that some swordsmiths would use these extraterrestrial objects to forge long swords, but he had never seen such a long sword that could withstand a temperature of 3,000 degrees. Now he realized that he had met his nemesis and could only admit defeat in his heart. However, as a warrior ranked in the top 20 of the superhero alliance, he could not lose his face like this, otherwise those people would definitely laugh at him. So he said to Crow behind him, "Director, I apply for a fight to the death with him, to protect the reputation of my Kantis family." Crow listened, his face became solemn, and he also realized that Kantis was serious. After all, there have always been some ancient centuries-old families in the United States. They regard their honor as their life, and Kantis was born in such an ancient family. Before becoming an awakener, he has always been a swordsmanship instructor of the Superhero Alliance. After thinking for a while, he confirmed, "Kants, even if you die, You still want to fight? Kant said solemnly. Yes, chief, for the honor of the family. Well, I know. Kant, be careful. This Dezhou man is not simple, especially the indestructible sword. You need to find a time to release the laser beam. It is best to hit his body, so that you may have a chance of winning. Crow instructed. Kant knew Crow's concerns, and a hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes for Crow's instructions, and nodded. Thank you, Chief. Go, God bless you, the superhero alliance is with you. Crow said, and then he stopped talking. Kant also walked towards Li Changhe step by step, like a warrior about to go to the battlefield, with a very desolate back. When he was 30 meters away from Li Changhe, Kant raised one hand. A silver flower sword drew a parabola in the air and landed accurately in Kant's hand. Holding the flower sword, Kant raised his wrist and held the sword upright in front of him. He looked at Li Changhe very seriously and said loudly, Dezhou people, you are very powerful, the strongest opponent I Kant have ever met. I will fight a life-and-death battle with you for the glory of my Kant's family. Oh, Li Changhe said lightly. He used to watch movies, and every time he saw Westerners fighting with enemies and talking a lot of nonsense, he was a little unconvinced. After all, fighting between the two sides is no joke, especially when masters fight. Their whole body's energy and spirit are in harmony, and they focus on observing their opponents. Why do they need so much nonsense? Isn't this just courting death? Now that he saw it, Li Changhe believed it. Westerners are really a lot of trouble. He stroked his long beard and said lazily, Western barbarians, come on, kill. Hearing this, Cantus became even more angry. He turned his wrist, and the blade of the flower sword glowed with a faint silver light. He stepped forward with his right foot, and his body turned into a phantom and stabbed towards Li Changhe. Oh, looks like he has some skills. Li Changhe seemed to be praising him, but his eyes were full of disdain. He said calmly, Western fencing skills, little dour, let's see how I kill you. Kick the tip of the broadsword with one foot. The giant broadsword flew up immediately, without any fancy movements, waving his hand and slashing down. Fall. Zheng. The broadsword hit the Western foil, just like a big truck hit an electric tricycle. After a burst of sparks, Cantes, who was holding the foil, was directly chopped and flew backwards, causing the ground to fall. It dragged out 100-meter-long trace, and this time it stopped. What a strength! Cantes was shocked, but he was not angry. He didn't even care about the bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Instead, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. This is the real swordsmanship of Dezhou. I, Cantes, finally saw it today. Li Changhe frowned slightly at Cantes' performance. The guy who is tinkering with this beautiful country in his heart won't be beaten stupid by him. But soon, Cantes stood up, raised the foil sword again, and condensed all the energy in the awakening crystal onto the blade. In an instant, the slender sword body shines brightly. Cantor stepped forward. Bang! The ground cracked and a footprint was dented. The figure even dragged out several ghost figures and stabbed straight through again. Flower swordsmanship, one sword flash. Call out. To outsiders, Cantes turned into a stream of light and rushed straight towards Li Changhe. This scene made Li Changhe slightly stunned. It is somewhat similar to the leader's thunderbolt flash, but in terms of power, it is far from the same. After reading, Li Changhe decided not to waste time anymore. He stood on his tiptoes and lifted himself into the air, easily dodging Cantes' attack. Turning to raise the broadsword, the true energy in the Dantian continued to pour into the broadsword until it formed a golden giant sword more than 10 meters long. The sword of the river comes from the sky. The golden giant sword plunged straight into Cantes' head in an instant. Feeling the threat coming from the sky, Cantes secretly thought something was wrong. He raised his sword in a hurry and shouted, The secret of flower swordsmanship, the 8-star light sword. The words fell. Cantes held the foil sword and drew an 8-pointed star. At the same time, the sword body also turned into 8 lines. The 8 swords merged into one, turning into a dazzling light that rushed straight towards the golden sword thrust straight down. Boom! The 2 swords collided. Kant instantly felt a huge force coming from his wrist. Cantes' eyes were splitting. He let out an angry roar and concentrated all his strength directly on the sword. For a moment, The lightsaber glowed even brighter, turning into a larger lightsaber to confront the golden sword. Haha, you ant, you still dare to resist in a corner. Watch me kill you with my sword. Li Changhe sneered, raised his sword finger with his left hand, and lightly touched the hilt, and a golden light instantly penetrated the sword body. Blink! The two long swords, which were still locked in a stalemate, suddenly showed signs of decline. The golden giant sword smashed the lightsaber into pieces with overwhelming force, slowly enlarging it in Cantor's eyes that widened in disbelief. Boom! It was like a missile falling on the ground, submerging Kante's figure. A circle of airwaves flew towards the surroundings, and the surrounding dust rose up like a huge mushroom. A long time. A gust of wind blew. The smoke dissipated, revealing a giant crater more than 10 meters in diameter. In the center of the pothole was a figure whose appearance was blurred and bloody. Seeing this, Li Changhe fell from the sky and landed firmly on the edge of the pothole. He glanced at Kantz, who had only one breath left. His lips slowly moved, and he said lightly, "Anyone who offends our Zhou dynasty will be punished. Today you deserve this." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changhe's expression suddenly changed. Not good. As he said that, he stepped a little and moved away immediately. At the moment Li Changhe got out of the way, boom, there was a huge roar, and a huge fireball slowly rose from the pit and continued to extend towards the surroundings. Wherever it passed, the ground continued to crack and collapse, and the surrounding world was shrouded in this dazzling light. Li Changhe backed out for a full mile before stopping. Turning around to look, I saw an even bigger pit appearing in the place of the original pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, with a radius of a full 100 meters. Even the closest imperial city wall was collapsed by the explosion. A paragraph. As for that, you actually blew yourself up. Beautiful Chinese people are so damn crazy. Li Changhe said with lingering fear. Fortunately, due to the obstruction of the imperial city wall, the explosion only caused the collapse of a section of the city wall, and the square inside the city wall was not affected. It only attracted a large number of dragon teeth warriors to support. Not only that, but also 8 special affairs bureaus. Approach with men and horses. For a time, a large number of people gathered in front of the city wall. Not only the imperial city side, but the aftermath of the explosion also caused the troops from the beautiful country to quickly retreat for a mile. Looking at the huge crater of the explosion, Director Crow, the leader, looked gloomy, with a hint of sadness. "Director, Contes is dead," a middle-aged man behind him said sadly. It was also the foil he threw to Contes just now. Crow nodded lightly and said, "Heel, Contes is a hero. He sacrificed his life for the glory of our beautiful country. He also protected the glory of the Contes family. His sacrifice deserves everyone's respect." Speaking of this, Crow continued, "However, this also shows a problem. We underestimated the power of the great Zhou imperial city. Next, we need to treat this battle more carefully." "Yes, Director." Hill nodded in agreement. On the other hand, the great Zhou imperial city. Li Changhe flashed and returned to the city wall. Looking at the Commander-in-Chief Wang Jiangwo and the Director of the Special Affairs Bureau Zhang Ping, he hurriedly said, "Commander-in-Chief, Director General, this is the situation." After Li Changhe's explanation, Wang Jiangwo and Zhang Ping finally understood the general situation. Wang Jiangwo said with a serious face, "Director Li, thank you for the information you provided. This is very important for our next battle. However, I feel that the unprovoked provocation of the United States is far from that simple. I will arrange a fighter plane to go to Lincian in a while. I wonder if any one of you can go to Lincian." "I'll go." Zhao Chun stepped forward first. As soon as these words fell, the other tribe leaders who had just opened their mouths swallowed their words, and everyone in their hearts was complaining that Zhao Chun would steal things. "Okay, since Director Zhao has such a heart, I'll trouble Director Zhao this time," Wang Jiangwo said in a deep voice. "This is what I should do." Zhao Chun was ecstatic, but his face was extremely calm and solemn. In his impression, every time the leader met them, they could get a lot of benefits. He just took this opportunity to go to the leader's base camp to see what benefits he could get. "Okay, without further ado, Xiao Wang, you immediately arrange a fighter plane and make sure to send Director Zhao to Lincian safely." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." After giving the order, Wang Jiangwo turned his head again and looked in the direction of Crow, his eyes full of sharpness, and said, "The rest, it's our turn to settle accounts with these beautiful country guys." Wang Jiangwo stepped forward surrounded by everyone. Crow also led a large group of people up. The two stood opposite each other, less than 30 meters apart. Wang Jingwo's brows were as deep as rivers, deep in vicissitudes of life. His eyes were like a short blade hidden deeply, and he said, "I don't know if our beautiful friends from our country are here, but I, the great Zhou dynasty, can't wait to welcome you from afar. You should be Wang Jingwo, the commander-in-chief of the great Zhou dynasty," Crow said directly without being polite. Wang Jingwo was not annoyed, but smiled and said, "It seems that Director Crow is very familiar with the situation of our Dazhou personnel." Crow said, "Before the end of the world, our beautiful country had an intelligence agency specifically targeting the Zhou people. We know everything about you, including you, the king, and the Zhou people in the steel castle behind you, as well as your family and friends. Relatives are listed in the files of our top intelligence agency." Hearing this, everyone in the imperial city of Zhou dynasty was filled with indignation. Yang Liang's expression turned extremely ugly, and he said, "Uncle Wang, this nigger is really too arrogant. Do you want us to show him some color?" Wang Jiangwo shook his head secretly and whispered, "Don't worry, let's see what they say first." Then, he looked at Crow and said, "Director Crow is so straightforward, and he personally leads everyone to come to our great Zhou. I wonder what the purpose is." Before Crow could speak, Heel behind him spoke first and scolded, "Hypocritical Zhou people, what are you asking us about? Call Al and the others out quickly. We can consider giving up. Otherwise, our Super League, it will definitely destroy your imperial city of Zhou dynasty." Keel. Crow's voice was majestic, and he stopped Keel. He turned to Wang Jiangwo and said, "King, our people disappeared in your great Zhou dynasty. According to the laws of our beautiful country, please let us search the imperial city. If no one is found, we will naturally retreat." Hearing this, the smile on Wang Jiangwo's face gradually disappeared, and he said in a cold voice, "In my land of Great Zhou, to enforce the laws of your beautiful country, do you really think that you are the world's police? Or do you think that I, Great Zhou, are like the Japanese country? This is the back garden of your beautiful country, where you can do whatever you want." Crow shook his head and said, "King, please calm down your anger. Otherwise your behavior will directly lead to the deterioration of the relationship between the beautiful country and the great Zhou dynasty. This is unwise." At this time, Yang Liang couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward and scolded, "Come to threaten us in my land of Great Zhou. Do you really think we don't have any countermeasures? I know you, Director of the Special Affairs Bureau Yang." Crow turned to look at Yang Liang and said calmly. Yang Liang was shocked. He never expected that Dazhou's information would be leaked to such an extent. You must know that the Special Affairs Bureau is a special department that handles some abnormal events. It will not take action unless necessary, let alone get angry in public. Under the view, the information confidentiality level of all personnel has been assigned to SS level. It is impossible for outsiders to know. However, this Crow can recognize him at a glance. This shows that their Dazhou intelligence system has been penetrated a long time ago. However, Yang Liang still hid the shock in his heart well and said expressionlessly, "So what?" Yang Liang, second-level strength level, learned the ancient martial arts of the great Zhou dynasty, Xiantian realm. Crow did not answer Yang Liang's question, but continued. Listening, Yang Liang felt a little more at ease. From the words of the other party, he could conclude that this information should have been leaked before the end of the world, and now his true strength has reached the level of a third-level awakener. He even learned the City of Dawn because of his advantageous father. The strength of the 3 demon-killing swords can be said to have greatly increased. Continued expressionless. Crow, don't you think you talk a lot of nonsense? I, the great Zhou dynasty, have never been afraid of sacrifice. 100 years ago, I was the same in the war against Bangzi country and the war against monkeys. Do you think we will afraid of your threat?" Crow shook his head with regret and said, "Well, I originally approached this matter with a friendly attitude, but I didn't expect that you Zhou people are so stubborn that you can only force me to use special means." As he spoke, he said to the person behind him. Which of you can come up and teach these Zhou people a lesson? As soon as he finished speaking, Kill couldn't wait to step forward and said, Director, let me do it. But Crow refused without thinking, saying, Kill, your ability is very important to us. If it is not necessary, it is not your turn to take action. But Director, Kill wanted to say something else, but Crow stopped him with a look. Then, another white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, more than 2 meters tall, came out and said, Director, let me do it. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the Super League people exclaimed, Oh my God, he's actually the 9th-ranked Titan in the league. The Zhou people will suffer a lot now. This guy appears to be at level 3, but I heard that his hidden strength has reached level 4. While the people from the Super League were discussing, Director Crow nodded and said, Titan, I'll trouble you to take action this time. Understood, Director. Titan stepped forward with a ruthless look, stared at everyone in Dezhou, and said in broken Dezhou dialect, Who among you will fight with me? Faced with Titan's provocation, everyone behind Wang Zhangwo was furious. This white pig is so arrogant. Commander-in-Chief, let me go and let me teach this guy how to be a man. I'll do it. Several captains of the Dragon Fang Legion said angrily. Wang Zhangwo said calmly, This person's strength is not simple, and the people from the United States have fought with Director Li before, so it is very likely that this person's strength is above the 3rd level. After this, several captains fell silent. At this time, Titan's shouting voice sounded again. What? Are all of you Zhou people cowards? Or are you short and weak cowards who dare not fight me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Liang suddenly stepped forward and said, Uncle Wang, let me do it. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Jiannan, who was standing beside him, stopped Yang Liang and said with a smile, Old Yang, how can you be in such a limelight? If you have to go, it should be me, the deputy director, who will go. Otherwise, if you, the high-end combat force, are used at the beginning, where will our Zhou dynasty put its face? What's more, I, the deputy director, don't do anything usually. It's you, the director, who is busy. Now that these guys have come to my door, I should play a role. But old Bai, you are not a second-rate. Before Yang Liang finished speaking, a strong momentum was released from Bai Jiannan. Yang Liang was surprised and said, Old Bai, you are the 3rd level? Fortunately, I did it 3 days ago. Bai Jiannan said with a smile, and his chubby face had several more wrinkles because of the smile. Bai Jiannan stepped forward, looked at Wang Zhangwo, and said, Commander-in-Chief, I will play this round. Okay, be careful, the opponent's strength is unfathomable. If you can't win, withdraw in time. Wang Zhangwo said seriously. Bai Jiannan smiled and said, I understand, Director. Old Bai, your life is the most important. Yang Liang reminded again. Bai Jiannan smiled and said, I understand. I can't do other things, but I am definitely the best at running away. After that, he walked forward slowly. Because of his fat body, he had a big belly and smiled like a Mithriya. He looked at Titan and said with a smile, My Western friend, let me be your opponent. Are you sure you want to be my opponent? Titan looked at Bai Jiannan with disdain. He was about 1.75 meters tall, more than a head shorter than him, with a round body. It was obvious that he had a lot of social activities and drank a lot, just like an old cadre. The United States has always judged a man's strength by the size of his muscles. Can such a fat man who looks so weak really be his opponent? I'm afraid it would be difficult to last even a minute. Bai Jiannan smiled and shook his head and said, It's okay. I'm not even 50 yet. I can move. Hearing Bai Jiannan's words, Titan grinned and said with an especially ferocious smile, I hope you don't die next. After speaking, Titan stepped forward with his left foot. Bang! A crack with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the ground, and the crack was still extending to the surroundings. Looking at his body, his muscles were as high as a hill, and his tall stature made him look like a warrior fighting a beast in the ancient Roman Colosseum. Whoosh! Titan's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Bai Jiannan in the blink of an eye, raising his fist and hitting Bai Jiannan's face directly. Look, I'll blow your head off. Feeling the strong wind, Bai Jiannan still kept a smile on his face, and the next moment when his fist was about to hit his face, his right hand behind his back suddenly raised and said lightly, Golden Bell cover. Buzz. A sound like a huge bell rang long. A golden bell suddenly appeared in front of Bai Jiannan, covering him and rotating continuously. Ancient cloud patterns continued to appear on the golden bell. Titan punched the golden bell, and a circle of ripples spread on the golden bell. At the same time, a recoil force rebounded along Titan's wrist. What's going on? Titan was shocked and hurriedly stepped back a few steps, looking at his fist in disbelief. You know, as a third-level awakener, without using superpowers, the power of his punch has reached 1.6 million jin, or 800 tons, which is enough to twist and deform a large truck running at high speed. And even a 2-meter-thick cement stone wall can be smashed to pieces by him. And the fat-looking Dezhou man in front of him can easily catch his fist and even bounce back his force, which is incredible. After a brief surprise, the frivolous look on Titan's face disappeared and turned into an extremely excited smile, saying, I really didn't expect that you could catch my punch, Dezhou man. You have some ability. I underestimated you. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. I just used some tricks. Compared to you, there is still some distance. Bai Jiannan shook his head modestly. Dezhou people, your modesty makes me feel hypocritical, but next, I will be serious. Titan opened his mouth wide, the corners of his mouth almost hooked to his ears, revealing a mouthful of slightly yellow teeth, coupled with his exaggerated muscles, like a walking King Kong. Taking a breath, Titan suddenly roared. Deification, Titan giant. As soon as the voice fell, his heart trembled violently, and his pupils also trembled slightly. Next, the frequency of his heartbeat began to accelerate, and the muscles on his body began to wriggle as if they had life. Gurgle, gurgle. Not long after, his heart trembled violently again, and his face began to show pain. Looking at his body, the muscles began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the skin gradually turned light blue. The height of more than 2 meters continued to rise. 2 meters and a half. 3 meters. 3 meters and a half. 4 meters. 9 meters. 10 meters. It grew to 10 meters before finally stopping. Looking again, Bai Jiannan saw a 10-meter-tall man with blue skin, blonde hair, high eyebrows, light blue eyes, and many vertical lines carved on his square chin like a rock. Because of the transformation, his clothes were completely torn, revealing a more exaggerated muscle than before, and a red cloth tied around his waist, barely covering his filth. His legs were still very strong, with vertical lines on his thighs and calves. Roar! Bang 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 bang. Titan completed his transformation, constantly beating his chest, and then looked down at Bai Jiannan. In comparison, Bai Jiannan looked like a dwarf from the dwarf country. Zhou people, if you kneel on the ground and surrender now, I can consider leaving you a whole body. Titan's tone was extremely cold, and his pair of light blue pupils were full of murderous intent. Bai Jiannan shook his head and still maintained his warm smile, and said, If it is beneficial to the country, life and death are not to be avoided because of misfortune or fortune. Although I am only a small deputy director of special affairs, I also know that loyalty to the country is patriotic. The body is just a shell. For the sake of the great Zhou, what does it matter if I give up this few feet of broken body? Titan listened to Bai Jiannan's words, especially when he saw the other party's fearless smile. His expression became even more indifferent, and the murderous intent on his face was almost condensed into substance. He said, Although I don't understand what you are saying, I understand one thing. You are looking for death. You can say that. Bai Jiannan smiled. Titan said in a cold voice, Then don't blame me for being ruthless. After speaking, he spread his arms, stepped on his feet, jumped high, raised his arms, and the whole person fell from the sky like a meteor and directly hit Bai Jiannan. Facing the sudden attack from the other party, Bai Jiannan's face gained a touch of solemnity and he muttered softly, Golden bell cover. Buzz. A golden bell that was even more dazzling than before shrouded the whole body. The golden bell kept rotating, and cloud patterns appeared and disappeared. The next second, bang! Titan's fists hit the golden bell, making a harsh metallic roar that made the ears of those around him hurt. Call! The strong wind set off by the impact flew around, lifting most of the dust on the ground, revealing the figures of Bai Jiannan and Tai Tai. Titan still maintained his hammering posture, as if the two were in a stalemate. Suddenly, Bai Jiannan's expression changed. The golden clock standing in front of him crackled loudly. If you look carefully, you will find several cracks spreading on Bai Jiannan's golden bell. As the cracks spread, the smile on Bai Jiannan's face completely disappeared, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He quickly mobilized the true energy in his dantian to continuously fill the crack. On the other hand, Titan looked at the blood on the corner of Bai Jiannan's mouth and laughed ferociously. "Zhou people, stop holding on. You are dead." While shouting, he raised his arms and kept hammering at the cracks. With each blow, Bai Jiannan's 8 extraordinary meridians vibrated, aggravating his injuries. "Who break it open for me?" Titan roared, raised his arms high, and smashed down with all his strength. Seeing this, Bai Jiannan also opened his mouth and shouted, "Golden bell cover." The true energy in dantian poured out like a flood. As the true essence continued to pour in, the cracks on the golden bell began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wall of the bell became a little thicker. Buzz! The golden bell rings forever and is extremely strong. The next second, the roaring fist wind came instantly. "Bring it on." Bai Jiannan's eyes were determined, and he crouched slightly, watching the punch continue to magnify in front of him. Old Bai, Yang Liang on the side looked at this scene, his face full of worry, and turned to look at Zheng Ping. Zheng Ping shook her head and said, "Xian." The words just fell. There was a crisp crackling sound. Everyone looked around and saw the huge blue fist hitting the golden bell, and a huge crack spread instantly. "What?" Bai Jiannan's pupils shrank, and a golden fragment flashed in front of his eyes. Then, the golden bell covering him began to crack inch by inch, and with a crash, it turned into countless pieces and scattered. As the golden bell was shattered, the giant blue fist drove straight in and hit Bai Jiannan directly on the chest. Puff! As if Bai Jiannan had been hit hard, a mouthful of blood spurted out. His face suddenly turned into gold paper, and his whole body turned into a burst of cannonballs and flew backwards. Boom! Smashed into the imperial city wall. Old Bot, Yang Liang wanted to take action, but Zheng Ping stopped her and said in a deep voice, "Calm down, it's not your turn to take action now." Yang Liang said in confusion, "But Lao Bai, this is his battle, and your deputy is far from as weak as you think." Zheng Ping looked at the dusty depressions in the city wall and said in a daze, I know." Yang Liang could only refuse to give up, and at this time, "Ha ha ha, Zhou Ren, you are nothing more than this." Titan watched Bai Jiannan being knocked away by his punch and laughed wildly. He was confident that no one could withstand his punch. But the next second, click, stones fell from the city wall. Among the billowing dust, a voice slowly sounded. "No, not bad, really good. You are so strong that I almost felt pain." The smoke dispersed, and a chubby figure stepped out of the dust. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was a little pale, but he still kept the ant's smile on his face, looking extremely kind. He patted his chest with one hand on the back and the other, and coughed a few times after a good show. Cough. Ahem, this smoke is really choking. It seems that I will have to smoke less cigarettes in the future. Deputy Director Bai, our tobacco is specially supplied and does not harm the lungs. Li Chongying shouted inappropriately. Cough, cough, cough. I want you to talk nonsense. Bai Jiannan, the white man, exposed it, pretended to cough a few times, and glared at Li Chongying fiercely. You, Titan, who was still laughing at first, saw Bai Jiannan coming out safe and sound. His smile stopped momentarily, and his eyes turned to be filled with deep solemnity, and he thought to himself at the same time, "With this punch, I can easily kill even a Tyrannosaurus. Even an armored vehicle can be twisted and deformed. This guy is not dead. It seems that strength is not as simple as it seems." Bai Jiannan looked at Titan, whose face changed greatly, and waved his hands hurriedly. "This Western friend, I am really not as strong as you think. I am very weak. I am definitely at the bottom in our Special Affairs Bureau. If you don't believe it, just take a look." At this point, Bai Jiannan's eyes widened and he shouted in a low voice, "Deified, lava giant." Roar. Suddenly, Bai Jiannan's whole body was wrapped in blazing fire. The flame turned into a giant egg, as if it was gestating something powerful. Seeing this scene, Zheng Ping looked at Yang Liang in surprise and said, Xian, who is your deputy director? Yang Liang didn't seem to hear Zheng Ping's voice, but stared blankly at Bai Jiannan, who was wrapped in flames, and murmured to himself, "Is this Lao Bai's superpower? This kid hides it so well. No wonder he has never been able to kin told me." The expressions of Li Changing, Bai Inger, and Yang Liang behind Yang Liang were not much different. Is this Deputy Director Bai's superpower? It's a bit scary. It seems that Deputy Director Bai of the Special Affairs Bureau is far from as weak as imagined. Just when everyone was shocked, Flame Giant Egg regeneration changes. Puff! A red arm emerged from the flames, then another arm, then feet, and finally a head. Puff! As soon as the flames dissipated, a giant about 8 meters tall, wearing stone armor, with hot lava flowing in the cracks of the stone, and eyes flashing with blue flames, appeared in front of everyone. Lava Flame. Bai Jiannan opened his mouth slightly, and a stream of magma spurted out from his mouth and headed straight towards Titan. The temperature was so high that even Yang Liang and others who were more than 50 meters away felt a searing wave of air coming towards their faces. Looking at Titan again, he also came back to his senses at this time. Looking at the magma that was constantly enlarging in his sight, he folded his arms hurriedly, stepped forward with his right foot, and stepped back with his left foot, making a lunge. Puff! The next second, the magma sprayed directly on Titan's forearm. The fine magma liquid splashed on the ground with a sizzling sound because it was blocked by the forearm. At the same time, there was a little bit of black smoke. Damn it. After only resisting for less than 10 seconds, Titan's face twisted. He felt a heartbreaking burning pain in his forearm, and as the time went on, he had the urge to give up. Roar! A loud roar. Titan couldn't bear it any longer, and turned his body to the side and rolled towards the ground. The lava spurted past his shoulders in an instant. Wanna run? Bai Jiannan narrowed his eyes slightly, tilted his head slightly, and controlled the magma to spray towards the Titan's position. Damn it. Titan kept cursing, got up and started running, and behind him, there was a constant scorching heat from the flames and the pungent smell of sulfur. This chase lasted for more than a minute, and Bai Jiannan stopped spraying magma. Titan also stopped breathing heavily. His shoulders went up and down, obviously consuming a lot of physical strength, and his arms were charred, proving that the lava was not completely harmless to him. On the other hand, Bai Jiannan also consumed a lot of physical strength because of the continuous spraying of magma. 1 minute later, Bai Jiannan regained his spirit, his eyes were more blue, and he stepped forward and shouted, "Lava Fist." He took a step forward with his left foot. Bang! The ground sank, and bursts of white mist rose. Bai Jiannan's figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a huge footprint that was still emitting flames. What? Feeling the sudden heat wave, Titan was stunned and hurriedly raised his arms to block it. Bang! A fist with hot lava suddenly appeared and hit his forearm. Crack! Stone fragments flew out. Titan slid back more than 10 meters, and his feet dragged a long dent on the ground. Come again. Bai Jiannan saw that he had knocked the opponent back with one punch, so he took the opportunity to raise his fist and hit again. This time, Titan was also on guard after being punched and roared, "Do you think you can still succeed?" He also raised his fist and hit. Bang! The two fists collided, and the shock wave of one punch was dodged. Next, the two punched countless times. Bang, bang, bang. Because the two punched too fast, everyone could only see countless fist shadows, and there were constant explosions in the air. Bang! Finally, with a burst of air explosions, the two distanced themselves, and each stepped back more than 10 steps before they stabilized their bodies. It's so satisfying, it's really too satisfying. Except for the director, no one has ever made me so satisfied with a fight. Zhou Ren, I'm beginning to admire you. Titan laughed loudly. Bai Jiannan also laughed loudly. Your fists are not bad, just a little bit worse than mine. While speaking, I was actually secretly bitter in my heart. Looking at my hands behind my back, they were trembling slightly, and there were more fine cracks on the fists. Zhou Ren, you are too immodest, but I like your frankness. Next, I can release all my strength without worry. Titan laughed. As soon as this was said, even the United States was a little surprised. Kill looked at Crow in confusion and said, "Director, has Titan not fully exerted his strength yet?" Crow said lightly. Kill. Titan is the 9th Awakener in the Superhero League. His strength is far from what you think. Believe me, if it is normal, even William is slightly inferior in terms of strength. Even William can't compare with him. Kill was shocked. You know, William is the 3rd in the Superhero League. If such a fierce man can't compare with Titan in strength, how terrifying should Titan's power be? Just as he was shocked, a roar sounded. Right hand free. A blue light flashed from Titan's blue-green right arm, and the injured muscles on his right arm expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and stopped only after expanding to twice the original size. After the unblocking was completed, Titan looked at Bai Jian with bloodthirstiness and said, Next, please taste 20% of my power. Titan's fist. He punched out, directly blasting the air, and rushed towards Bai Jian with a whistling wind. Good God! Bai Jian's expression tightened, and he also raised his fist and shouted, Lava Fist. While swinging, he went towards the opponent's fist with a meteor flame. Bang! The two fists collided, sparks flew. Suddenly, Bai Jian's face changed. He only felt a huge force coming from his fist, and he couldn't help but stagger, and his body kept retreating more than 10 steps backwards. He pushed the ground with his left foot hard, and then he barely stabilized his body. Looking at his right fist again, the back of the fist was completely cracked, and there was even a slight dent. If he got another punch like this, I'm afraid his right hand would be in danger. What a terrifying strength. Titan looked at Bai Jian being knocked back by his punch, with a little dissatisfaction on his face, and shook his head repeatedly, and said, No, this punch is still too light. After that, he roared again. Left hand free. This time, the left arm lit up, the muscles swelled, and turned into twice the original arm. With his legs bent, the whole person jumped high, raised his arms high, clenched his fists, and roared. This time, 40% of the power. Super battle axe. Huh. Titan even drew a circle of sound barrier behind him, and his whole body was slightly red due to the rapid friction with the air. Bitter. Bai Jian had a bitter look on his face, but he still went up and roared. Lava bullet fist. Waving his arms, fist shadows continued. A fist collided with the roaring Titan. Boom. The shock wave of the punch spread out, and the ground raised a large piece of dust. Looking at Bai Jian's feet, there were large areas of depression, and the ground was cracked like a spider web. Not bad. You are getting more and more satisfied with me. The Titan pressed his arms. Bai Jian bent his arms, and his feet sank again, struggling to support. Seeing that he was about to collapse, Titan suddenly pressed his arms, took advantage of the force to fly up, and laughed. Congratulations, next time you will see me fully unleash my power. To be honest, I don't know what it will be like when I unleash all my power. Maybe it will be an existence that makes me feel scared. I hope you don't die next. As soon as the words fell, Titan stepped on his right foot. Right foot is released. Left foot is released. Body is released. Bang, bang, bang. His whole body was shining with dazzling blue light, and the muscles of his whole body began to expand to twice their volume. Gulp, gulp. Just like inflating, the naked eye can see the muscles on Titan's body wriggling and expanding. 1 minute later, Titan exhaled a long breath. The ground under his feet continued to spread like a spider web. Even if he was 100 meters away from him, everyone in the Great Zhou Imperial City could feel the terrifying momentum and oppression on Titan. What kind of monster is this? Old Bai, can he really beat it? Yang Liang's lips trembled. Zheng Ping also had a serious face. She secretly compared herself with Titan and found that she was not even as good as Bai Jian and could not withstand a single move from the other party. Wang Zhengwo was much more direct than Yang Liang. He lowered his voice and turned his head to the back and said, Captain Longya, listen to my orders. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The 3 captains of Longya responded. Once Bai Jian is in danger, Wuji will kill this Titan in an instant. Wang Zhengwo said in a deep voice. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. As for Zheng Ping, the same thing happened. She lowered her voice and said, Director of the Special Affairs Bureau, listen to the order. Yes, Director General. Once Deputy Bai encounters danger, he must prevent the other party from rescuing people. Yes, Director General. At this moment, The Dragon Tooth Legion led by Wang Jiangwo and the 8 Special Affairs Bureaus under Jiang Cheng were all on standby, waiting for the opportunity. Look at Titan again. The whole body is liberated and the strength is increased tenfold. One step. Call out. He disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he appeared in front of Bai Jiannan, raised his fist, and blasted towards the door facing Bai Jiannan. What a speed! Bai Jiannan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly raised his arms to block it. Click! The Titan's fist hit his arms directly without any warning. Bai Jiannan's forearms dented inwards, making a crisp cracking sound, and his body flew backwards. Looking at Bai Jiannan flying upside down, Titan grinned ferociously, stepped forward, and chased Bai Jiannan faster. Call out. The air shook. Titan appeared behind Bai Jiannan again, raising his arms, clenching his fists, and laughed. Go to hell. Not good. Bai Jiannan secretly thought something was wrong and crossed his forearms in front of his head. But the huge force directly deformed his forearm, and the back of his head hit the ground heavily. Boom. There was a violent roar. Bai Jiannan only felt his head shake and his vision was a little blurry, but soon he heard the Titan's laughter again. Ha ha ha, come again, come again. Bai Jiannan fell to the ground. Titan kept punching Bai Jiannan directly. Boom, boom, boom. Under the continuous blows, the ground sunk down by more than half a meter. Go to hell. Titan meteor falls. Titan's footsteps flashed, and his body jumped hundreds of meters high. Holding the knees with both hands, the whole person turned into a ball, and then began to rotate in the air, gradually turning into a blue luminous ball. The ball fell, causing sparks to rub against the air. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, hitting Bai Jiannan directly. Old Bai, get out of the way. Yang Liang shouted with eyes splitting. Zheng Ping's face darkened and she said quietly, all members of the Special Affairs Bureau, get ready. Everyone in the Special Affairs Bureau looked at each other. As long as Zheng Ping gave the order, they would rush forward. Wang Jiangwo also said, all soldiers of the Dragon Tooth Legion, prepare. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Everyone was staring at the direction of the Titan's fall. Just when the fireball was about to hit the big pit, there was a loud shout. Lava pillar. Bang. In the large pit, hot air waves overflowed outwards. Suddenly, a pillar as thick as a water tank formed by magma rose into the sky, and everyone who was hit by the hot air couldn't help but take a few steps back. Bang! Magma and Titan collided together, and the magma splashed outward crazily. In this way, the two were in a stalemate for a while. The speed of the sphere formed by Titan became lower and lower, and gradually stopped, dodged to the side, and landed steadily on the ground, with white gas still emitting from its body. On the other hand, the magma pillar also became weaker and weaker, until it disappeared into the pit, and the next moment, a giant with a distorted profile, closed left eye, and blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth slowly crawled out of the pit. Staggering, he stood up, stared straight up at the Titan in front of him, hooked his fingers, and said, come on. The corners of Titan's mouth were raised, cleft to the base of his ears, revealing a row of big yellow teeth. His smile looked a little ferocious, and he said, you make me feel more and more interesting. The body hunched over, and the left leg kicked back. Click! His feet directly depressed the ground. Call out. The gravel splashed up, and the whole person swooped out. In an instant, Titan appeared in front of Bai Jiannan, raised his fist with flashing blue light, exploded the air, and hit the side of Bai Jiannan's face. Go to hell. Come. Bai Jiannan stared at the enlarging fist with his only remaining eye. With a low roar, flames ignited on his twisted left arm, and he raised his fist and swung it. Bang! 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 The two fists collided, and several shock waves continued to spread out. Bai Jiannan's forearm, which had been dented inward from the beating, made a clicking sound and dented further inward, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it, roaring, do it again. Ha ha. Interesting, interesting, so interesting. Seeing that Bai Jiannan's forearm was damaged, Titan's smile became more ferocious, and he waved his fist again. The two of them just threw hundreds of punches. With each punch, Bai Jiannan's forearm would sink inwards. Until the next second. Come dot. Titan concentrated all his strength on his right fist and punched it away with anger. Although Bai Jiannan felt frustrated, he still managed to punch with all his strength. Boom! The two fists collided together, and a wave of air spread outward. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned, as if the world had stopped. Suddenly, tick! A bright red drop fell to the ground. Then there was a click. Bai Jiannan's arms were directly severed from the middle and fell to the ground. A large amount of blood flowed out like a fountain, and soon soaked a large area of the ground. With a sound, a large mouthful of blood spat out from Bai Jiannan's mouth. His internal organs were almost completely shattered. He gritted his teeth and slowly raised his head, staring at the Titan in front of him. However, due to his severe injuries, his vision was blurry, as if he heard someone calling him in his ears. However, none of this matters anymore, because he could feel his life passing by rapidly. Old bot, Yang Liang roared at the top of his lungs. Zheng Ping even shouted directly at this moment, "Do it!" But the next moment, Crow's cold voice rang in everyone's ears, and at the same time an extremely terrifying aura spread. People of Zhou, this is their battle. You'd better consider the consequences of taking action. Listening to these words and feeling the opponent's aura, Li Changhe was a little shocked and said, This aura, he is a 5th-level awakened person. What? Wang Jiangwo and Zheng Ping lost their voices at the same time. Soon, the two calmed down. Although he was unwilling to do so, Wang Jiangwo still ordered, "Forget it. Everyone, stop it." Zheng Ping also gritted her teeth and said, "Everyone, stop." Mom, but Lao Bai. Yang Liang wanted to say something else. The next second, snap, Yang Liang's face was raised high, and there was a raised hand beside him. Mom, why? Yang Liang looked at the owner of this hand in disbelief. Zheng Ping's face was particularly heavy, and she said, "When is it? Can't you see the situation clearly? Once the opponent's 5th-level awakened person takes action, do you know what we will face?" But, Lao Bai, he is the deputy director of my Special Affairs Bureau. He is a man who has dedicated his whole life to Dezhou and made great contributions. Yang Liang yelled with extreme reluctance. And the next second, Wang Jiangwo lowered his voice and said, "Forbearance. As long as we drag Xiao Jiang over, all this can be solved." Jiang Cheng, it's Jiang Cheng again. Why do we have to rely on him to solve everything? Yang Liang roared in his heart. But as the director of the Special Affairs Bureau, he also understood that Wang Jiangwo was right. His eyes darkened, and he lowered his head in grief, said, "I understand." And this is between the two sides. Titan looked at Bai Jiannan and said with a ferocious smile, "People of Zhou, look at it. Before the end, you were suppressed by us. After the end, you will still be suppressed by us. Even if you are about to die now, your companions will be powerless. Look, does this look like the scene when we blasted your country with cannons more than 100 years ago? What a sad and weak nation." The words just fell. A touch of wetness came over me. Titan wiped it with his hand in disbelief and found that it was blood spitted out by the other party. He couldn't help but cursed in anger. "You are already on the verge of death. How dare you?" Although Bai Jiannan's arms were broken, his internal organs were shattered, and he was hanging with only one breath, he still looked at Tai Tan with a mocking face and said, "We were opened to the country by you more than 100 years ago, and we were burned, killed, and looted by you. But we have faith, and we are not afraid of death. Being shrouded in horse leather is our highest honor. In the end, weren't you driven out of the great Zhou dynasty by us? And didn't our great leader still lead us to establish the great Zhou dynasty? And now, at the beginning of the end of the world, the great Zhou is weak, but we great Zhou people are not afraid of death or sacrifice. There is no joy in life, and no fear in death. I, Bai Jiannan, am the great Zhou. So what if I give up this broken body? Are you really not afraid of death? Do you know that everything will be gone if you die? You just happen to be born in this country. You are a complete and independent individual. You can choose your country and belief again. You should do it for yourself live, not for this country." Tai felt that his 3 views were completely overturned by the great Zhou man in front of him. Obviously, human rights and life should come first. But why are this man's words so shocking to the soul? Bai Jiannan coughed violently several times and said in a mocking tone, "You will never understand the meaning of giving up the small self to become a big self, giving up the small family to become a big family. I, Bai Jiannan, was born as a great Zhou and will die as a great Zhou. Ghost, even if I die, there will still be thousands of me who will continue to fight against you. After saying that, Bai Jiannan suddenly roared, and at the same time, using the force of his steps, he violently knocked Titan to the ground. Great week for 10,000 years. Roaring, he bit the Titan in one bite, and his whole body burst into dazzling light. Seeing this scene, Titan, who had never felt fear before, became frightened. He was like a child, crying and trying to push the man in front of him away in panic, but the man seemed to be stuck to his body. No, don't, get off me quickly, get out of here, don't. The next second, boom. No, get out of the way. Wang Zhengwo secretly thought something was wrong, but now it was too late to get out of the way. He could only spread his arms and shouted. 3-layer Vajra gate. Bang bang bang. 3 black city walls 10 meters thick, 100 meters high, and 100 meters long with primitive patterns printed on them fell from midair, blocking everyone in the imperial city of Great Zhou. On Crow's side, his expression also changed drastically. Deified Frost Dragon. With a roar, Crow's body suddenly grew taller. A pair of fleshy wings sprouted from his back, and 2 horns sprouted from his head, transforming into a 100-meter-tall giant dragon. The dragon spread out its wings, covering the people of the Premier League behind it, and behind the dragon, another ice wall rose. At the same time, the center of the explosion, a fireball with a diameter of 50 meters slowly rose. The hot energy spread to the surroundings without limit, and the airwaves rolled towards the surroundings layer by layer. Call. The strong wind blew up the surrounding sand and gravel, cracking the ground and spreading and collapsing like a spider web. The explosion lasted a full 5 minutes. The wind dispersed and the flames dissipated. Then everyone slowly stood up and turned around to look. In front of everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty, they saw 3 huge city walls that were 100 meters high and 10 meters thick. The outermost and second-layer city walls were directly blown into a big hole, and the innermost city wall was also sunken inward. If you go down, it seems that it will collapse immediately if you touch it. Crow's side wasn't much better either. The ice wall behind him completely shattered, and Crow, who turned into a giant frost dragon, had a large burnt area on his back, and white smoke was coming out. But soon, as Crow turned around, the burntness slowly faded away, and Crow slowly turned into a human form. Wang Zhengwo also waved his hand and dispersed the city wall. Everyone looked towards the center of the explosion, but the moment they saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked. In the center of the explosion, a huge crater with a diameter of 200 meters and a depth of 100 meters suddenly appeared in front of you. In the center of the crater, a naked man was vomiting blood. If you look carefully, you will find that this man, there was a bloody hole the size of a basketball in his lower abdomen, and no part of the surrounding skin was intact. It was all burned and turned up. It looked extremely horrifying. It was the Titan who was left with only one breath left after being bombed. Bureau Director, help! Help me! Titan slowly raised his arm and shouted extremely weakly, but before he could finish speaking, his arm suddenly dropped, his head tilted, and he immediately lost his life. Titan die. Looking at this scene, everyone was silent. Yang Liang, Wang Zhengwo, and everyone in the imperial city of Zhou took off their hats and bowed their heads to mourn the sacrifice of Bai Jiannan. Crow's expression was extremely gloomy, as if he had not expected such an ending. The atmosphere of the whole scene was a bit dull and solemn. For a while, Wang Zhengwo just raised his head and said with a sad look on his face, Bai Jiannan is a hero. Yeah, I didn't expect this child to be able to do this. Zheng Ping sighed. Old bot. Yang Liang's eyes were red, and he murmured in a low voice. For a while, Yang Liang suddenly raised his head and said, Commander-in-Chief, Director General, let me be the next one. No. Before Wang Zhengwo and Zheng Ping could speak, a female voice shouted coquettishly. Several people turned around and saw that it was Zhao Xiaofeng who spoke. She said hurriedly, No, you can't do it. If you want to do it, I will do it. Zhao Xiaofeng, what do you want here? Yang Liang frowned and asked angrily. Zhao Xiaofeng sneered and said, Haha, I am also the director of the 2nd Special Affairs Bureau, and I am stronger than you. Why can't I join? This is a battle, a matter of life and death. The opponent is very strong. Are you sure you don't want to kill someone if you go? Yang Liang said angrily. Zhao Xiaofeng scolded. You crow's mouth, please shut it up. After saying that, he glanced at the people on the other side of the beautiful country and said sarcastically, I don't even care about those crooked melons and cracked dates. No, you can't participate in this battle. Yang Liang refused without explanation. Zhao Xiaofeng cursed. Who are you? Just leave me alone. I'm going to FCK you. While the two were arguing, an old voice sounded. Okay, stop arguing. After finishing speaking, Yang Liang and Zhao Xiaofeng glared at each other fiercely, then turned their heads and ignored each other. Zheng Ping looked at it, sighed helplessly, and then slowly said, Xiaofeng, do you really want to go up? Zhao Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked at Zheng Ping firmly, nodded solemnly, and said, General Director, let me go. But your strength. Zheng Ping hesitated, but the next second, an aura as strong as that of a third-level expert was released from Zhao Xiaofeng. Zheng Ping was stunned and said, Xiaofeng, have you broken through to the third level? Zhao Xiaofeng nodded and said, Well, just a month and a half ago, although I was only in the third level, I was confident that I would not lose to those awakened ones in the third level. Okay. Zheng Ping said 3 good words in a row, then turned to her face and said solemnly, Xiaofeng, one last question for you. Do you really want to go? Who else would it be than me? Zhao Xiaofeng said seriously. Okay, I understand. Zheng Ping nodded in acquiescence. Zhao Xiaofeng listened and turned around to walk towards the battlefield. But as soon as he took a step, a voice sounded from behind him. Etc. Hearing the voice, Zhao Xiaofeng trembled, frowned, and turned to look at Yang Liang behind him. What? Is there anything else? You. Or let me go. Yang Liang said. Hearing these words, a flash of disappointment flashed in Zhao Xiaofeng's eyes, and she forced a smile and said, Don't worry, I'm very strong. After saying that, he turned around. But the next moment, Yang Liang grabbed Zhao Xiaofeng's wrist, lowered his head, and said in a deep voice, Xiaofeng, I wanted to say something, but I didn't know how to say it. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence. Come back alive, I'll wait for you. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Xiaofeng's face burst into a bright smile and said, Don't worry, I can do it. After saying that, he turned his head and walked towards the battlefield. Looking at Zhao Xiaofeng's leaving figure, Yang Liang felt empty in his heart for some reason. Soon, Zhao Xiaofeng walked to the field, looked at Crow and his group proudly, and said, I, Zhao Xiaofeng, Director of the 2nd Bureau of the Special Affairs Bureau. Which of you will be my opponent? As soon as he finished speaking, a beauty with straight black hair and western skin behind Crow walked up to Crow and said, Director, I will take care of this. Lola, show this Oriental woman some color. As you command, my director. The woman named Laura raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing sharp canine teeth. The red vertical pupils in her eyes flashed away. She had a strong black aura all over her body. She walked forward slowly with enchanting steps. She was 3 meters away from Zhao Xiaofeng. He stopped when he was about 10 meters away, raised his head, and said, My name is Laura, ranked 5th in the Premier League. You can also call me the Vampire Princess, Laura. After saying that, the red light in his eyes flashed away. What do I care about you? My patience is limited. If you want to do something, hurry up. I have to go back and cook for my family. Zhao Xiaofeng said impatiently. Hearing these words, Laura's slender and thick black eyebrows twisted, and then the smile on her face became even bigger. She licked the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, Congratulations, Oriental woman. You have successfully whetted my appetite. Noisy, Zhao Xiaofeng said coldly, and as soon as she raised her hand, a figure appeared in front of her, less than 20 centimeters away from her. Sniff. Laura explored her delicate face, stretched out her fragrant tongue, and gently licked Zhao Xiaofeng's face. Suddenly, the wet and slippery feeling on his face made Zhao Xiaofeng's hair stand up, and she suddenly felt nauseated. She raised her palm, and the black light in her palm gradually condensed into a black claw and grabbed at Laura. Just as she reached out her hand, her wrist was pinched by a plain white hand, preventing her from moving forward. You. Zhao Xiaofeng was annoyed. But Laura slowly put her head to Zhao Xiaofeng's ear, exhaled a breath of moisture, and said sluggishly, "The way you struggle really makes my heart move." Nausea. Zhao Xiaofeng frowned and scolded. Then the other hand of the same hand flashed with black light and grabbed Laura. Before she could meet the woman in front of her, Laura suddenly flashed and reappeared 100 meters away. She licked the hand that had just grabbed Zhao Xiaofeng's wrist and said with an evil smile, "It's not possible at this speed." After saying that, he opened his eyes, turned blood red, and his pupils turned into vertical pupils. He took a step and disappeared in an instant. Blood claw. Laura raised her hand. The black nail shells on my slender fingers continued to grow outward until they reached more than 20 centimeters. 5 claws burst into the air with blood-red light. Superpower, Devil's Claw. Feeling the strong wind coming in front of him, Zhao Xiaofeng gave a sweet shout, and a black claw measuring 15 or 6 meters appeared out of thin air. With a wave of his hand, the devil's claws pierced the air and flew towards Laura. At the same time, over Linxian. "Director Zhao, this is Linxian, but there is currently no suitable landing place to complete a safe landing." In the driver's seat of a black fighter jet, the pilot said to Zhao Chun, who was wearing a helmet and oxygen mask behind him, "There is no way to land. Then can you lower the flight altitude?" 500 meters. 1 kilometer is also fine. Zhao Chun thought for a while and said, "It's okay, but how do you get down from such a height?" The pilot asked worriedly. It's okay, just do as you do." Zhao Chun smiled. "All right." The pilot nodded, then pulled the control stick to control the fighter jet to dive downward, until it dropped to an altitude of 500 meters. The pilot said again, "Director Zhao, we have landed at a height of 100 meters. There is a risk of crashing if we go any lower." Zhao Chun patted the pilot on the shoulder and smiled. "Okay, this height is enough." After saying that, he glanced at the ground and then retreated directly to the cockpit door. In an instant, a strong wind roared in, blowing the clothes on Zhao Chun's body. Zhao Chun stepped on the edge of the cockpit, looked at the ground and laughed. "I'll do it too." A step on the foot. His body immediately rose into the air, and then under the shocked gaze of the pilot, Zhao Chun slowly floated down like a fallen leaf. Almost 5 seconds later, Zhao Chun landed firmly on the ground, and then said loudly to the sky, "Little brother, you go back first. Leave the rest to me." "Yes, Director Zhao." The pilot quickly came to his senses, pulled the control stick upward, then circled in the air and flew towards Zhoudu. Watching the fighter jets leave, Zhao Chun turned to look at the zombies surrounding him and strode forward with disdain on his face. Ouch! As if feeling the disdain of the humans in front of him, a zombie rushed towards him with its claws and teeth bared, but before it even got close, it was wrapped in a ball of flames and began to struggle in pain. The rest of the zombies that rushed over were all like this, with their bodies burning with blazing fire. Looking at the burning zombies beside him, Zhao Chun strode forward without turning his head. He was not stopped until he reached a 50 or 60-meter high city wall. "Who are you? Why do you come to my city of Dawn?" A member of the Dawn Guards holding a first-level doomsday submachine gun stepped forward and scolded. Zhao Chun looked at the team member in front of him. He is young, probably in his early 20s, wearing a simple white uniform. Judging from the power emanating from his body, his strength is about the first level. This made Zhao Chun slightly shocked. You must know that the awakened person under the first level is equivalent to the 6th level of the acquired world. For their 6 ancient martial arts families, this is already a genius-like existence. But such a genius, in his eyes, is just a gatekeeper, which shows the heritage of this city. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Answer quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Hearing the scolding, Zhao Chun came back to his senses, glanced at the familiar submachine gun in the hands of the team members, and immediately said with a smile on his face, "Little brother, don't get me wrong. I came from Zhoudu, is also a member of the City of Dawn. Could you please inform the leader that Zhao Chun, the head of the Zhao family in the Zhou capital, would like to see you?" "Zhao family." The team member looked at the smiling Zhao Chun suspiciously, then looked at his companion next to him inquiringly, and lowered his voice and said, "This old man really knows our leader? Not sure? How about we inform the squad leader?" "Okay, I'll stay here and you go over and notify the squad leader." The two team members discussed it, and then said to Jiang Cheng, "You wait here now. I will go in and report." "Excuse me." Jiang Cheng quickly handed over his hand. Not long after, the team member came over with a young man, who was Chun Beixian, who was patrolling here. "Captain Chun, this is the man," he shouted to see the leader. As the team member spoke, Chun Beixian nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go ask and we'll know." As Chun Beixian said, he walked forward and looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "You want to see our leader?" "Yes, I am the patriarch of the Zhao family, one of the 6 major families in Zhoudu, and the director of the 3rd Bureau of Special Affairs in the Zhoudu Imperial City. I am also a peripheral member of our Shuguang base. My name is Jiang Cheng. Please go in and inform the leader." Jiang Cheng said respectfully, "Oh, the patriarch of the 6 major ancient martial arts families? Does that mean you are very powerful?" Chun Beixian looked at Jiang Cheng with interest. He is now a 2nd-level awakener, and his tone is absolutely confident. "Compared to my brother, my strength is only average." Jiang Cheng smiled and took a step back secretly. He didn't want to fight with the other party. Then he touched his pocket again until he took out a small huandan. He reluctantly handed it over and said, "It's a small gift, not a respect." Small huandan. Chun Beixian recognized this pill at a glance, because he had taken it twice. In addition to being a 2nd-level awakener, he was also a 4th-level warrior. After recognizing the pill, Chun Beixian believed Jiang Cheng's identity. After all, this kind of pill is unique to the City of Dawn. Jiang Cheng can have such a pill. Maybe it is the work of the leader. From the playful look just now to seriousness, Chun Beixian stood up and saluted to Jiang Cheng and said, "Chief Zhao, forget about the Xiao Huandan. Please wait again. I will go in and report it. However, the leader's whereabouts are often uncertain, and I don't know whether I can meet the leader." "It's okay, little brother, just notify him." Facing the change in Chun Beixian's attitude, Jiang Cheng just thought about it and immediately understood it, but still handed over the Xiao Huandan and said, "This is our first meeting, just treat it as a friend. I'm sorry, the leader has explained that our Shuguang guard is not allowed to accept any items from civilians or outsiders. Violators will be punished, so I appreciate the kindness of Chief Zhao. I, Chun Beixian, also recognize Chief Zhao as a friend. Please wait for a moment, Chief Zhao." After Chun Beixian finished speaking, he turned around and instructed the 2 gatekeepers next to him. "You two, entertain Chief Zhao well. I'll be back soon." "Yes, Captain Chun." The 2 team members agreed, and Chun Beixian immediately left. Just the next moment after Chun Beixian left, a young man fell from the sky. "Old Zhao, why are you here?" Hearing the voice behind him, Jiang Cheng was shocked and turned his head quickly. The 2 team members who greeted him immediately stood up straight and shouted, "Leader! Leader! I finally waited for you." Jiang Cheng looked at the excited Jiang Cheng in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "Old Zhao, did something happen in Zhoudu?" The leader is still wise. He immediately thought of the key. Jiang Cheng flattered him at the right time. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Tell me what is going on." "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded respectfully and then said quickly, "It's like this. Zhoudu was besieged by the beautiful country Super League, and the situation is critical." Super League. Jiang Cheng frowned. Why did the Super League besiege Zhoudu? Could it be because of the 3 beautiful members of the country who were killed before? Very likely. It's just that he provides 3 level 4 awakening potions and 10 level 3 awakening potions to the Imperial City every month. According to the current strength of the Imperial City, it should be unlikely to be threatened. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but said, "Why? The other party is very strong." Jiang Cheng nodded repeatedly and said, "Originally, based on the awakening potion provided by the leader to the Imperial City, we already have 4 4th-level awakeners here. Logically speaking, we should not be afraid of the other party. But the difficulty is that the other party has a 5th-level awakener, the Awakener." Having said this, Jiang Cheng said calmly, "You also know that no matter how strong the 4th-level awakened person is, he will still lose his life when facing the 5th-level awakened person." "That's it." Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll let you go. Does the leader need to prepare anything?" Jiang Cheng asked. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "There's nothing needed. I'm in a hurry, so I'll go back as soon as I can." As he said that, His eyes flickered, and he continued. Originally, I planned to go to these countries to have a good talk after arranging the affairs of the City of Dawn during this period. I didn't expect them to be so anxious and sent them over. It just happened to save the money. I'm in trouble. After saying that, Jiang Cheng picked up Zhao Chun, caught him off guard, and shouted softly, "Leap." In an instant, Zhao Chun only felt a blur in front of his eyes. When his vision became clear, he had already appeared in Zhoudu. Looking at the scenery in front of him, he said in disbelief, "This is here now? What else?" Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Just looking at the surrounding environment, he felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that he jumped to the wrong place again this time. However, since we have already arrived in Zhoudu, it is not a big problem. He tried to hide the embarrassment on his face, cleared his throat, and said, "Let's go. You lead the way. We'll get there first." "Yes, leader." At the same time, outside the City of Dawn, Chen Beixian hurried out. When he saw Zhao Chun disappearing outside the city, he couldn't help but said, "You too. Where's the head of the Zhao family just now?" "Took away by the leader." "All right," Chen Beixian said with helplessness on his face. This style of behavior is very alpha. The other side, in front of the Imperial City Wall, Zhao Xiaofeng has played against each other hundreds of times. After a simple claw-to-claw confrontation, Zhao Xiaofeng took a dozen steps back before steadying her body. At a glance, there were bloodstains on her face, her clothes were in tatters, and she looked extremely embarrassed. On the other hand, Laura, although her clothes were slightly damaged, was in much better spirits than Zhao Xiaofeng. Xiang Tung licked the corner of his mouth and smiled charmingly. "You make me very happy, but next, I have to get serious." The words fell. A pair of bat flesh wings spread out on Laura's back, and her charming face gradually transformed into a bat's head, with blood-red eyes flashing. Not long after, a 3-meter-tall giant bat appeared in everyone's sight. The wings flapped. Laura flew up into the sky and said with a smile, "If you surrender obediently, I can consider not sucking your blood dry and let you become my blood servant." "Stinky bat, don't even think about it," Zhao Xiaofeng shouted. Hearing these words, Laura's eyes turned ferocious, and she said harshly, "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ah! A piercing scream. Laura opened her big mouth, revealing a pair of canine teeth, and from her mouth, circles of sound waves rushed towards Zhao Xiaofeng with strong winds. "Ultrasound. Well done." Zhao Xiaofeng looked fearless and crossed his arms in front of his chest, while the 2 black demon claws suspended in midair also crossed in front of him, forming a black shield. The next second, the sound wave arrives instantly. Strike upon the devil's claws. Bang! A huge roar sounded. The sound waves vibrated in circles on the devil's claws. Looking at the skin on the back of Zhao Xiaofeng's hand, the same ripples rippled out. Puff! Suddenly, a bloody arrow flew out from the back of his hand. Zhao Xiaofeng looked startled and looked at the devil's claw in front of him. I saw that the devil's claw was torn open. Damn it! With a bite of his silver teeth, Zhao Xiaofeng spread out his hands and swerved to the side. Bang! The sound wave instantly rushed from where she was standing, leaving a deep ravine on the ground. "Hey, your reaction is good. You can dodge my attack. Then you have to take the next attack well," Laura said with a smile, spread her wings, and said loudly, "Super, sonic kill." The words fell. Countless ripples rippled around Zhao Xiaofeng, wrapping Zhao Xiaofeng tightly everywhere. "What's going on?" Zhao Xiaofeng frowned, still a little confused about the situation, but she could feel that she seemed to be locked by something. And off the field, Yang Liang looked at this scene and couldn't calm down at all. Bai Jianan had died in front of him before. If he watched Zhao Xiaofeng die in front of him again, he would never forgive himself in this life. Thinking about it, before Zheng Ping and others could stop him, Yang Liang dodged and rushed towards the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Crow immediately said, "Lawrence, stop him. Director, leave this bald scoop to me." I saw a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes walking out from behind Crow. Compared to Titan, he was much shorter, only a little over 1.8 meters, but his figure was extremely well proportioned. At first glance, he looked taller than Titan. Even Hollywood superstars are no exception. With a little step, Lawrence disappeared in place, and suddenly stood in front of Yang Liang, smiling. "Let me introduce myself, Respected friend of Dezhou, my name is Lawrence, and my strength ranks 3rd in the Super League. Yang Liang originally wanted to rush forward, but when faced with the sudden appearance of the man, he stopped dead in his tracks, looked at the man in front of him unkindly, and shouted, "Get away." No, the director told me to stop you. If I get out of the way, the director will definitely punish me, Lawrence said with a smile. Yang Liang didn't care about this. He looked at Zhao Xiaofeng, who was trapped in the sound wave, then looked at Lawrence and shouted angrily, "I told you to get out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the 2nd-level Doomsday Tang sword hanging from his waist and chopped it down directly. Seeing Yang Liang slashing at him with his sword, Lawrence not only did not dodge, but a smile flashed in his eyes and said, "It's a good time. Just let me test the sharpness of the Zhou people." A red light flashed in Lawrence's eyes, and when he raised his arm, a row of long claws instantly grew out of his arm, and his forearm was covered with gray hair. Clang! The 2nd-level Doomsday Tang sword slashed on the long claws, creating a burst of fireworks. Looking carefully, the Tang sword did not leave any marks on the claws. Lawrence's arm flicked lightly, and Yang Liang's Tang sword bounced back. The force made Yang Liang retreat 2 steps back and look at the other party seriously. This Westerner who could block his sword was very strong. Haha, is this the strength of you Dezhou people? Lawrence looked at Yang Liang with contempt and sneered, then turned and looked at his long claws obsessively and said, "If you only have this strength, you will die miserably next." "That's hard to say," Yang Liang said coldly. He decided not to hold back, put the Tang sword back into the scabbard, and shouted softly, "Battle puppet, 1,000-handed Buddha." As the voice fell, a faint golden light emerged from his body and condensed behind him, until a golden Buddha with a solemn appearance and several palms was condensed and floated above his head. At a glance, the Buddha was at least 7 or 8 meters tall, and the whole body was diving, which looked very oppressive. Yang Liang slowly raised his arms, and the 1,000-handed Buddha behind him also raised his arms. 1,000-handed angry Buddha fist. In an instant, the Buddha's arms were fully extended, and it turned into a phantom and swooped towards Lawrence. Interesting superpowers, but I don't know how strong it is. Lawrence looked at the huge mechanical puppet rushing towards him, without any fear on his face, but with a hint of excitement. Deification, howling moon werewolf. Awoo! Lawrence howled to the sky, and his body began to expand rapidly. His bones made a creaking sound like frying beans, and dense gray hair grew all over his body, bursting his suit. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 3-meter-tall werewolf with a horizontal crescent on his chest. Lawrence completed the transformation, felt the strong wind coming towards him, raised his claws, and swung them. Clang! Another spark came out. Lawrence's claws were directly bounced off by a strange force, and then his right face twisted, and the whole person flew backwards. It didn't stop until it dragged a gully of more than 30 meters on the ground, and then it stopped, its head tilted back, its body stretched out, and there was no movement. And where Lawrence was originally standing, a tall floating Buddha statue still maintained the posture of punching. "Is it solved?" Yang Liang said to himself. But soon he directly rejected his idea. No. In Western mythology, werewolves are as tenacious as vampires and have terrifying recovery ability. They can never be solved so easily. As expected, at the moment when the thought fell, a teasing voice sounded. "Dezhou people, your strength really did not disappoint me. This punch almost made me incontinent." Listening to this weird words, Yang Liang looked at Lawrence's position. He saw the other party stand up with a swaying body, and then grabbed his neck that was twisted to a weird angle and twisted it hard. With a click, the broken neck was twisted back to its original position, and the broken bones in the neck quickly healed. With a bloody red light flashing in his eyes, he stared at Yang Liang with a twisted smile and said, "I'm beginning to look forward to you, pervert." Yang Liang scolded, and then looked at Zhao Xiaofeng, who was trapped not far away, and he was anxious because the sound waves surrounding Zhao Xiaofeng had gathered and were about to explode. Yang Liang didn't care about that anymore. He shouted angrily, "1,000-handed angry Buddha fist." Several mechanical arms unfolded from behind the 1,000-handed Buddha, and under Yang Liang's control, they turned into a residual image and rushed towards Lawrence again. Faced with this storm-like attack, Lawrence did not dodge or evade, but opened his arms and greeted it without any defense. Come on. As soon as the words fell, the fist arrived instantly. The thousand-handed Buddha instantly punched Lawrence's body countless times. Because the speed was too fast, even the intermittent residual image of the arms could only be seen. Fists hit Lawrence's body like raindrops, and each punch made his body dented. Even if you stand 100 meters away, you can hear the continuous breaking sound of Lawrence's bones. But Lawrence, who was under such an attack, not only did not show a painful expression, but his face was full of enjoyment, and he kept making perverted laughter. Yes, that's it. Let my body feel your power. It would be best if you can crush me and beat me into a pool of meat. While speaking, Lawrence made strange groans from time to time. Looking at his body, it was already soaked. With a gust of strong wind, everyone present smelled a faint fishy smell. Gurgle. Even the members of the Superhero League couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw Lawrence's operation. It was because this operation was too abnormal. On the other hand, Yang Liang's eyebrows were completely twisted into a Sichuan character, with a hint of annoyance in his eyes, and he shouted, "Then I will fulfill your wish." Thousand-handed angry Buddha fist. Under the roar, the thousand-handed Buddha punched faster, and the whistling wind kept rushing around. Even Lawrence's body was hit and bursts of white smoke came out. After a minute of continuous attack, Yang Liang stopped the attack and retreated 100 meters. Looking at Lawrence again, he had completely lost his human form. His entire body was full of holes of all sizes, his bones were twisted and deformed, and his body was completely soaked in blood. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to survive. But the next moment after the attack stopped, a strange scene happened. The bones of Lawrence, who had been beaten into a pile, made a sound like frying beans, and his sunken sternum bulged outward like inflated. In the blink of an eye, Lawrence recovered as before, and his eyes were full of burning when he looked at Yang Liang, just like the expression of a man in love looking at his partner. Yang Liang. Just as Yang Liang was silent, a woman's scream came from the side. Super sonic kill. Hearing this voice, Yang Liang suddenly came back to his senses and looked towards Zhao Xiaofeng's position. When he saw the sonic wave that was about to explode, he lost his voice and said, "Xiaofeng." As he said that, Yang Liang stepped on the ground. The ground cracked. His body turned into a cannonball and shot directly towards Zhao Xiaofeng. But just as he made a move, a huge figure suddenly blocked his way. Lawrence looked at Yang Liang with a burning gaze and said jokingly, "My dear, your opponent is me. Where are you going? Get out of my way, you pervert." Yang Liang was annoyed and raised his fist again. Thousand-handed Vajra fist. Clang. A golden light burst out from the thousand-handed Buddha. At the same time, Laura's attack burst out. Super sonic kill. Xiaofeng. Yang Liang roared. Zhao Xiaofeng also felt that something was not good, and immediately stopped hesitating and shouted loudly, "Devil's Claw." In an instant, two giant black claws appeared around her and wrapped her inside. At the same time, the sound waves floating around turned into a small rotating tornado and rushed towards her. As for Yang Liang, golden light bloomed, and the thousand-armed Buddha turned into a golden stream of light and rushed towards Lawrence. "Come on, honey. Let me feel your hot love." Boom. There was a loud explosion. The surroundings were enveloped in a billowing cloud of smoke. At the same time, the battlefield is not far away. What sound? Jiang Cheng hurriedly turned his head to look in the direction from which the sound came. Zhao Chun looked at it similarly. Both of them saw a huge cloud of yellow dust rising up. "Chief, this is the direction of the Imperial City. It should be that the Imperial City and the beautiful country are fighting." Zhao Chun said. "Yeah." Jiang Cheng smiled playfully, because apart from the two auras of the Great Zhou Imperial City and the beautiful country, he also felt two auras around the battlefield that were observing from the side. Although they were very hidden, they could not escape his perception. This is also a trick learned from Yuan's battle memories, called breath perception. Without further ado, after sensing the surrounding aura, Jiang Cheng grabbed Zhao Chun and shouted softly, "Leap!" Except Jiang Cheng. Around the battlefield between the Great Zhou Imperial City and the beautiful Kingdom Super English Alliance, two forces approached early. One share. President, What should we do next? A man spoke Japanese. Umph. There is an old saying in the great Zhou dynasty, which is called the mantis stalking the cicada. The oriole is behind. We only need to wait for the beautiful country and the great Zhou dynasty to fight to the death, and then reap the benefits. An old man with gray hair said calmly. Yes, President. Another share. President, I didn't expect Dazhou to be so hidden. No wonder our Jia and Jiang Cheng disappeared in Dazhou. A man in a trench coat with single eyelids swallowed hard. Umph. The mid-level combat power is sufficient, but the high-end combat power is insufficient. I don't take them lightly with just a few third-level awakened people. The middle-aged man in a suit said calmly, and then said to the man next to him, Juanhao, give me the order. Once either the beautiful country or the great Zhou is defeated, everyone will take action immediately. Yes, President. At the moment when both parties were talking, the yellow smoke that filled the battlefield slowly dispersed, revealing 4 figures inside. 2 of them were deadlocked together, and they were evenly matched. Dear Zhou, please be stronger. If you push harder, I will be even more excited. Lawrence caught Thousand-Armed Buddha's fist with one hand and said with a sinister smile. As for Zhao Xiaofeng, the black devil's claws that wrapped her were full of holes, and as time passed, the black claws began to disintegrate, completely dissipating in the air in a few seconds. Look at Zhao Xiaofeng inside. This man lay motionless on the ground, his body completely soaked in blood. If you look carefully, you can see that there are blood holes as thick as a baby's arm everywhere on his back. He doesn't know whether he is alive or dead. On the other hand, Laura, looking at Zhao Xiaofeng, who was riddled with wounds from the sonic attack, a look of pity and disgust appeared on his face. I told you to be good, now it's better. It's so disgusting. Why do you ask me to eat it? See this scene. Zheng Ping couldn't sit still anymore. She put her dragon head crutches on the ground and was about to jump up, but before she could take action, she was stopped by Wang Jiangwo, who said in a deep voice, What are you going to do? Zheng Ping's chest heaved violently, as if she was extremely angry. She looked at Wang Jiangwo angrily and cursed. What do you think I want to do? Do you want me to watch Xiaofeng die? I know you are worried, and I feel very uncomfortable right now, but to achieve our position, we cannot rely on anger. I hope you put the overall situation first. Wang Jiangwo tried his best to dissuade. What's the overall situation? Zheng Ping seemed to have heard something funny and sarcastically said to Wang Jiangwo, Old Wang, do you know why you are not as good as Jianan? Why? Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but ask. This is also a question that has troubled him for more than 50 years and has always wanted to know. Obviously, he holds a high position and is loved by others. He has made countless contributions to the great Zhou dynasty. Such a person should be a hero in the eyes of everyone and is also sought after by countless women. But Zheng Ping just doesn't like him. Zheng Ping mocked. Because you are a bloodless person. Bloody. Wang Jianan was even more puzzled. Zheng Ping continued. Since I've known you, you have been calm and relaxed and a good commander. However, it is because of your extreme rationality that you have to make concessions in many things for the sake of interests. But Jianan is different. He dares to fight. Even if death is imminent, as long as there is still a glimmer of hope left, he will fight until the end. This is why I favor him. Is that so? Huh. Wang Jiangwo smiled bitterly. He never thought that he would lose in this aspect after working for the country all his life. Yes, he is too rational. So rational that he is like a robot, willing to give up anything for the sake of profit and loss. But he had no choice but to do it. His parents were really outstanding and opened up the huge territory of the Zhou dynasty. He has been taught how to run a business since he was a child, which also led to his life being different from others. Is he wrong? He didn't know. His heart was like a mess, confused. Seeing Wang Jiangwo standing there in a daze, Zheng Ping rushed out directly around Wang Jiangwo. Seeing their own chief rushing out, the rest of the Special Affairs Bureau couldn't stand it. Li Chongqing. Brothers, the chief has already gone up. Let's go. Zhou Hu. Kill these bastards from the United States and avenge the chief. In a flash, the members of the Special Affairs Bureau 1 and Special Affairs Bureau 2 all rushed out. Watching this scene, the other 5 family patriarchs looked at each other. Old Qian, Lao Zhao is not here. What should we do? Yes, go up? Or not? Listening to everyone's questions, Qian Shui hesitated for a moment and made up his mind. Go up. The leader hates these foreign forces the most. If we don't go up at this time, what will the leader think? Who knows? The leader is watching us somewhere now. Qian Shui was indeed right. Jiang Cheng was hiding his breath at this time, standing a mile away from the battlefield and watching the battle in front of him. Qian Shui is a good guy. Jiang Cheng smiled with interest. Zhao Chun was standing by and sweating. Fortunately, Qian Shui made the right choice, so he smiled and said, Leader, my 6 major families are people of the Great Zhou. There is no reason not to fight against foreign invasions. Usually, I also try my best to teach my Zhao family that as long as they encounter foreign forces bullying my Great Zhou, they should not hesitate and kill them directly. Very good. I thought your bloodiness had long passed away in the long years, but I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Jiang Cheng praised. No. Just as the two were talking. Imperial City. The 6 special affairs bureaus rushed out collectively. Brothers, kill the foreign enemies. Whoever can kill an awakener from the other side will be rewarded with a Xiaohuan Dan from my Wu family. My Zhao family also rewards whoever can kill the leader of the other side with a Xin Yu Dan. My Sun family offers a 3rd-level awakening potion and offers a reward for the heads of 5 3rd-level awakeners from the opposite side. Seeing all the people from the Special Affairs Bureau rushing out, several captains of the Dragon-Tooth Legion on the side could no longer sit still and looked at Wang Zhangwo and said, Commander-in-Chief, even the guys from the Special Affairs Bureau are on the move. What about us? Listening to his subordinate's words, Wang Zhangwo came back to his senses. He sighed and said to himself, So that's how it is. After speaking, he looked up at the superhero alliance headed by Crow, and his eyes gradually became firm, saying, Today, I, Wang Zhangwo, will show Zhongping that I am also brave. Pass my order, all the Dragon-Tooth Legion, now charge at the superhero alliance headed by Crow, and make sure to kill them all. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Director, those Zhou people have already taken action, are we? Kill these Zhou people. Crow gave the order, and the entire Premier League cheered excitedly. Yo-ho, I can finally move my body. It's long past time to take action. Look how arrogant these Zhou people are. Hee, just in time. I want these big Zhou ladies to have a taste of my power. Just as everyone was about to give it a try, 2 figures, a man and a woman, suddenly walked out of the crowd. One of them is a black man, about 2.3 meters tall. He looks ordinary and has a very rough appearance, but his eyes are very calm and without any waves. Standing next to the man is a woman about 1.7 meters tall, who looks to be in her early 20s, with long golden hair shining with a faint halo, a pair of blue eyes like the starry sky, and her convex figure. The whole body is exuding female hormones. But the woman's face was expressionless and her eyes were cold. She looked forward and said indifferently, Hank, choose one. That old man. He looks very strong. Hank looked at Wang Zhangwo with a flash of interest in his eyes. He had noticed this old man since by Jiannan's self-destruction. He was able to withstand the self-destruction of the 3rd-level awakened person at close range. He was very strong. Killing him will better demonstrate your strength. You have good taste. I originally wanted to choose that old man. In that case, leave the old Beachy over there to me. After the woman finished speaking, she stepped forward and shouted softly, Deification, Holy Seraph. The body soared into the air, and a pair of white wings spread out behind him. When the wings flapped, a blazing fire burned on the white wings. Her eyes changed from blue to pale gold, and her long golden hair shone with golden light under the sun. Looking at the woman's head, a golden halo hovered over it, looking extremely holy. Oh my God, Alice in seraph form. It's so beautiful. I would like to spend my life celebrating Alice's beauty and strength. All the men in the Super League exclaimed that even women were attracted by Alice's beauty. Seeing Alice transform, Hank was not content to lag behind others and shouted, Ghost transformation, warrior of the underworld. Roar. With a roar, Hank's body began to swell, his skin gradually turned red, and he emitted hot air waves. Bang! In an instant, Hank's clothes were burned away, and his whole body was ablaze with raging fire. The outline of a skeleton could be faintly seen in the fire. My children, wake up! Hank roared. The The ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, and the cracks spread around his feet. From the cracks, flowing magma could be seen. The cracks spread to 100 meters before stopping. Sudden, boom. The cracks opened wider. A hand with only white bones crawled out of the ground, then another hand, and then the body. In less than 2 seconds, a skeleton warrior with blue flames burning all over his body crawled out of hell. Next, hundreds more skeletons crawled out of hell. Some were holding spears, and some were holding iron swords. With Hank's shout, they all rushed towards Dezhou. In the blink of an eye, the two sides fought together, and for a while, they were fighting hand to hand, and the fight was in full swing. But what both sides didn't know was that it was to their left. The fight has finally begun. From now on, we just have to sit back and wait for both sides to suffer losses. The president of the Chrysanthemum Club, Takatani Jinto, said excitedly. And the right side, Li Zimin, the head of Triangle Heavy Industry, also showed an excited look and kept chanting, "Let's fight, fight harder." Apart from the two forces of Japan and Bangzi, there were two people watching the battle in the distance. "Chief, a fight has begun. Do we want to join?" Zhao Chun said impatiently. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "I'll let by and you go up and play with them first. I'll wait here first. After all, there are two groups of old men still hiding." "Okay, I'm relieved with your words." After Zhao Chun finished speaking, he stepped forward and rushed directly towards the center of the battlefield. Watching Zhao Chun leave, Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and a pretty figure with silver hair suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. "Master, you haven't summoned me for a long time?" Bai said with a hint of resentment. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "I'm thinking of you now. Go ahead and kill those bastards who fought against the great Zhou Imperial City. But remember, just suppress your strength to the 5th level, and the two groups of little mice didn't show up." "No problem, Master." Bai Shi responded with a smile, stepped forward a little, and reached over to place a gentle tap on Jiang Cheng's cheek. Jiang Cheng only felt a strong gust of wind flying past in front of him. When he looked again, Bai's figure had disappeared. "This girl." Jiang Cheng touched the lingering fragrance on his face and couldn't help but laugh or cry. At the same time, on the battlefield of the Imperial City, Zheng Ping raised her cane to the ground, flew up, and rushed towards Zhao Xiaofeng, who didn't know whether she was alive or dead. She just took one step. "Call out." A ray of light came. Zheng Ping stopped quickly and looked at the light arrow stuck on the ground in front of her with an ugly expression, then raised her head and looked in the direction where the light arrow came from. "I saw a woman in the air shooting arrows." When I looked at her face, Zheng Ping was a little distracted, because she had never seen such a stunning beauty before. Her appearance was more stunning than any other beauty in the world. The woman seemed to see Zheng Ping's gaze and said with a faint smile, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Alice. I am a super-powered seraph, ranked 2nd in the Superhero League, and I am your next opponent." "Umph, what do I care about your name? Get out of here, old woman." Zheng Ping came back to her senses, with anger on her face, and slapped her palm directly. Mountain-shaking palm. In an instant, the true energy in the palm of her hand condensed, and quickly condensed into a huge palm print and slapped towards Alice. "Dezhou martial arts?" Looking at the flying palm print, Alice was not in a hurry, but with a curious look, and then she smiled lightly. "Then let me see if Dezhou's martial arts can withstand the angel's glory." "Flame arrow," Alice shouted, and stretched her arms in a bow shape. In an instant, a longbow shining with golden light formed in her palm, and on the longbow there was a golden light arrow with a full bowstring. Bang! The light arrow burned with raging flames. When the Jinshan palm was less than 3 meters away from her, she released the bowstring, and the flame arrow shot out immediately. Except Jingping. Wang Zhengwo also rushed forward. But before he took a step, a dull voice came from the left side of his body. "Your opponent is me." Hellfire slash. Hearing the voice, Wang Zhengwo suddenly felt a scorching flame coming towards him. He quickly raised his left arm, palm facing outward, and shouted, "Triple Vajra Gate." Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy walls with ancient patterns fell from the sky and blocked Wang Zhengwo. Boom. A loud noise. Wang Zhengwo looked again, and 2 of his walls were directly split open, and the 3rd wall was cracked. This power was comparable to the self-explosion of a 3rd-level strongman. But as the commander-in-chief, Wang Jiangwo quickly calmed down after experiencing countless battles. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the attack. He saw a 6-meter-tall skeleton giant with a body burning with flames and holding a flaming sword, looking straight at him. You can actually block my hellfire slash, old man. You are quite strong. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hank, a supernatural underworld warrior, ranked first in the superhero league and awakened at the 4th level. Next, I will be your opponent and chop off your head with my sword. Wang Jiangwo frowned as he listened, his clear eyes full of solemnity, and sneered. Then I want to see how you chop me off with your sword. After saying that, he retreated dozens of meters, then raised his arms and shouted, "Swallowing Diamond Gate." Boom! A heavy door fell from the sky. The whole door was red. There was a huge ghost head printed on the door lock. The ghost head opened its bloody mouth and a pair of fangs protruded outward. Looking at the door, Hank frowned slightly. To be honest, apart from being able to feel the faint threat brought by this door, he really couldn't think of any harm that a door could cause to him. But the next second, "Open!" Wang Jiangwo shouted angrily. The ghost head split in half, and the vermilion door slowly opened. Looking inside the door, it was pitch black. Just a glance at it made one feel as if one was about to be swallowed by darkness. The door only opened a crack. A strong suction force came from the door, forming a hurricane in the air, sucking the hell skeleton warriors that kept crawling out in front of Hank one by one. Even Hank's feet were a little unstable, and he moved towards the door little by little. Not good. Hank secretly said that it was not good, and immediately thrust the flaming sword into the ground, using the flaming sword to stabilize his body, and then raised one hand and shouted, "Hell flame." A fist flashing with flames flashed in front of the palm of his hand. Bang! In an instant, a ball of flames wrapped in crying and wailing sprayed out from the palm of his hand. Boom! As expected, the flames hit the ghost head gate, and the evil ghost crystal on the gate howled miserably as if it had life. In just a moment, the King Kong devouring gate was wrapped in a ball of fire, and only a pile of ashes remained on the ground. The King Kong devouring gate was destroyed, and the suction disappeared instantly. Hank laughed loudly. "Ha! Old man, if you only have this ability, you'd better be killed by me." He. Wang Jiangwo sneered twice, but he felt a little bitter in his heart. It's because he doesn't have many supernatural powers. Even though he has reached the 4th level now, he has only developed 2 abilities. One is the defensive triple King Kong gate, and the second is the offensive King Kong devouring gate. This gate can devour any substance, but he can only open the gate a little now, and the gate is extremely fragile and can be easily destroyed. Compared with Cheng Yaojin's 3 axes, he is more embarrassed with only 2 moves. No, I'm not this guy's opponent. If I continue to fight, I will definitely die. After just a little thought, Wang Jiangwo turned around and retreated. "Wanna run?" Hank sneered, took a step, jumped high, and raised his flaming sword in his hands, shouting towards Wang Jiangwo, "Hellfire slash." Not good. Feeling the burning heat from behind, Wang Jiangwo thought it was not good, and he could not summon the triple Vajra again in a short time. Not only that, the range of Hellfire Slash was very large, and he could not dodge it at all. He was about to be killed by the opponent's sword. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze flew over. Boom! The flames fell, and Wang Jiangwo closed his eyes in despair. But the next moment, he did not feel any damage to himself, and could not help but squint and look behind him. I saw a delicate figure with silver-white hair blocking in front of him. The woman raised her arm with a metal round shield on her arm, blocking the opponent's fiery slash directly. "Are you okay?" The silver-haired woman spoke slowly. Her moaning was pleasant but strange. Wang Jiangwo was stunned for a moment and nodded woodenly. "Thank you, it's okay." "Yeah." The woman nodded, and before Wang Jiangwo could speak, her left hand began to wriggle, transforming into a huge battle axe, and shouted at Hank, "Next, your opponent is me." Hearing this, Wang Jiangwo felt relieved. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, one thing was certain. The other party was definitely very friendly to Dezhou. "Who are you?" Hank looked at the strange woman who blocked his attack and said angrily. It was obvious that he could kill the other party's commander-in-chief with this sword, but such honor was blocked by this woman who appeared out of nowhere, which made him very angry. Bai didn't answer the other party's question, but shouted directly, "Fight! Step a little!" Disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Hank, and the axe in his hand chopped directly at Hank's head. What's going on? Hank was a little confused by the sudden attack of the woman, and when he came to his senses, it was too late. Am I going to die? Or die inexplicably at the hands of a strange woman? I don't know if it was a flash of light before death, but many fragments of memory suddenly appeared in Hank's mind. But most of them were memories of him pressing some young women under him and the other party screaming and struggling. Seeing that the axe was about to split him in half. Suddenly, frost breath, a dark blue energy attacked Bai. Who? Bai turned his head to look, and at the same time, his right arm squirmed and condensed into a round shield to block the opponent's attack. But the next second, Bai was directly frozen into an ice sculpture with the round shield, and fell to the ground powerlessly. Then, a voice sounded. Hank, being distracted on the battlefield is a matter of life and death. Hearing this steady voice, Hank came back to his senses and said to the middle-aged black man next to him gratefully, "Chief, thank you. Thank you. No need to hurry up and get rid of this woman. I can feel that she is still alive." Crow waved his hand. "Yes, Chief." Hank responded gratefully and turned to look at Bai, who was frozen into an ice ball on the ground. Especially when he saw Bai's beautiful face that was not a thing of the world, a touch of lust suddenly rose up, and he laughed cruelly. Aren't you very arrogant? Next, let's have some fun." Hank licked his lips, stared at the big ice block in front of him, and pretended to be in deep thought. Should I chop off this pair of big white legs? Or cut you in half? Hank shook his head and said to himself, "No, this is the first time I have seen such a beautiful woman, and I must not destroy her integrity." As he spoke, he had already imagined the scene of Bai in front of him being pressed under him, and then the other party crying for mercy. Coming back to his senses, Hank looked at Bai and swallowed hard, then strode over with the flaming sword. But just after taking a step, suddenly, crackling, a crisp sound came from the ice block. Then there was a bang. Countless ice chips splashed around. A white fist kept enlarging in Hank's sight. This. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his skull, and his whole body flew backwards, knocking a big hole in the ground 50 meters away. Where he was standing originally, there was a beautiful silver-white figure. Disgusting chimpanzee. I looked at the direction where Hank flew backwards, her eyes full of disgust. If it wasn't for Jiang Cheng's plan to lure out the two groups of stinky rats next to her, she would have chopped this obscene guy to pieces. It hurts, what's going on? Hank was still confused from the time he flew backwards to the time he landed, but the huge noise he made immediately attracted Crow's attention. Crow looked at Hank, and then at the beautiful figure standing there. His face was stunned, and soon he became serious. "How is it possible? I just froze her. Awakeners below the 5th level can never break free from the freezing of the frost breath. From this, it can be deduced that there is only one result. She is a 5th level awakener." Thinking of this result, Crow's original intention to chase Wang Jiangwo was immediately dispelled. No one can understand the horror of a 5th level awakener better than him. Even if there are more 4th level awakeners on the battlefield, one 5th level awakener is enough to tip the scales of victory on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Crow stared at Wang Jiangwo fiercely and said to himself, "Let you go for now." After that, he looked at Bai's position and Hank lying on the ground, and shouted, "Hank, leave this woman to me. You go deal with the rest." "No, Director, this woman is mine," Hank shouted unwillingly. Being knocked down twice by a woman in a row, as the top master in the superhero league, if this gets out, maybe everyone will laugh at him behind his back as a useless egg. As a man, he must earn back his dignity. He didn't care about the pain in his skull, gritted his teeth, supported himself with his hands, and slowly stood up. Then he picked up the long sword and pointed it at Bai Dao. "Woman, I swear to God, I must catch you and bring you back to be my little itch." After saying that, he raised the flaming long sword, and the hellfire on his body burned more vigorously. He shouted, "Summon my strongest war servant, the underworld bone dragon." After that, a circular magic circle formed in front of him. The magic circle flashed with blood-red light, emitting waves of ominous. Suddenly, the ground in the magic circle cracked, and a lava with a diameter of 20 meters rushed into the sky. The lava dissipated. A western dragon with wings on its back, no flesh and blood, only bones, burning with blazing flames appeared on the earth. The underworld bone dragon looked up to the sky and roared, emitting supreme power. And at the moment when the bone dragon appeared, the soldiers of the great Zhou imperial city who were fighting were all stunned. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself. With the help of Jiang Cheng, although he was still at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, his strength could fight against the fourth-level awakeners. Even with such combat power, he couldn't help but get goosebumps on his back when the bone dragon appeared. Zheng Ping repelled Lawrence with a cane, then stared at the bone dragon in a daze, frowning and muttering. A western dragon? The other captains of the Dragon Fong and the 3 imperial city war gods were also a little dazed when they saw the bone dragon appear. Hank, on the other hand, stepped back a few steps and said to the bone dragon loudly, "My powerful war servant, capture the silver-haired woman alive for me. After the matter is done, I will sacrifice at least 3 third-level awakening crystals and 1 fourth-level awakening crystal." Understood. The bone dragon spoke in human language and turned to look in the direction pointed by Hank. When he saw Bai with silver hair, he said with disdain in his eyes, "Are you the human that the master wants to get? Weak. Too weak. I can't feel any strong breath from you at all." In the eyes of the bone dragon, Bai is just an ordinary human woman. It can't understand why the master spent so much energy to summon it to deal with an ordinary human. However, since the master has promised the conditions, it thinks that Bai will take the benefits, and it would be a fool not to take them. Thinking of this, the bone dragon looked at Bai with a more intense fire in his eyes and stretched out a claw directly, grabbing Bai. On the other hand, Bai had a blank expression on her face, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Just as the bone dragon opened its huge claws to cover her, Bai moved. One of her hands moved rapidly, condensing into a 3-meter-long spear, and stabbed it straight at the bone dragon. Crack! There were no fancy movements, just a simple straight thrust, and the bone dragon's palm was pierced. Seeing that the palm of his hand was penetrated, the bone dragon let out a cry of pain. Although he has no body, if his bones are injured, his soul will feel pain. And it never thought that a mere human could pierce its palm. Damn humans, this dragon made a mistake. Next, I'm going to tear you apart. The bone dragon's palm was broken, and a trace of ferocity was aroused. He also threw Hank's orders behind him, then opened his big mouth and roared, "Hell's flames." In the mouth, a ball of blood-red magma continued to condense, and then turned into a magma column and spurted towards Bai. Bai, on the other hand, still had no expression on his face. He just raised his left arm slightly, and a circular shield with a diameter of 3 meters appeared on his left arm, blocking the magma. During the whole process, Bai didn't move at all. Can it actually block this dragon's hell lava? The bone dragon was also a little shocked. It was heartbroken and used all its strength. For a moment, the magma sprayed from its mouth was twice as strong as before. Looking at Bai again, he was still motionless, and there was even a touch of sarcasm on his delicate and pretty face. Seeing that the opponent could not break through his defense, Bai took a step forward, pushed forward with his arms, and shouted softly, "Disperse." Bang! The magma was pushed back and dispersed in the air. The bone dragon was also pushed back several steps by this force, shaking the ground and leaving several large footprints on the ground. Seeing that his strongest move could not defeat the opponent, the bone dragon immediately wanted to retreat, turned around and cursed Hank. "Hank, you bastard, this guy is so strong. Do you want me to die? Useless trash, can't even deal with a woman." Hank retorted. He would never summon the bone dragon unless it was absolutely necessary, because although the opponent was called his war servant, in fact, his control over the bone dragon was far from that strong, and even every time he summoned it, he had to sacrifice a certain number of awakening crystals. But what he didn't expect was that Bai's strength was so strong that even the bone dragon with the peak strength of the 4th level was not his opponent. But in order to save face as the master, Hank continued to curse. "Even those skeleton warriors are more useful than you." Haha, Hank, this dragon and you are only in an employment relationship and have not signed a soul contract. You are not the real master of this dragon, and you are not qualified to insult the great bone dragon. What's more, as a creature of the underworld, only the stronger the master, the stronger the power this dragon will gain, and this dragon's failure can only show that you are far from strong enough. After the bone dragon taunted, it spread its wings and was about to jump from the crack in the ground. But the next second, "Wanna run?" A female voice suddenly appeared behind the bone dragon. "What?" The bone dragon turned its head suddenly and saw a huge axe in front of its eyes. The next second, crack. Before it could react, its head was smashed directly, and its huge body was also smashed to pieces, and the hellfire burning on it also dissipated at this moment. Watching the bone dragon being chopped, Hank swallowed hard. This skull dragon is a real 4th-level peak creature, and its bones are as hard as diamonds. But such a creature was killed by the axe of the woman in front of him. Hank lost his voice and said to himself, "God, what kind of monster did you let me meet?" After that, he turned and ran. If he stayed here, he would definitely die. But he didn't expect that he ran fast, and Bai's speed was even faster. Even if his strength was suppressed to the 5th level, it was far beyond the 4th-level awakener. Cut! Bai's figure flashed and appeared behind Hank in an instant, and then chopped down Hank's back of the head with an axe. Hank felt the strong wind coming from his head, and his heart was terrified. Could he really not dodge this time? Just when he was desperate. Suddenly, a dark blue energy came. But this time Bai learned his lesson, and his figure flashed, easily avoiding the impact of the dark blue energy, but it also allowed Hank to escape. Looking at Hank running away, Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of pity, and then he turned around and looked coldly in the direction of the dark blue energy. What he saw was a middle-aged African man with a body as black as coal. The man had a bald head. Because of his skin, the white of his eyes looked particularly white. He had a high nose bridge, but wide nose wings and thick lips. He was neither good-looking nor ugly. It was appropriate to describe him as ordinary. But such an ordinary-looking man had extremely terrifying power hidden in his body. Bai stared at Crow and rarely spoke. "It's you again. Your breath tells me that your strength has reached the 5th level." Crow smiled lightly and said, "Dear lady, your perception is correct. I am a 5th-level awakener and the chief executive of the Superhero Alliance. You can call me Crow. I have a very good suggestion. I wonder if you agree." "Say it." Although Bai didn't know what the black egg in front of her was up to, she was not afraid of everyone here with her absolute strength. Hearing Bai's answer, Crow smiled even more brightly and said, "You should not belong to the Great Zhou Imperial City, am I right?" "So?" Bai asked back. His guess was confirmed, and Crow said, "With your powerful strength, there is no need to assist the Great Zhou Imperial City. Why don't you join our Superhero Alliance? What conditions are you willing to make? Even if I have to give up my position as director, I am willing to do so." "What do you think?" Bai said indifferently. "I refuse." Crow was stunned by this simple and direct way of rejection, and then laughed and said, "You are really a straightforward person, but this way of talking is more direct, without so many twists and turns like those guys in the Great Show. I like it very much. What do you want to say? Hurry up." Bai said impatiently. Crow said patiently, "Change the conditions. I hope you can watch this battle from the sidelines. As long as you don't take action, I am willing to give a 4th-level awakening crystal in exchange. What do you think? I can get it if I kill your men." Bai said bluntly. Crow was stunned and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Yes, I didn't think it through. How about this? All the 4th-level crystals of the Great Zhou Imperial City killed by our Superhero Alliance in this battle belong to you. How about that?" "Not so good." Bai shook his head. Now, Crow was puzzled. No 5th-level awakener can resist the temptation of the 4th-level awakening crystal, because to improve the strength further, with the strength of a 5th-level awakener, it takes too long to simply absorb the 1st-level awakening crystal, or the 1st-level zombie crystal, or the spirit beast crystal. Only the 3rd-level and 4th-level crystals with higher virus purity and greater energy can make the strength of a 5th-level master grow rapidly. So Crow couldn't help asking, "Madam, what do you want? As long as I can satisfy you, it's fine." Hearing this, a cunning flashed in his white eyes and said, "What if I want your 5th-level awakening crystal?" "You?" Crow was speechless for a moment, and a huge anger rose from his chest. Before he became the director of the Superhero Alliance, he was also an excellent agent in the United States. He was the most able to see through people's hearts and handled countless cases. Facing each target, he could offer enough tempting conditions according to the other party's needs. But this time he failed. This woman was obviously playing tricks on him, which made him feel an unprecedented insult, just like when he was speechless and annoyed by a woman with a Walmart shopping bag in Walmart Life Supermarket. Crow lost his patience, looked at Bai with cold eyes, and said, "Madam, I have shown enough sincerity, but you have repeatedly played tricks on me. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Stop talking nonsense, fight." Bai said concisely. Now, Crow completely understood that the woman in front of him had only one purpose from the beginning, that is, to help the great Zhou imperial city repel them. He immediately gave up the idea of negotiation, stared at Bai, and said indifferently, "Deification. Frost Dragon." Crow's face began to lengthen. A pair of blue horns extended from his forehead. His pupils became vertical and were dyed light silver. His nostrils were high, and he exhaled 2 streams of white air. Wherever the white air passed, snowflakes condensed, and his whole body was covered with a layer of light blue scales. His body continued to grow taller, until it was 100 meters away and barely stopped. Moo! Crow looked up to the sky and howled. A pair of ice-blue flesh wings spread from his back, and a thick and powerful tail kept beating the ground, causing the ground to shake. After the deification was completed, Crow stared at Bai with cold eyes and threatened, "I'll give you one last chance. Stand aside or be killed by me." "Do people from the United States talk so much nonsense?" Bai sneered, and his figure flashed in front of Crow and kicked him high. Bang! Caught off guard, Crow was kicked and sent flying backwards. His huge body slid for a long distance before he hit the ground hard, shaking the ground and making his head dazed. The smoke and dust rose up with Crow as the center. Despicable woman. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded in the smoke and dust, and at the same time, a dark blue beam of light broke through the smoke and dust and flew out, rushing straight towards Bai. "Frost breath. I won't be fooled by the same trick a second time," Bai said indifferently. His right forearm instantly squirmed and turned into a giant shield 10 meters long and 3 meters wide to block in front of him. Zilla. The frost breath hit the shield, and a circle of ice on the front of the shield began to condense at a speed visible to the naked eye. In addition to the battle between Bai and Crow, Jiang Cheng and Alice were fighting even more fiercely. Flame arrow. Mountain shaking palm. A long flaming arrow with a sacred aura collided with the palm print condensed by the true essence, and the powerful shock wave generated by the explosion caused both of them to retreat and distance themselves. Jiang Cheng stepped back a few steps, leaned her cane against the ground, and secretly pushed her right foot against the ground to stabilize her body. She stared at the angel with long golden hair and wings burning with flames in the air with a stern look in her eyes and shouted, "Old woman, if you say another word, get out." At the moment of shouting, Jiang Cheng raised a trace of true essence, and her voice was particularly loud and deafening under the blessing of true essence. "Haha, you have to have the strength to let me get out." Alice stared at Jiang Cheng with her eyes proudly. From the expression on her face, she was not affected at all, but showed a mocking look. "In that case, let me teach you about your strength." Leaning the cane on the ground, Jiang Cheng shouted, "Superpower, life return." After the words fell, a hurricane suddenly blew up with Jiang Cheng as the center. The spiritual energy in the air around her suddenly poured towards Jiang Cheng. Because the spiritual energy was so fierce, it even formed a spiritual energy tornado. Looking at Jiang Cheng again, she looked like she was in her early 70s, but she became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The loose skin on her face began to become firm and full, her turbid eyes became clear and attractive, and her silver hair became black and shiny at a speed visible to the naked eye, even breaking free from the restraint of the hairband and flowing down from her back like a waterfall. The shriveled chest began to become full, the slightly hunched body slowly straightened, the waist was thin, and the buttocks became round and full. In a few seconds, a beautiful and exquisite woman holding a panlong cane appeared in the original place. The woman looked only in her early 18s, with a clear and pleasant voice. With one step, a rising force rose from her feet, lifted her up, and leaped into the air, shouting, "Prepare to die." She raised her hand and slashed out with a mountain-shaking palm. Compared with the previous white handprint, this handprint was at least 10 times larger, and it slapped towards Alice with overwhelming force. Flame arrow. Looking at the palm print, Alice's calm face finally showed a trace of emotion. She frowned slightly and condensed a golden flame longbow in her hand and shot an arrow at the mountain-suppressing palm. Whoosh! The flaming long arrow broke through the air and hit the mountain-suppressing palm print at a high speed, but it immediately collapsed as soon as it came into contact. On the other hand, the mountain-suppressing palm continued to rush over with a devastating force, and it continued to magnify in Alice's eyes. In this way, the battle lasted for an hour. The battle was so fierce that dozens of people were killed and injured on both sides, and everyone was more or less injured. Seeing that both sides were exhausted, Li Zimin on the side sneered and said, "Good opportunity. Jianhao, bring the people to follow me." "Yes, President." The same is true for the Japanese side. Takeya Jinto said excitedly. "All team members, follow me." "Yes, President." But what the two groups did not know was that a young man was watching them quietly. The young man smiled and said, "These two groups of rats finally appeared." At the same time, the superhero alliance headed by Crow and the Great Zhou Imperial City headed by Bai were confronting each other. Suddenly, two voices sounded on the side. "Director Crow, we didn't see each other 3 years ago, and now you are more elegant than before." "Director Crow, long time no see." Hearing the voice, Crow secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Damn it, how could they be here? Seeing Crow's face change drastically, the two voices continued. "Commander-in-Chief Wang is still strong and healthy." "Hello, Commander-in-Chief Wang." Wang Zhengwo listened with a solemn expression. The two looked to the side and saw a white-haired old man in a kimono smiling at them, with hundreds of people following behind him. On the other side was a gray-haired old man in a suit, leaning on a cane, followed by a group of men and women in black windbreakers. Takeya Jinto of Chrysanthemum Society, Li Zimin of Triangle Heavy Industry. "Why are you here?" Crow finally couldn't help but ask. Takeya Jinto smiled and said, "Director Crow can come. Why can't I?" "Takeya Jinto come?" Li Zimin also smiled and said, "Director Crow has such a domineering tone. My country is adjacent to Dezhou. As neighbors, what's wrong with coming to visit?" "Haha, name a price." Director Crow sneered. Takeya Jinto laughed out loud. Director Crow really lives up to his name and knows how to make decisions on the spot. Crow frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Takeya Jinto said, "My Great Wa Empire has had the ambition to include the Great Zhou in its territory since ancient times. Since my ancestors crossed the sea and came to the land of Shenzhou 1,000 years ago, my Takeya family has been determined to take this territory for generations. Until today, I am still determined." He. Crow sneered a few times, then looked at Li Zimin and said, "Are you the same as him?" The moment he spoke, an invisible pressure was released and pressed towards Li Zimin. On the other hand, although Li Zimin was shrouded in the pressure of the 5th-level strongman, he still remained calm and smiled. "Director Crow, the Great Zhou dynasty has been the land of my Korean country since ancient times." "Ha ha ha, so that's it. So that's it." Crow laughed loudly. His laughter was mixed with ridicule and a hint of deep helplessness. He miscalculated. He didn't expect that the two small countries that used to be as obedient as his sons would stab him in the back. He was also about to pay a heavy price for his impulsive plan for the first time. Thinking of this, Crow immediately looked at Wang Zhengwo and said, "Wang, both you and I have suffered heavy losses. Why don't we put aside our past grudges and work together now?" As soon as these words fell, Li Zimin and Long Guaner's expressions tightened. "This?" Wang Zhengwo hesitated. To be honest, considering the current situation, cooperating with Crow is indeed the best choice, but he just had a fight with the Superhero Alliance, and now he is cooperating again. Not to mention whether he agrees or not. Even if he agrees, the soldiers of the Dragon Fang Legion and the Special Affairs Bureau may not agree. Seeing Wang Zhengwo hesitate, Crow immediately said, "Wang, if you continue to hesitate, these Japanese and Koreans will kill us all, and you will have nowhere to cry." As soon as the voice fell, a delicate voice sounded immediately. Wang Jiangwo, if you agree, I will look down on you all my life. Wang Jiangwo turned his head and saw a young girl. His eyes widened, and he pointed at the girl and trembled. You? Who are you? What? I just changed a little bit, and you can't recognize it? Zheng Ping raised her eyebrows and continued. Wang Jiangwo, you coward. Can you show some manliness at the critical moment? This look, this arrogant tone, is Ah Ping. Wang Jiangwo looked at it and swallowed hard, but he was still a little hesitant. At this time, another cold female voice sounded. Commander-in-Chief Wang, when did our great Zhou dynasty fall to the point of cooperating with the enemy? Do you have no backbone and bottom line? Wang Jiangwo looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white-haired woman looking at him indifferently. Then, another voice with a smile sounded. Commander-in-Chief, don't hesitate, kill them. Wang Jiangwo turned around and found that it was Zhao Chun who spoke. Director Zhao? Wait, wasn't Zhao Chun sent to seek support? Why is he here? Could it be? Wang Jiangwo's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of this. It's him. It must be him. Old Wang, must not let him look down on me. Wang Jiangwo immediately looked at Crow with a firm look and said, Crow, forget it. My great Zhou will never cooperate with the enemy. Your hands are stained with the blood of my great Zhou soldiers. Blood must be repaid with blood. Wang, what are you thinking? Are you crazy? You should know the consequences of your words. Crow said anxiously, and at the same time lowered his voice to Keel, who was close to him, and said, Keel, call Alice, Lawrence, and Laura to find a way to lead everyone to break through, and I will cover your rear. Director, you. Keel looked at Crow in shock, with disbelief in his eyes. Crow said anxiously, don't refuse. As long as you are here, the Superhero Alliance will still be here. It's nothing to sacrifice, Crow. I will open a gap for you in a while. Do you understand? Keel's eyes were red, and he said, I know. At this point, Keel glanced at the people of Dezhou, Japan, and South Korea with hatred and said hatefully, Director, don't worry, as long as I can escape today, one day, I will definitely kill these damn guys. Very good. Crow nodded secretly, still saying loudly, Wang, as a commander-in-chief, you need to understand the gains and losses. Gains and losses? It is because of gains and losses that a Ping hates me. It is because of gains and losses that we have to endure every time you beautiful country bullies us. But today, I can't endure it. I have never been considered a man in a Ping's eyes in this life. But now, I have to be a man for once. Wang Jiangwo shouted and said to all the people behind him, Brothers, follow me to kill the Japanese pirates and kill the foreign enemies. Kill the Japanese pirates and kill the foreign enemies. The Dragon Tooth Corps and the Special Affairs Bureau behind him all roared angrily. Looking at this scene, Lungu Jinji was not panicked at all, but sneered at Crow. Crow, how does it feel to fail? Haha, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Crow sneered, suddenly opened his huge mouth, and spit out a faint blue light directly in the direction of Lungu Jinji. Frost breath. Feeling the sharp cold wind coming instantly, Takia Jinji screamed that it was not good and hurriedly shouted, Quick, get out of the way. As he said that, he dodged to the side. But because the attack came too fast, so fast that he was caught off guard. Although he barely avoided the attack, a thick layer of ice still condensed on his shoulders, and the dozen members of the Chrysanthemum Society behind him were not so lucky, and were directly frozen into ice sculptures. For a while, the Chrysanthemum Society was torn open by Crow. Kids, what are you waiting for? Crow shouted. Kill seized the opportunity and hurriedly said, Brothers, retreat. The warriors of the Superhero League immediately rushed towards the torn hole of the Chrysanthemum Society. The top 10 Superhero League warriors, such as Hank, Lawrence, Laura, and Alice, immediately launched the strongest attack on the members of the Chrysanthemum Society who wanted to stop them. Light of blazing sky, hellfire slash, moon-gazing roar, super sonic kill. Hank, Alice, and Lawrence are the top 3 masters of the Superhero Alliance, and they are also 4th-level Awakeners. The strongest attack they made, even the 4th-level Awakeners of the Chrysanthemum Society had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Seeing that the gap was torn wider, most of the Superhero Alliance members rushed out quickly. Seeing that the superhero alliance members were about to break through the siege, Longu Jinji immediately yelled at Li Zimin. Li Zimin, what are you still standing there? If you let Crow, the black guy, run away, today's Dezhou will be the future of the Korean country. Do I need you to remind me? Li Zimin cursed with a red face, but he agreed with Longu Jinji's words in his heart. If these guys from the superhero alliance ran away, it would be difficult to find them at that time, and once they recovered from their injuries, it would be very uncomfortable to launch a sneak attack on the Korean country collectively. The most important thing is that the overall strength of the superhero alliance is much stronger than their Triangle Heavy Industry Awakener alliance. Li Zimin did not hesitate and immediately said, Juanhao, go and stop these guys from the United States. Yes, President. The man named Juanhao immediately pulled himself away and rushed over with a large group of people. Li Zimin shouted to Takia Jinji, Takia, you go to help Juanhao and others intercept. I will hold back Crow. Okay, Li Zimin said, and shouted, Deification, devouring sky python. Moo. A deafening roar sounded. Rows of black scales appeared on Li Zimin's body, and his body continued to stretch, turning into a 1-mile-long python with 2 rows of black flesh armor on his back, a head like a cobra, and 2 tumors on his head. With another long roar, the python spoke in human language and stared at Crow and said, Crow, today is the day of the destruction of your superhero alliance. After speaking, it swung its long tail and whipped towards Crow. Despicable stick. Crow looked at the long tail sweeping over him, and he could not get away. He looked at Hank and others who had already broken through the siege and felt relieved. He turned to Li Zimin and said angrily, Li Zimin, do you really think that this director is a soft persimmon that you can manipulate at will? After saying that, a dark blue energy ray spurted out of the dragon's mouth. Frost breath. The long tail that Li Zimin swung out instantly began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a bang, the tail hit the ground heavily and lost its ability to move for a while. Damn black seed. Li Zimin's attack failed, and he cursed in a low voice, then shook his body, and soon shattered the ice on the tail, and then opened his huge mouth, and a ball of red energy began to condense in his mouth. Dragon's fury. At the same time, Hank, Laura, and others who broke through the siege were galloping all the way, but because of the other members of the Superhero League following behind them, they could only slow down. After all, the Superhero Alliance has more than 100 Awakeners, and the first-level Awakeners account for the majority. These are the members that Crow has recruited with great difficulty in the entire United States. If the Superhero Alliance really suffers huge casualties, then Crow's efforts will be wasted. Although Hank and his friends are selfish, they are still very cautious in deciding the fate of the United States. Guys, speed up and hurry up. This is the opportunity that the director has finally won for us. Hank turned his head and shouted, Captain Hank, we have tried our best, otherwise you can go first. As long as you are still here, there is still hope for our superhero alliance. An ordinary member shouted in pain. To be honest, it is better to let him die than to escape like this. With his strength as a first-level Awakener, the maximum speed is only 56 meters per second, which is much worse than that of a high-level Awakener, and under continuous high-speed running, he has a tearing pain all over his body. According to the traditional thinking of his United States, it is better to surrender directly than to escape in such a painful way. According to international practice, the other party will treat them preferentially. As soon as the two finished speaking, suddenly, a sinister voice came from the front. What a comradeship! Who? Hearing the voice, the leader Hank turned his head abruptly, but when he saw the person coming from the front clearly, he swallowed hard and felt a chill on his back. The president of the Chrysanthemum Society, Jinji Takia. Mr. Hank, I really didn't expect that I could see such comradeship among you white people. It's really touching. Hee hee. Jinji Takia was wearing a kimono, with a large area of bulging chest muscles exposed at the collar. He crossed his chest with his hands. It was unclear whether his face was mocking or approving. He could only see a smile at the corner of his mouth. Gurgle. Hank swallowed his saliva again and said, President Takia, the United States has been friendly with Japan since ancient times. Our two countries have always had a deep brotherly relationship. There is no need to be so extreme. Haha. Deep brotherly relationship? Are you kidding me? Takia Jinji raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, Okay, Hank, don't talk nonsense with this old man. The four of us are at least 4th level awakeners. Even if he is 5th level, we still have a chance. Alice said coldly. I agree with Alice. Lawrence also changed his frivolous attitude, but his voice was still feminine. This old man is old. Even if we can't defeat him, we can still wear him out. Laura echoed. Okay. Hank nodded heavily. The 4 people who originally disliked each other in the superhero alliance reached a consensus for the first time. The 4 stood in a row, facing Takia Jinji. Hank changed his previous obedient attitude and said firmly, President Takia, you forced us to do this. TSK, TSK, TSK. Should I say that you are worthy of being a beautiful Chinese? As expected, hypocrisy and lies are in your nature. Takia Jinji said sarcastically, Okay, stop talking nonsense with this old guy, let's go. After Lawrence finished speaking, he transformed directly. Deification, Howling Moon Werewolf. Deification, Vampire Count. Deification, Holy Seraph. Demonization, Underworld Warrior. The 4 of them transformed together, staring at Takia Jinji in front of them, not daring to relax a bit. Haha, you guys are so ugly, you want to compete with me? Takia Jinji sneered, slowly opened his arms, stretched his waist, and said loudly, Then let me show you what absolute strength is. Takia Jinji closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had changed. The pupils turned blood red, and 9 Magatama were spinning rapidly in the pupils. At the same time, a strong momentum burst out from him and pressed towards Hank and the other 4. What is this? Damn, is this the strength of a 5th level awakener? The few people just felt like they were stuck in a quagmire when they were enveloped by the momentum. Their movements were extremely stiff, and their strength was at least 30% gone. Alice, this guy is too strong. Can we really win? Hank swallowed and looked at Alice beside him. Waste. Alice glanced at him coldly, then rushed out first, flapped her wings, and soared into the sky, then pulled the bow with both hands, aimed at Takia Jinji, and said coldly, Flame arrow. Swish, released the bowstring. The long arrow burning with fire turned into a flaming meteor and flew out. Seeing that Alice had already taken action, Lawrence also took a step forward, opened his mouth, and shouted, Howling Moon Roar. Lola wee. Hank looked at Lola beside him hesitantly, but found that Lola spread her wings behind her and flew up, and also shouted, Super, Sonic Kill. Seeing that all 3 of them were taking action, Hank was a little annoyed for a while. Damn it. I, Hank, am not a coward. With a low curse, Hank clenched his hand, and a flaming sword appeared in his palm. He thrust it hard into the ground and said loudly, My children, come out. Hell Skeleton Warriors. Crack. Where the flaming sword was inserted, a huge crack appeared on the ground. There was a raging fire burning in the crack, and red magma was flowing. Just getting close, you can feel your face burning. At this time, in the magma, skeletons crawled out of the magma one by one, and the fuel oil climbed up along the underground rock wall. These skeletons were wearing messy armor and holding all kinds of weapons. Some held swords, some held spears, and some held bows and arrows or meteor hammers. In short, they looked like a group of ragtag soldiers. But only Hank knew the strength of these skeletons. They were at least at the 1st level. At a glance, there were at least more than 100 skeleton warriors summoned. No, not enough. Hank knew very well that facing a 5th level strongman, no matter how many 1st level skeletons he had, it was just a pile of numbers. So he shouted again, Summon, my humble servant, the bone dragon of the underworld. The words fell. A flaming formation rose up under the flaming sword. The formation was engraved with ancient runes, which looked extremely mysterious and full of a different kind of magic power. As the formation burned, a 100-meter-long bone dragon slowly rose from the ground. But the next moment, as soon as the giant dragon came out of the magic circle, he cursed, Hank, you bastard, do you really want me to die? This dragon is going back now. After hearing this, Hank's face darkened, and a row of black lines appeared on his forehead. He immediately looked a little confused, but he still suppressed his anger and said, My humble servant, stop talking nonsense. This time you just need to hold this old man back. If you want something, I will sacrifice at least 100 third-level awakening crystals to you. Is this true? Bone Dragon's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. You must know that it is only at the 4th level of strength now. If it can really swallow 100 third-level awakening crystals, it will definitely be able to break through to the 5th level, ending his stagnant strength level for more than 1,000 years. Of course, I always keep my word. Hank nodded. Anyway, it's just a casual promise. It's not up to him to decide whether he wants to do it or not. Hank, can I trust you? You didn't even give me the awakening crystal last time. Bone Dragon still had some doubts about Hank's character. You can only choose to believe me. Hank stared at the Bone Dragon and said, being stared at by Hank's eyes, for some reason, Bone Dragon felt a chill down his spine. He swallowed secretly and said, Okay, but just this time. After saying that, the Bone Dragon spread its wings on its back, and flames burned all over its body. It even jumped high into the sky and spit out flames at Genji Takia. Seeing that the Bone Dragon had joined the battle, Hank continued to summon. Summon, Fire Knight. Summon, the 3-headed dog of hell. After consuming almost half of the energy, 2 more flame formations burned. Soon, a Bone Knight riding a bone horse, wearing a suit of armor, and holding a spear slowly appeared. On top of the other magic circle was a 3-headed hell dog with red eyes and flames all over its body, leaving only its skeleton. It looked quite intimidating. Now, including me, there are a total of 7 level 4s, which should be enough to deal with this old man. Hank muttered to himself, and then said loudly, Fire Knight, 3-headed dog of hell, tear this old thing apart for me. Hiss! The Fire Knight tightened the reins and sat down on the bone horse, raising its body high. Drive! Shaking the reins, the bone horse immediately galloped out. The same is true for the 3-headed dog of hell. Ouch! The 3 heads raised their heads at the same time and roared loudly, then rushed towards Takatani Genji. On the other hand, Takatani Genji remained expressionless as he watched everyone attack him. He opened his eyes just as the fiery fire arrow flew in front of him. A ripple spread out instantly, and the flaming arrow less than half a meter away from him was immediately burned by a black flame. As for Lawrence's howling moon and Laura's sonic killing, they all collapsed under the ripples of this punch. What the hell is going on? Laura was in shock. Alice frowned. Lawrence turned a little pale. No one expected that their powerful attack would be unable to survive against Genji Takia. Haha, is this all you have? Then, you have to take my attack well. Takia Genji looked at the shocked people, smiled coldly, turned his eyes wide again, and shouted, Black flame. The words fell. A circle of ripples in his eyes spread out again, spreading towards everyone. No, get out of here. Laura, who had already suffered a loss, quickly reminded everyone. Lawrence and Alice reacted and quickly moved out of the way. However, the lower awakened ones behind them were not so lucky. Just a ripple dispersed, and the 3 third-level awakeners in the front row were covered in black flames. What on earth is going on? Wrapped in flames, the 3rd-level awakened man shouted in fear, and at the same time he rolled to the ground and began to struggle. But the strange thing was that no matter how he acted, the black flames on his body seemed to be unable to be extinguished and burned even more vigorously. Captain, help me. In a shrill cry, the 3rd-level awakener turned into a pile of white ashes. The other 2 3rd-level awakeners were burned to ashes just like this awakener. As the 3 awakened ones were burned to ashes, the black flames disappeared from the place with a pop. Seeing this strange scene, Laura and others were silent, and even trembled a little. They could not imagine that if this flame burned on their bodies, they wondered whether their fate would be the same as these members. However, while a few people were silent, 3 figures rushed out from the side. Watch this dragon burn you to ashes. Listening to this arrogant voice, several people came back to their senses and looked around, and found that it was the bone dragon summoned by Hank. The bone dragon flew very fast, reaching the sky above Takia Genji in the blink of an eye, then spitting flames from its mouth and blasting towards the opponent. Haha, you don't overestimate your capabilities. Takia Genji sneered and opened his pupils again. Black flame. Ripples spread out, and the hell flames sprayed by the bone dragon collapsed directly, not even holding on for a second. What is this? The bone dragon's eyes widened. Although it had no eyeballs and only had 2 empty eye sockets with flames burning in the eye sockets, this did not affect its shock. Before it could finish its shock, the next second, it only felt a pain in its feet, and when it looked down, it saw a small black flame the size of a candle burning slowly. It frowned and raised its wings to scatter it, because the black flames were actually burning its body. But just as he lifted the bone wings, there was a bang. Black flames instantly enveloped his entire body. What kind of fire is this? It hurts me to death. The bone dragon screamed in pain and struggled, but the flames burned very quickly, and it could clearly feel that its body was rapidly disintegrating. A few seconds before burning out, Bone Dragon turned his head to look at Hank resentfully and cursed. "Hank, you a white pig that is inferior to a pig or a dog. You lied to me again. I will go back to hell to find Pluto to terminate the agreement with you." After saying that, the Bone Dragon's body completely collapsed and finally turned into a pile of white bone powder. When the Hell Knight and the 3-headed Hell Dog who rushed out like him saw the miserable state of the Bone Dragon, they immediately turned around and tried to escape. But the next second, a scolding, black flame, ripples quickly followed. However, what few people knew was that a young man was appearing behind them. Seeing this scene, the young man said with great interest, "Interesting superpower. But now it's my turn to stretch my muscles and go up and clean up the trash." "Ah!" 2 shrill screams rang out. The Hell Knight and the Hellhound were both wrapped in black flames. After struggling for only a few seconds, they turned into 2 piles of white ash. Seeing this tragic scene, Hank trembled all over, and his back felt cold. He didn't expect that the 3 4th-level war servants he summoned were killed in just an instant. What would have happened if it was him instead of the summoned war servants? Just thinking about it, Hank had lost the courage to fight. Such a powerful guy, can we really defeat him? Not only Hank was shocked by Takia Genji's move, the other 3 also fell silent. Killing 3 4th-level war servants with one move, they would probably just be sending their heads away. On the other hand, Genji Takia swept the expressions of the 4 members of the Superhero League, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. He raised his head and laughed loudly. "Young people, there are 2 choices in front of you now. Either die or join the Chrysanthemum Society. How about it?" As soon as these words came out, Hank was immediately moved. Originally, he had thought about fighting a bloody battle, at most getting injured, and then running back to the United States to get the name of a hero. But after fighting with this old man, he found that this old thing was really too strong, and they could not shake it at all. And compared to the so-called honor, life is the first priority. Without any hesitation, Hank rushed out directly, raised his hand, and said, "President Takia, I surrender. I want to join the Chrysanthemum Society. I don't want to die." As soon as these words came out, Alice, Laura, and Lawrence all changed their faces. Alice, in particular, stared at Hank and said coldly, "Hank, do you want to be a traitor to our beautiful country?" Hank heard this, and after struggling on his face, he said angrily, "Alice, what qualifications do you have to say me? Don't think that you can cover up your private filthiness by pretending to be righteous now." Hearing Hank's words, Alice's face changed, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it, and her voice became colder. "Hank, you traitor, do you think others will believe your nonsense?" "Huh." Hank laughed sarcastically and continued, "Everyone thinks you are a holy woman on the surface, but I know that you are an extreme pedophile. From the end of the world to now, at least 1,000 children have died in your bed to satisfy your perverted sexual fetish." After these words, the members of the Superhero Alliance behind them also began to talk about it, and would look at Alice from time to time. "No way, my goddess won't be so perverted. Who knows? I heard that the more hypocritical a woman is, the more chaotic her private life is. What a pity, if I could also taste the goddess taste." Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Alice said angrily, "Shut up. You are slandering." The holy image she had created in front of everyone in the past is now completely ruined. Hank continued to sneer and said indifferently, "See, I hit you. If what I said is really a lie, then why are you so angry?" After Hank's words, Lawrence and Laura looked at Alice with a special meaning in their eyes. As if sensing the gazes of the two, Alice changed her previous dignified, cold, sacred, and inviolable attitude and explained in a panic. Lawrence, Laura, you know, I can't do such a thing. Lawrence looked at Alice, who was a little crazy, and said awkwardly, Alice, in fact, this is not a big problem. As a hero of the entire United States, you are qualified to enjoy such treatment. Shut up, Alice shouted at the top of her voice. Lawrence immediately shut up and dared not say another word. Okay, I don't have the patience to listen to your nonsense here. You now have two choices like Hank, death or surrender. Takia Genji said impatiently. He has seen a lot of dirty things, and as a high-level Japanese official, he has seen the disgusting white pigs with his own eyes. Listening to Takia Genji's words, Alice also became a little shaken from the initial firmness. After Hank's words, even if she really didn't do it, it is estimated that everyone's view of her will change greatly in the future. She was still somewhat unwilling to betray the United States. After all, she was only interested in Western children, and she was naturally repulsive to dirty Orientals. Lawrence, what do you think? Looking at Alice's tangled eyes, Laura couldn't help but look at Lawrence. Lawrence originally thought that he was the most perverted guy among these people, but now it seems that he is the most innocent one. He couldn't make up his mind for a while. After thinking about it, he asked Laura again. What about you, Laura? Don't worry, as long as you make a choice, I will definitely support you. Laura was also confused. Just as the three of them were wavering, Hank opened his mouth again and shouted to the awakened people behind them. My dear brothers, you have seen the current situation. If you still choose to follow Alice, then facing the attack of President Takia, you will not be able to survive. Think about your parents and your children. When the voice started, more members of the Superhero Alliance showed tangled colors. It's not that they don't want to surrender, but they don't want to be the first. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Hank continued to increase his strength and said, Brothers, why are you still hesitating? Why not join me? Hank, at least you can save your life. As soon as these words fell, immediately, a member stood up and shouted, Captain Hank, I, Charles, am willing to follow you. With Charles taking the lead, the members of the Superhero Alliance followed suit and shouted, I, am also willing to join the Chrysanthemum Society. Damn it, this is all Director Crow's decision-making mistakes. He wants to drag us into the abyss. I swear that I will no longer be loyal to the United States. I want to join the Chrysanthemum Society. One after another, people from the Superhero Alliance joined the Chrysanthemum Society. Takia Genji was very satisfied with this scene. Although the current Superhero Alliance has greatly reduced its strength after the battle with Dezhou, as the previous big brother, it is also a lean camel that is bigger than a horse. Once they join their Chrysanthemum Society, no matter whether it is sincere or false, at least the overall strength of the Chrysanthemum Society can be increased by at least twice. In a blink of an eye. Originally, nearly 80% of the 200 members of the Superhero Alliance had gone, and the remaining 30 or so people, led by Keel, were still hesitating. But these were no longer important. Takia Genji said loudly again, I have given you enough time, and now you have made your own choices. As for the next people, Takia Genji used his blood-red pupils with 9 magatama engraved on them to coldly glance at everyone and said with murderous intent, The rest, go to hell for me. Black flame. As soon as the voice fell, the blood-red pupils began to spin wildly, seeing that the ripples were about to spread out from the pupils. But the next second, Takia Genji's movement stagnated, and even his expression was stagnant. No, run. The people who had seen the strange black flames were so scared that they turned around and ran away. But strangely, they just ran 100 meters, and a voice stopped them. Everyone wait. Kill shouted. Captain Kill, run quickly, otherwise it will be too late. A member said in a panic. Yes, Captain Kill. Another member shouted. Kill was not panicked at all, and said, Don't you think there is something strange? With the attack speed of this black flame, how can you 2 second-level awakeners have a chance to run away? Hearing Kill's words, the others immediately reacted. Yes, it stands to reason that I should have been burned to death by the fire at this time. What is going on? While they were discussing, Hank's people also looked at Takia Genji strangely. Takia Genji stood still as if he was frozen, and he didn't even blink. looking very strange. A puzzled member walked forward and gently pushed Jinji Takia with his hand. The next second, a terrifying scene happened. Jinji Takia, who was standing still, suddenly had a blood line between his eyebrows. The blood line stretched wider and wider, and a large amount of blood splashed like a fountain, splashing the faces of the members next to him. Jinji Takia's body was also split into two halves at this moment, and each fell to one side. Takia, president, is dead. The member who was splashed with blood and turned into a bloody man was stunned and muttered to himself, not daring to move, and didn't know if he was scared silly. Hank was also standing there when he saw this horrible scene. He couldn't believe that Jinji Takia, who was just an arrogant 5th-level strongman, suddenly died inexplicably? Or was he cut in half? This is simply too ridiculous. Alice, Lawrence, and Laura, who were ready to surrender, were also shocked by this horrific scene. He died so soon, Laura said in disbelief. Gurgle. Lawrence swallowed his saliva and murmured, "This world is simply too crazy." Alice, who ranked second in the superhero league, was the first to react, staring at the body of Takia Jinji, and began to ponder. Who killed Takia Jinji? A 4th-level master can only slightly injure a 5th-level strongman, at most if he can kill a 5th-level strongman with one blow, even if the opponent is in the most relaxed state. If a 5th-level strongman does it, he can only seriously injure the opponent at most. In other words, being able to easily split a 5th-level awakener into two halves, and even when the opponent cannot detect it, the strength of the person who can do this is definitely above the 5th level. After coming to this conclusion, Alice felt bad. Just now she was forced to retreat by a 5th-level awakener, and now there is another awakener who is more powerful than the 5th-level strongman. Is God joking with her? Just as her mind was spinning rapidly, a teasing voice came from the sky. TSK, TSK, TSK. This old beast from the Chrysanthemum Society is not very strong. I really don't understand how he can scare the arrogant, beautiful Chinese like this. Hearing this voice, everyone dared not be careless and turned their heads to look for the sound. I saw that above 100 meters in the sky, a young man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and big shorts, licking a pair of flip-flops, was floating in the air. The young man crossed his chest and looked down at them with a teasing smile on his face. Who are you? Looking at the young oriental face, Hank shouted first. Noisy, did I ask you to speak? The young man frowned and pointed at Hank with one hand. In an instant, a golden light flew out from the young man's finger and shot directly at Hank. Scatter quickly, Captain Hank, an awakened person warned. On the other hand, Hank was panicking. Of course, he wanted to dodge, but strangely, the beam seemed to lock him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't dodge no matter where he went. Just like that, Hank watched the light continue to expand in his sight. Boom. There was a bang. Hank exploded on the spot and turned into a blood mist. Seeing this scene, all the people in the superhero league, including Alice, were shocked. Is this man a psychopath? Killing people for a disagreement is too cold-blooded. Alice, who wanted to speak, swallowed the words in her mouth, fearing that the other party would kill people for a disagreement. The superhero league member who had reminded Hank before was also scared and screamed, and turned his head and ran away. He remembered that Captain Hank was killed by the other party because he said one more word, and he who reminded Hank would never let him go. As expected, the young man frowned at the member and said calmly, "Did I let you run away?" After saying that, he pointed to the distance. A golden light was also shot out. Boom. A cloud of blood mist exploded directly. The young man killed 2 people in a row, and they all did it on a whim. In their eyes, the young man was already equal to the god of killing. Seeing that the member was blown to pieces by his move, the young man showed a satisfied look, yawned in midair, looked down at Alice and others on the ground, showed a smile that he thought was beautiful, and said, "Sorry, I just cleaned up 2 flies. Now I feel better. Now I will introduce myself. Gulu." Everyone in the superhero alliance swallowed their saliva, but they were also very curious about the identity of the young man. The young man continued, "My name is Jiang Cheng, from Dazhou, honorary major general of the Imperial City." Hearing this introduction, Lawrence, Alice, and others' hearts fell to the bottom. Especially Alice. She was cursing in her heart. Damn crow, why didn't you investigate it before coming? If they knew that there was such a killing god in Dazhou, they would never come here. Lawrence collapsed instantly and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Sir, if we knew that you were in Dezhou, we would never come here. Please spare our lives, even if we become slaves. Did I let you speak? Jiang Cheng's eyes turned cold, and he glanced at Lawrence with an extremely indifferent look. Hearing this, Laura instantly shouted, Lawrence, run. Lawrence reacted and immediately transformed into a werewolf, turning into a shadow at a speed of 4,000 meters per second and running desperately towards the distance. Damn it, this guy is so scary, I almost peed myself. Lawrence thought as he ran. Jiang Cheng looked at Lawrence running away and curled his lips, sneering. You run pretty fast, but unfortunately, not fast enough. As he said that, he clapped his hands and shouted softly, Great Destruction Palm. The sky was changing, and a huge palm print, like the hand of a god, fell from the sky and hit the ground 10 kilometers away. For a moment, the ground shook. Boom. Palm-shaped dust rose up. The surviving members of the Super League watched this horrific scene and swallowed hard. With such strength, one can no longer be called an awakened person, and it is not an exaggeration to call him a god. God, what kind of monster did you let me meet? Laura murmured to herself. Alice also frowned, her face gloomy, and she didn't dare to speak. Feeling Lawrence's aura disappearing in the distance, Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and a level 4 Doomsday Warrior flew out of thin air from the Ring of God's Fall. Go and take back the Crystal of Awakening. Yes, Master. The 4th level Doomsday Warrior disappeared in a flash. Jiang Cheng continued to turn his head to look at the people standing on the ground and said with a smile, I remember someone just said the longest sentence. I wonder who this person is? Let me find him out personally. Or do you stand up on your own? Silence. Collective silence. Everyone in the Super League didn't dare to say a word, and they were even careful to take another breath, for fear of angering the Killer Star and having to go see God. Seeing that no one spoke, Jiang Cheng said regretfully, Well, since none of you are willing to speak, then let's all die. The tone suddenly turned cold, and everyone present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and a wave of fear came from their souls. Suddenly, an awakened person lost control on the spot, shouted, I can't stand it anymore. I'll fight you. Shouting, he rushed over suddenly, his body emitting a dazzling light. Self-destruction? Jiang Cheng smiled playfully and pointed at the man. Freeze. Click. The man who rushed over was instantly enveloped in a cold air, and in less than half a second, he was frozen into an ice lump. Looking outside the ice, you could still see his out-of-control facial features. Broken. Crackle. A crack spread out on the ice, and with the crisp sound of glass breaking, the frozen member of the Premier League and the ice directly turned into pieces, which was particularly dazzling in the sun. What a beautiful scenery. Jiang Cheng sighed, turned to look at Alice and the others, and said with a smile, Now, it's your turn. Damn it. Hurry up. Let's go together. He can't kill us all at the same time alone. We still have a chance. Laura shouted wildly. Yeah. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint voice sounded in Laura's ear, and she could even feel a little warmth coming from her earlobe. She was so frightened that she stood there, her pupils trembling, and she finally reacted and wanted to speak. Begging for mercy, she found that she could not make a sound no matter what, and at the same time a feeling of suffocation came over her. Then, she only felt her eyes drop, and a headless corpse slowly fell in front of her. This is my body. Talking to herself, she began to yell crazily to return to her body, but the next second, however, his body was wrapped in a ball of fire and began to burn. The man's voice came again. Sorry, I almost forgot. You seem to have vampire-like abilities. No, no, no. Laura shouted in despair, but she could only watch helplessly as her body was burned to ashes, and she also lost her vitality bit by bit. After getting rid of Laura, Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining people playfully, pointed his right hands together, and shouted softly. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. Zheng. The remaining members of the Super League looked blankly at the golden swords condensed in the sky above them, and completely lost the idea of escape. The next second, fall. Jiang Cheng waved his wrist, and countless lightsabers fell like meteors. Oh, help! I don't want to die. Screams rang out again and again. In despair, The members of the Super League were wiped out. Oh, no, there is one blonde woman left. What a gorgeous view. Jiang Cheng looked at the members of the Super League who had been wiped out, and turned to look at the beautiful woman in the sky waving flames and wings, with a halo above her head like an angel, and said with a smile, "Finally, it's your turn, angel." Devil, this man is definitely a devil. Alice was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and crystal-clear liquid floated down from the sky under her feet. She was so scared that she peed. However, he didn't care about his ugly appearance and quickly landed on the ground. His knees as white as milk plopped on the ground, and then he hurriedly crawled over like a dog, begging and flattering. "Spare me. Please let me. Anything can be done." As he spoke, he slowly took off his clothes. Seeing the woman's ugly appearance, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with disgust. He saw the scene where Hank attacked her just now. He has no interest in giving him this piece of crap that has slept with countless men. "Get away." Jiang Cheng kicked Alice to the ground. But he didn't expect that Alice was lying on all fours, with her tongue sticking out of her mouth and saying to please. "Master, Alice is willing to be your master." Not finished yet. Jiang Cheng raised his hand directly. Great destruction palm. Boom. At this moment, the Super League was completely wiped out except for Crow. Looking at the hundreds of corpses on the ground, Jiang Cheng walked quickly towards the battlefield in front of the Imperial City. At the same time, in front of the Imperial City of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a giant ice blue dragon and a gray python dragon 1 mile long are fighting. Frost breath, dragon fury, the dark blue energy shock wave, and a ball of red dragon flame collided with each other. But soon, a huge noise brought the two people's fight to an abrupt end. "What's that sound?" Li Zimin. "What happened?" Crow. Not only the two of them, but all the forces present stopped fighting and looked in the direction of the explosion, until they saw a mushroom cloud slowly rising. The people from the forces felt something was wrong. Could it be that the old ghost Takia Genji made the noise? Li Zimin thought secretly in his heart. Crow did not have the good face like Li Zimin, and his blue dragon face looked particularly gloomy. Only Bai Mian showed a strange light. She knew that her master was coming. Sure enough, the next second, a young man appeared out of thin air in the sky. He looked down at all the people on the ground and said loudly, "I didn't expect that I hadn't been here for a few days, and my great Zhou Imperial City would become so lively." "Who are you?" Li Zimin and Crow said in unison. Then Li Zimin continued, "Did you cause the explosion just now? Where is Takia Koen? Are you talking about that old bastard in a kimono?" Jiang Cheng asked with a smile. Hearing this, Li Zimin suddenly had an extremely bad premonition and couldn't help but nodded and said, "Yes. He was killed by me with one sword." Jiang Cheng said lightly, as if he was telling a very ordinary thing. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Takia Koen is a master of the 5th level. How could he be killed so easily? No, it should be said that no one in the entire Great Zhou can beat Takia Koen's opponent." Li Zimin shouted in a voiceless voice, his face full of disbelief. And the people of the Chrysanthemum Society also shouted, "You Chinese pig, how can you possibly be a match for our president? Get down here and kowtow and apologize if you know what's best for you, or the president will crush you to death." "Bagaya, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not." Jiang Cheng spread his hands helplessly and then said with a smile, "I just know that you all have to go see the King of Hell in a while." Shameless talk. Li Zimin looked annoyed. The man in front of him was simply too young. How could he have the strength to kill Takia Genji? He was probably bluffing. Without thinking, he opened the dragon's mouth and roared directly. "Go to hell, dragon's wrath." A ball of fiery red energy began to accumulate in the mouth and was about to erupt. Wang Jiangwo, Zheng Ping, Yang Liang and others below were even more worried. The people in Bangzi country started laughing crazily. "Ha ha. This Zhou man doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth." So far, Director Crow is the only one who can handle the president's dragon's wrath. The people of Dazhou will pay the price for their ignorance. But the next second, Yang Liang and others knew that their worries were unnecessary. People from Bangzi country have even bigger mouths. It's quite arrogant, but I don't know if I have the capital to be arrogant. Jiang Cheng sighed. Then with a look on his face, he grabbed the void with his right hand and a long bronze sword appeared in his palm. Slowly raising the sword, Jiang Cheng flexed his body. Thunder knife, Zila. A series of electric arcs wrapped around the blade, and the entire bronze sword suddenly flashed with cyan lightning, and together with Jiang Cheng, turned into a cyan lightning and rushed towards Li Zimin. Go to hell. As soon as the red energy ball in Li Zimin's mouth broke out, it was cut in half by a cyan lightning. How is this possible? Li Zimin watched the dragon's fury collapse, and just as he uttered a few words, he suddenly froze on the spot. Soon, a line of blood came out from the corner of his mouth toward his ears. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out from his head, and half of Li Zimin's head, including the bridge of his nose, was slowly speaking. Boom! The huge body hit the ground hard, causing the ground to tremble. Li Zimin dead. Seeing this strange scene, everyone in Bangzi Kingdom was filled with souls. They were arrogant, and the invincible president died like this. Oh my God! This must be a dream. How could a fifth-level strong man be killed so easily, or in an instant? This is so dreamy. Everyone in Bangzi country didn't want to believe it, but the corpse of a giant dragon that fell in front of them was particularly eye-catching, especially the half-head that had been cut off and still gushing with blood, which was particularly dazzling. It took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Plop! A handsome young man in a trench coat headed by Bangzi Kingdom suddenly knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Sir, I, Du Juanhao, am willing to surrender. Please forgive us. Appa Du Juanhao, how can you surrender to the enemy so easily? You are the hero of my country. A woman roared, then looked at Jiang Cheng and knelt down with a plop, crying. Sir, I surrender too. Damn it, Li Jinying, this shameless Bichi. When the awakened members on the side saw the woman kneeling, they quickly knelt down too. After a while, the members of Bangzi Kingdom fell to their knees. Seeing this magical scene, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but marvel. Should I call him a stick? This level of shamelessness is comparable to that of Japan. Did he learn it from his beautiful father? Just as he was thinking about it, Du Juanhao cried again. Sir, my Bangzi country has been the territory of the Zhou dynasty since ancient times. My ancestors even migrated from Chu province. According to my grandfather's grandfather, my ancestors even had the surname River. The words just fell. Everyone on de Zhou's side became strangely quiet. Everyone looked at Du Juanhao with a hint of pity. Du Juanhao was a little confused and thought Jiang Cheng was going to let him go. I didn't expect the next moment. Jiang Cheng looked annoyed and slapped it down with a palm. Great destruction palm. Boom. Several awakened people, including Du Juanhao, were directly photographed and turned into minced meat. You alone deserve the surname Jiang. Jiang Cheng said coldly. Although Bangzi country is indeed somewhat related to Chu province, that is also the reason why Chu province's geographical name was stolen. After getting rid of Du Juanhao, Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining Bangzi people and said, For the sake of your sincerity and surrender, I will give you 10 seconds to escape. As long as you can escape, I will forget the blame. Really? My lord, a member of the Awakened Alliance said in surprise. As one of the top 5 Awakeners in the Alliance of Awakeners and a 4th-level Awakener, his speed has reached 5 kilometers per second. 10 seconds was enough for him to run dozens of kilometers. Besides, with these salted fish and rotten shrimps on his back, he can definitely escape. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, everyone in Dazhou looked at each other. Yang Liang was even more anxious and said, Old man, if we really let these people run away with such a good opportunity, it will be more of a loss than a gain. Do you want to give some advice to Major General Jiang? Wang Zhangwo shook his head and said, Young friend Jiang Cheng must have a reason for saying this. Let's wait and see what happens. But, no need to say more. Wang Zhangwo waved his hand, and Yang Liang, who was about to speak, could only swallow the words in his mouth. Of course, I, Jiang Cheng, always keep my word. Jiang Cheng smiled. Then his face turned serious, and he said, Then I'm going to start counting. Are you all ready? Ready, sir. All the people in the Awakening Alliance said in unison, and they looked at Jiang Cheng with gratitude. What a good person. Give them time to escape. If they have the chance to run back, they will never come to Dezhou again. Then I'm going to start counting. 10. Jiang Cheng said. Then countless sword lights gathered above the heads of these people. Everyone in the Awakening Alliance suddenly felt something was wrong. No, he lied to us. What's going on? It was clearly agreed. Amidst the cries, countless sword lights fell from the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Boom. Some of them were killed instantly by the sticks that went through their chests. They were lucky to die. Those who were unlucky were hit by several swords, but still survived, leaving a trace of life, watching the long swords continue to grow in front of their eyes. The whole process lasted for more than a minute. Wait until the sword light dissipated. Everyone looked inside. I saw that the ground was full of mud pits, and there were broken limbs and arms on the edge of the mud pits. Obviously, the people of the entire Awakener Alliance could not die anymore. Seeing this terrifying move, the first person to be shocked was Crow. You have to know that there are more than 100 Awakeners. Among them, several are 4th-level masters. If it were him, it would be impossible to kill these people in such a short time, but the young man in front of him killed more than 100 Awakeners with just one move. And Li Zimin, who is a 5th-level master comparable to him, was also killed by this young man with one move. This strength is too terrifying. On the other hand, the situation in the Great Zhou was different. The Dragonfang Legion and the Special Affairs Bureau cheered. Long live Major General Jiang Cheng. Long live Major General Jiang Cheng. Long live Major General Jiang Cheng. Wang Zhangwo, Yang Liang, and Zheng Ping were even more delighted. With such a god of war in the Great Zhou, why should they fear the nations? At the same time, Wang Zhangwo was also glad that Jiang Cheng was from the Great Zhou and was kind to the Great Zhou Imperial City. If he had changed his attitude and ignored Jiang Cheng, then the Koreans today might be him in the future. Looking at the Awakener Alliance that was wiped out, Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked at the ice-blue dragon in front of him and smiled. Frost Dragon Crow, do you have anything to say? What do you want me to say? What should I say? Damn Dazhou people. Crow had already cursed in his heart, but he didn't know how to answer. At the same time, he thought to himself, Alice and the others should have escaped by now. While he was silent, Jiang Cheng's voice sounded. Oh, by the way, I forgot something. With that said, Jiang Cheng turned to look at the members of the Juhua Club who were all dumbfounded, and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I just ignored you. It's okay, we will listen to what the adults say. As the second in command of the Chrysanthemum Club, Sakamoto Ryuji said with a smile. Not bad. Fortunately, he is my neighbor in Dazhou. He has a very nice attitude. Jiang Cheng praised. Sakamoto Ryuji nodded quickly, bowed and smiled. That's right, sir. But I was already scolding in my heart. How could they have fallen into such an embarrassing situation if that old guy Takiya Jinji hadn't forced his way into attacking Dazhou? And the killing god in front of them is even more moody. Who knows if they will end up like those gangsters? Sakamoto Ryuji could only be cautious. Jiang Cheng pretended to be deep in thought for a while, and said, In this case, I won't talk nonsense, just one thing. Sakamoto Ryuji smiled apologetically and said, Sir, please speak. Jiang Cheng said, Your Japanese country owes us something, and we need to calculate it now. What do you think? After saying that, he looked at Sakamoto Ryuji with a smile. Sakamoto Ryuji looked puzzled and said cautiously, This? What do you mean, sir? 100 years ago. As soon as Jiang Cheng uttered a few words, Sakamoto Ryuji immediately looked shocked and cursed angrily. Bagaya Road, Qingqingkun, take everyone and run away. Wanna run? Jiang Cheng sneered, raised his hand, and slapped it directly. Great Destruction Palm. Giant handprints fell from the sky and instantly covered the members of the Chrysanthemum Club. Boom. There was only a deafening sound, and everyone turned to look. There was a giant palm print hole on the ground in front of them, and inside it was a mess of blood and flesh, with the broken limbs and broken arms squeezed together. The Chrysanthemum Club was destroyed. Looking at this scene, Jiang Cheng didn't feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable. These damn devils committed a brutal and inhumane massacre on Dazhou 100 years ago, and these guys from the Juhua Club were the first sacrifices, so that those in Dazhou could the heroic spirits try the appetizers first. After finishing dealing with the Juhua Club, Jiang Cheng turned to look at the absent-minded Crow and said with a faint smile, Director Crow, I'm sorry, something has delayed me for a while. Let's continue. Gulu, what kind of devil is this guy? He was able to kill hundreds of people one moment and be so amiable the next. He was simply more terrifying than the devil Satan. Swallowing hard, Crow lost his previous composure. All reason and wisdom were lost in the face of extreme fear, and he turned to please. Jiang, Major General Jiang Cheng, I wonder what you were talking about. Then I'm not welcome. Next, I'll ask and you answer. Is that okay, Mr. Crow? Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Crow's huge dark blue dragon body nodded quickly and said, Ask as much as you want. I will definitely tell you everything. At first, Crow thought he could face death calmly, but in the face of true power, he only felt that life and death were no longer in his control. This feeling of life being worse than death was more terrifying than death. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, First question, how much military strength does the beautiful country have left? In which states are they distributed? Remember, I want the specific location. Crow nodded quickly and said, The 30 states and special zones still retain a lot of military strength, with a total of more than 600,000 troops. We also have 3 fleets in the Pacific and under the coast of Bangzi country. A complete set of Satan systems has been deployed, including more than 300 nuclear warheads and tens of thousands of others. General MacArthur is responsible for the deployment of these missile systems and troops. In addition, we have deployed a complete Starlink system on the Blue Star's atmosphere. Mr. Nyask is in charge of this system. Where are MacArthur and Nyask? All in Washington. Jiang Cheng asked about some military deployments of other Western countries. Until the conversation is over, Crow said cautiously, Mr. Jiang Cheng, I have said everything I should and should not say, do you think? That's it. Then I'll take you home now. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, Go home. Crow couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Liangzi's breathing getting heavier. Are you telling the truth? Can you really let me go home? He really didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be so easy to talk to. Jiang Cheng grinned and said, Of course, we Zhou people often say, a gentleman's words are hard to follow. I am very trustworthy, and I will personally send you back. No, don't bother Mr. Jiang Cheng. You're too polite. I can go back by myself. Crow waved his hand in refusal. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, No, it must be delivered by me. This is the etiquette of us Zhou people. Facing Jiang Cheng's enthusiasm, Crow couldn't resist the kindness and could only think, Okay, since Mr. Jiang Cheng has said so, and it would be hypocritical of me to refuse anymore, should we set off now? Crow thought for a while. Although Zhou was separated from beautiful country by an ocean, almost halfway across the equator, at their speed, they could reach it in half an hour at most, which was not too long. Of course, Mr. Crow, are you ready? Jiang Cheng smiled. Crow asked curiously, Mr. Jiang Cheng, do you need any preparations? Of course, you listen to me count 3, 2. Listening to Jiang Cheng's countdown, Crow only thought that this was Jiang Cheng's special habit. 1. The last sound fell. Crow flapped his wings and was about to take off into the sky. But as soon as he turned around, he heard a soft shout. I will send you to see God right now. 5th level heavenly demon fist. What? Crow turned around suddenly, but found a black fist shadow zooming in his sight. The next second, crack. Crow's huge dragon head was smashed like a watermelon. Red blood mixed with gray brains splashed all over the floor. The huge dragon body collapsed, and the ground shook like an earthquake for several seconds. Super League destroyed. After doing this, Jiang Cheng turned around and landed in front of Wang Jingwo, who was still in a daze, and said hello. Commander Wang, I'm sorry, I'm a little late. Hearing the sound, Wang Jingwo just woke up as if from a dream. He looked at the corpse lying on the ground behind Jiang Cheng, and then at the harmless smile of the young man in front of him. He couldn't help but shudder, but as the commander-in-chief of the great Zhou dynasty, he's still forcing himself to calm down. He said, Brother Jiang Cheng, Dazhou is really grateful to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would all have to answer here. There was a hint of caution in his tone. However, Jiang Cheng simply ignored it and said with a smile, It's just a small matter. I am from the Zhou dynasty. If foreign enemies invade, I will be on the line to kill them. Okay. Wang Jingwo laughed loudly. Jiang Cheng's words completely made the stone hanging in his heart fall down. So he took Jiang Cheng's hand and said enthusiastically, Little friend Jiang, this is not the place to talk. Why don't we go in? Before he could finish speaking, a voice interrupted him. Brother Jiang, please help me, Xiaofeng. Listening, Jiang Cheng turned around and looked. I saw Yang Liang kneeling down directly holding a woman whose body was covered in blood holes and whose clothes were soaked with blood. This is Director Zhao. Although the woman was covered in blood and her face was covered by her hair, Jiang Cheng quickly recognized it as Zhao Xiaofeng, director of the 2nd Special Affairs Bureau. Please save Xiaofeng. She is about to die. Yang Liang became more and more excited as he talked. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed 3 times on the ground, causing a crack in the ground. Jiang Cheng reacted and quickly bent towards Zhao Xiaofeng's nostrils, then felt the pulse on Zhao Xiaofeng's neck. When he found that there was still a slight beating, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he died, he really had no choice. After all, no one had the ability to come back to life, but if he was still alive, that would be easy to say. He directly took out 2 secondary recovery potions from the Ring of God's Fall and injected them directly. With the introduction of 2 secondary recovery potions, Zhao Xiaofeng's chest rose and fell back to normal, but the injuries on his body were still serious. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng took out 2 more first-level recovery potions and poured them into her, and then took out a bottle of spirit pond water and poured it into Zhao Xiaofeng. Soon, a magical scene happened. The blood hole that was still bleeding on Zhao Xiaofeng's body stopped at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then quickly scabbed over. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, Okay, she should be fine after a month of training. As for when she wakes up, it depends on her recovery. In fact, he still has 2 little herb pills, which can instantly revive Zhao Xiaofeng with full health, but the little herb pill is too precious and he cannot use it on outsiders. Another way is for him to jump back to Dawn Base, and under the powerful recovery effect of the medical cabin, he can recover as before. It's just that in this way, Dazhou will look for him whenever someone is seriously injured. However, the medical resources in Dawn City are also limited. Will he take it or not when the time comes? Besides, there are 1st-level and 2nd-level recovery potions, gene-enhancing potions, and spiritual pond water. As long as you don't die, multiple injuries can be stopped, so there is no need to make things too complicated. Thank you, Brother Jiang Cheng. Yang Liang was a grown man, and when he saw that Zhao Xiaofeng was fine, he burst into tears for a moment. All the swordsmen looked amused again. Let me just say that the director cares about Director Zhao. The director is still too arrogant. Zheng Ping saw Yang Liang losing his composure and shook her head in relief. After all, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Next, Jiang Cheng, Wang Zhangwo, and the number 1 officer Zhou discussed a lot in the secret room, including the supply of awakening potions and some basic combat readiness and policies towards surrounding countries. Mr. Zhou, it's better to choose a day than to hit the sun. Today I will take care of all the surrounding north and south sticks, monkeys, ASEAN, and beautiful countries. I will clear away the threats in Asia for my great Zhou. As for those who are watching Blue Star in Europe, let's solve the problem of the North and South Poles when I am strong enough. After discussing with the 2 of them, Jiang Cheng dropped another level 4 awakening potion to Zhou, and then flew out directly towards the sky above Bangzi Kingdom. Looking at Jiang Cheng's leaving figure, Zhou and Wang Zhangwo looked at each other. Zhou couldn't laugh or cry and said, Little friend Jiang Cheng is still so impatient. Yes, but I just want to take advantage of this time to completely clear away the obstacles for me, to Zhou. While the 2 were chatting, Jiang Cheng had already flown over Bangzi country. Su, test the military base of Bangzi country for me. No problem, master. A virtual figure appeared, floating next to Jiang Cheng, sweeping the ground, and a white light glowed in his eyes. Soon, the white light disappeared. Su pointed to a location and said, Servant master, it's just under that mountain. Besides, clear. Jiang Cheng nodded and said to the silver bracelet on his wrist, Bye. I'll leave the rest of the position to you. I'll take care of it here. No problem, master. Bai laughed playfully, spread a pair of wings on his back, and flew towards the distance. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, looked at the mountains that were several kilometers below his feet. He grasped them in the air with one hand, and the 8th-level mountain spirit sword appeared in his hands. Violence must be repaid. Jiang Cheng recited silently, His eyes flashed with light, his aura began to rise, and the 8th-level mountain spirit, sword in his hand, shone with a faint hint of blue blindness. Destroyed, mountains and rivers with one sword. The 8th-level mountain spirit sword flew from Jiang Cheng's hand and floated above Jiang Cheng's head. A blue beam of light rose into the sky. At the same time, below the mountains, a secret room made entirely of metal. Several old men sat together. One of the old men laughed and said, "Counting the time, that old boy Li Zimin should have occupied the imperial city of Zhou dynasty. Ha ha, God has blessed me. Dazhou has finally become our territory." Another old man laughed, while several people continued chatting. Suddenly, a soldier ran in a panic and shouted, "Commander-in-Chief!" A strong energy field suddenly appeared in the sky. "Do you want to destroy it?" Strong energy field? The old man who was called Commander-in-Chief stood up and immediately decided to go forward and check it out, but just took 2 steps. Boom! A ball of fire came towards him. Before he could react, he and the top officials behind him were all swallowed up by tongues of fire. And now above the sky, seeing the ground stretching for several kilometers, crisscrossing several sword marks, and the light of fire rising into the sky, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Now, the headquarters of the Korean country has been destroyed by him, and from now on, there is no threat from the Korean country. After dealing with the Korean country, Jiang Cheng rushed to Japan. That's it. He traveled through hundreds of countries. From outer space, the stars of fire in the Asian position of the blue planet shot up into the sky and lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. January 27th, 2023, 9:53 in the morning. Jiang Cheng looked at his masterpiece fiercely and breathed a sigh of relief. 3 whole days. He went from Japan to Era, and then from Era to America. It can be said that except for Europe, Africa, and the North and South Secondary, all the high-level awakeners of all the countries around Zhou were basically killed by him, and their military forces were also destroyed by him. The next year, Jiang Cheng began to spread to the entire Chu province with Lin Xian, and built the entire Chu province into a doomsday city with the city of Dawn as the center and 50 sub-bases as the auxiliary. It is worth mentioning that the scope of Dawn City has also expanded from the original radius of 3 kilometers to a giant city with 4 cities, Tiannan, Linxian, Hansheng, and Jiangcheng, still named Dawn City, with a population of 50,000. Jiang Cheng still serves as the Lord of Dawn City. It is worth mentioning that Lu Xinru gave birth to a son for Jiang Cheng on August 9, 2023. Jiang Cheng named him Jiang'an, which means a peaceful life. Jiang'an didn't know whether it was because his parents were both high-level awakeners, but he had the strength of a 3rd-level awakener at birth. Luo Fan was transferred to Chudu, and his strength reached the 7th level, and the original Chudu was also changed to Dawn City 2. The remaining 49 sub-bases are all named Dawn, numbered 3 to 51. Each subbase owner has at least the strength of a 6th-level awakener. The total population of all Chu provinces has reached 300,000. Lin Rou, Li Qingwan, Zhang Qingya, and Lu Xinru have also reached the strength of an 8th-level middle awakener. Dad even reached the 8th level. The other captains of the Dawn Guard reached the 7th level. As Jiang Cheng's corpse servant, Along reached the 8th level. Miao Pass also reached the 8th level. Jiang Yu reached the 8th level. In addition to these people, Jiang Cheng assisted the Great Zhou Imperial City to recapture the Zhou capital and build a new survivor city. As for the other provincial capitals of the Great Zhou, Jiang Cheng also began to try to contact them, and Kangwu, which was the first to reach a cooperation with him, was the first choice. February 14th, 2024. Kangwu Base. Brother Jiang Cheng, it's settled. No problem. I wish us a happy cooperation. Jiang Cheng said goodbye and left directly after negotiating the cooperation with Kangwu Base. In the sky, as Jiang Cheng left Kangwu Base, a voice floated beside Jiang Cheng. Servant, I have found the second Zwabin star site. Su, I finally waited for you to say this. Su, location. Jiang Cheng said quietly. The first Zwabin ruins were discovered at the original location of Chudu. Jiang Cheng took Su there, but unfortunately, all the spacecraft components inside had been destroyed and had no use value. Su said, Japanese country, 500 meters below Mount Fuji in Tokyo. Understood. Jiang Cheng nodded, turned around, looked at the position of the Japanese country, and said softly, "Leap. Call out." The object in front of Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and when his vision became clear, he was already hovering in the center of Mount Fuji. At this time, Japan has changed a lot from a year ago. A year ago, due to the revival of spiritual energy, the land area of Japan expanded tenfold, but traces of human buildings and human activities can still be seen. Today, the foot of Mount Fuji is lush, and the bottom has turned into a sea of green forests, and occasionally there are the roars of unknown beasts can be heard. Look at Mount Fuji again. It is surrounded by white snow, and thick smoke is billowing from the center. Under the thick smoke is hot magma. Just under this magma, Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows. Su nodded and said, "Yes, master." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Cheng nodded and shouted softly, "Triple Vajra body." A ray of golden light covered the whole body, and then blended into the skin. If you look carefully, you will find a golden light flowing in the skin. Unbreakable golden body. Zheng. A layer of golden light covered the whole body, and from a distance, it looked like a golden transparent ball. 8th level mountain spirit sword. Jiang Cheng's thoughts moved, and an ancient bronze sword glowing with green light floated in front of him. After making preparations, Jiang Cheng looked at Mount Fuji at his feet, his body lightened, head down, and with the 8th level mountain spirit sword in front, he dived directly towards the magma. Call. The moment he fell, the howling wind kept ringing in his ears, and the strong wind kept blowing from his face. Soon, a scorching heat hit his face. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, did not change his expression and plunged directly into the magma. Speaking of which, this was the first time Jiang Cheng saw the inside of magma. The surroundings are flaming red, and it is an endless sea of fire. If ordinary creatures fall, they will probably be burned to nothing. Even the 5th level awakened ones cannot withstand the high temperature of the magma. But now Jiang Cheng has reached the level of the 9th level. His body is no longer afraid of high temperatures. Coupled with the blessing of the triple Vajra body, his body strength is comparable to that of the 10th level. With the protection of the unbreakable golden body, the entire blue body, there is no place that Xing cannot go. The scene of the sea of magma and fire only lasted for a few seconds, and soon darkness appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Shanchuan spirit sword, break it open for me. With a thought, the mountain spirit sword flying in front began to rotate rapidly, like a drill. The rock formation in front was easily broken open and extended downward for about a mile. Bang! The stone wall cracked, and Jiang Cheng entered an extremely dark space. Light! Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers. Dots of light, like fireflies, spread out from his hands and flew in all directions. After a while, the entire space was illuminated, and Jiang Cheng was able to see the entire space. This is a huge cave space. The cave walls are inlaid with various strange rocks, and occasionally you can see little golden glows. The ground area alone is the size of 100 football fields. The height is more than 100 meters, and overall it is an oval space. Jiang Cheng swept towards the ground. I saw a round ball of blue light stopping quietly in the center of the cave floor. The light ball is very large, with a radius of 100 meters, and there are wriggling blue vines on the light ball, which looks very magical. Is this the Zhuobin Star's spaceship? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. I have to say that the shape of this spaceship is very unique. It looks like a CPAC Takraw ball used in ancient Kuju games in the Great Zhou dynasty. Su smiled and said, the crystal vines on the surface are a unique product on Zhuobin Star. They can continuously generate energy by absorbing spiritual energy. The energy generated by one crystal vine in one day is enough to support such a spacecraft to fly 1,000 light years. In other words, if this crystal vine is used to generate electricity on Blue Star before the end of the world, it can provide the entire Blue Star with electricity until the Blue Star dies. A few such crystal vines are enough to support a long space voyage. Not only that, the crystal vines do not need to be cultivated and can grow on their own. One crystal vine can give birth to a new crystal vine within 100 years. It can be said that, as long as it is not destroyed by external forces, Jingmon's energy is almost endless. Listening to Su's introduction, Jiang Cheng was shocked beyond words. You must know that before the end of the world, the Blue Star countries had constant conflicts due to energy issues. What is ridiculous is that a crystal vine on Zwabine can solve all energy crises. It is a pity that such a thing was discovered in the third year after the doomsday began. 99% of humanity was wiped out. How ironic. However, the city of Dawn is now in a period of rapid construction. If Jiang Cheng's mind moved and he asked, Su, can City of Dawn use the energy in the crystal vines? Su sure smiled and said, it's natural to be able, but the crystal vines themselves will release a large amount of radioactive substances. After a long period of evolution, Zwabine people can be immune to such radiation, but it's a bit hard to say for Blue Star people. At this point, Su changed the subject and said with a smile, of course, if you reach the level of a third-level awakener, you will naturally be immune to the effects of radiation. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's thoughts that had just arisen suddenly fell. The population of Dawn City is 50,000, of which only half are awakened, and the awakened above level 3 only account for 1/10 of this half, which can be said to be very rare. Of course, with the current energy points, he can completely transform all the new citizens of Dawn City into level 3 awakened, but the strength obtained so easily will make everyone impetuous. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng gave up this idea. In terms of improving strength, it is better for everyone to do tasks and then exchange potions. In this way, the hard-earned strength will be more cherished. However, he can take some samples of crystal vines back for Dr. Ho Yin to study. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng immediately commanded the mountain and river spirit sword to chop off a crystal vine. But at the moment he took action, the blue light ball suddenly changed. A dazzling light shot up from the light ball. Several figures flew out of the light column and landed steadily on the light ball. Jiang Cheng frowned and looked. There were 10 figures in total. These figures were shining with metal, as if they were wearing armor. Their eyes were shining with a faint white light, staring at him straight, with a somewhat unfriendly look. Su, what is this? Servant, be careful. This is a combat robot of the Zwabin people, and its strength is probably on the 8th level. Su reminded. It seems that there seems to be a huge guy sleeping in this spaceship. After Jiang Cheng and Su Gang finished speaking, the white light in the eyes of the combat robots instantly turned into red light, and they exuded a powerful aura. Call out. A combat robot instantly disappeared and rushed towards Jiang Cheng. Haha, that's it. Feeling the strong wind blowing against his face, Jiang Cheng tilted his head back slightly and slowly drew a fist in front of him, dodging the sudden blow with ease. Then, with a thought from Jiang Cheng, the Shanchuan spirit sword flew out instantly. Bang! In just one breath, the Shanchuan spirit sword directly pierced the charging battle robot. However, this was not enough to cause fatal damage to a robot. It only left a large hole with electric sparks in the opponent's body, slightly delaying the opponent's movements. Sure enough, after being pierced by the Shanchuan spirit sword, the battle robot twitched, and then raised its fist and punched Jiang Cheng in the face again. Just as he rushed 1 meter in front of Jiang Cheng, his head was blown off by the Shanchuan spirit sword, and then his body softened and fell directly, hitting the cave floor. Bang! Jiang Cheng lowered his head and glanced at the motionless combat robot on the ground, already having an idea in his mind. It is estimated that this is the opponent's core of control. Thinking about it, he grabbed hold of the void, and the spirit sword flew into the palm of his hand obediently. With a little step, ripples spread under his feet. Swish! Jiang Cheng disappeared instantly. At the same time, the eyes of the remaining 9 battle robots all flashed red. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. They all rushed towards Jiang Cheng. But just for a second, several firelights rose in the sky. By the time Jiang Cheng appeared again, the ground was covered with the remains of combat robots. Swinging his long sword, Jiang Cheng looked at the combat robots on the ground with some disdain. For him, even if there were another 100 8th-level robots, he could easily deal with them. Servant Master, don't take it lightly. I can feel that the Zwabine people sleeping here are not simple. Su reminded. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, don't worry, I understand. The words just fell. A transparent, streamlined cabin like a shuttle slowly rises from the blue sphere. Inside the cabin, You can clearly see a humanoid creature with gray-blue skin lying quietly with his hands folded on his chest. But the next second, a faint voice sounded in the cave. "Blue Star Man, you are so brave. You dare to break into my sleeping place. Do you know your guilt?" Listening to the voice, Jiang Cheng frowned and looked at the front hatch. He could hear the other person's voice even though the other person didn't speak. It was probably similar to the ability of teleportation. Hee. Jiang Cheng sneered and didn't answer. Instead, he stared at the creature in front of him and secretly said, "Open the eyes of data. Name, Sorrow. Race, Zwabin people. Level 10 or above. Wisdom, 38 for 1,000. Strength, 1600, 0000, Agility, 1000, 0000. Spirit, 50, 0000. Skills, Mind Key, Destruction Star, Air Control, Mental Storm, 3 transformations, Devouring Evolution, 10 consecutive air kills, Death Ray Bomb. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 1650, 1038 for 1,000. Looking at the other party's data, Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was true. There is indeed a big guy inside this spaceship. Combat power at the 10th level. This is his first encounter, and it can be used to hone his fighting ability. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. I will take your life." After the words fell, the other party seemed to have heard something funny and suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha. It's been 100,000 years. I didn't expect that such an interesting blue star creature like you would appear. It's really interesting." As soon as the laughter stopped, the Zwabin star who was sleeping in the transparent glass cabin suddenly opened his eyes. An angry sound. The hatch slowly opened. Sorrow slowly floated out of the cabin and hovered in front of Jiang Cheng. He slowly raised his finger and pointed at Jiang Cheng, with a smile on his gray-green human-like face, and said, "Blue Star Man, you are quite capable and you are qualified to know my name. My name is Sorrow, and I am the left commander of Lord Sarda. Blue Star Man, tell me your name. After I kill you, I will engrave your name on my bone sword as a symbol of my glory." Zelda again? Who is this Zelda? Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. This was the second time he heard the word Zelda from Zwabinching. The previous sock was only at level 3, and he didn't take it lightly, but from a guy at level 10, it was worth noting. The strength at the 10th level is only to command the opponent. So what level of strength does this Zelda have? Is it a planetary level? Regardless of all that, Jiang Cheng looked at Cao Luo and said calmly, "Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, I remember your name." After saying that, Sorrow raised his right hand, and a red energy point shot out of the air from his index finger and ran towards Jiang Cheng. "Death Ray Bomb. Well done," Jiang Cheng said inwardly, and pointed his hands at swords. A golden lightsaber suddenly condensed on his right side. With a flick of Jiang Cheng's wrist, the golden lightsaber also flew out. The next second, the two attacks collided. The energy shock wave instantly spread, and the entire cave shook violently. Several deep cracks spread on the wall, and gravel continued to fall from the top of the cave, even mixed with a little scarlet magma. On the other hand, above the cave, the originally calm Mount Fuji began to shake violently, and the magma inside was rolling and surging like boiling water. After a while, the vibration stopped. Jiang Cheng stood opposite Sarlo. Sarlo's eyes showed a trace of appreciation and said, "Blue Star, you can take my death ray bullet. Your strength is enough to dominate the entire Blue Star. Are you interested in joining my army? Fight for me on the battlefield." "Haha, are all Zwabinching people so confident?" Jiang Cheng said sarcastically. Sarlo said disapprovingly, "Blue Star people, don't rush to reject my proposal. You should not have walked out of the universe. There are countless strong people there. There is a wider world. Blue Star is a cage for you. It is also a testing ground for us Zwabin Star people." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said coldly, "So, Blue Star has killed and injured nearly 99% of humans because of this. Don't you think this is too cruel?" "Cruel?" Sarlo sneered, then turned and said with a face full of reason, "In the boundless universe, there are countless lives. High-level lives enslave low-level lives. This is the law of survival in the universe, and Blue Star people are even lower among the lower. In our eyes, they are like ants and can be killed at will. Speaking of this, Sarlo looked at Jiang Cheng with admiration and surprise in his eyes, and continued, "But what I didn't expect is that a small blue star actually produced a genius like you. It's really surprising. How about it? Consider it." "I refuse." Jiang Cheng refused without hesitation. He could see the indifference to life in Sarlo's calm eyes. Or in other words, in his eyes, the blue star people were nothing more than experimental rats. And for him, a slightly stronger white rat, to join the other party's army in this capacity, one can imagine the future. Moreover, he also has a system and a virtual system. Either of these two plugins are enough to make him a strong man beyond the 10th level. It's such a pity. Sarlo slowly shook his head after hearing these words, with a look of pity on his face, but it was only for a moment. When he looked at Jiang Cheng again, his face showed a fierce look, and he said coldly with a grin, "I have no choice but to kill you." Finished. A low cry. Death ray bomb. The moment he raised his hand, 5 red energy balls shot out from his 5 fingers and shot toward Jiang Cheng. "Don't break the golden body." Jiang Cheng let out a low shout and was covered with a mask of light. The death ray bomb quickly hit the indestructible golden body's light shield, causing a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The noise caused by the explosion caused the cave that had finally calmed down to shake violently again, and the magma in Mount Fuji, which was already boiling on the surface, rolled even more violently, as if a bowl of half-filled soup was shaking, and there were even streams of liquid flowing from the mountain pass. It sputtered out and fell on the crater, making a sizzling sound on the hot ground. Look inside the underground cave again. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing a golden light mask, but above the light mask, a crack continued to extend. As the cracks get bigger, there was a final crackle. The light mask turned into countless fragments like glass and scattered in the air, revealing Jiang Cheng wrapped inside. Looking carefully, Jiang Cheng didn't look embarrassed at all, and even his clothes weren't damaged at all, and he looked extremely calm. That's right. It didn't even matter if I was hit by 5 death ray bullets. I appreciate you more and more. It's a pity that a genius like you will soon die in my hands." Sarlo said, grinning with a cruel smile, then bent his legs, and after an explosion, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. 10 consecutive air kills. What a speed! Jiang Cheng frowned, and soon felt an extremely strong airflow approaching. He subconsciously held the Shanchuan spirit sword in front of him. The next second, Zheng. The body of the Shanchuan spirit sword suddenly twisted and deformed, making a sound of metal collision. Jiang Cheng was hit by this huge force and flew backwards. But it just flew upside down and flew not far away. Another strong wind hit behind him. Not good. Jiang Cheng secretly thought something was wrong and wanted to turn around to block, but his reaction was still a beat too slow, and he was hit directly in the back of the heart. There was a click. Jiang Cheng only felt a crunching sound from the bones in his back, and his whole body was knocked away by a huge force again, just not waiting for him to stop. Another force hit his chest. Just like that, it was hit in the air like a ball for more than 10 times in a row, and then it hit the ground like a rag bag. At a glance, the injuries on his body were extremely serious. The entire back of his heart and the back of his spine were dented directly inward. The spine was obviously broken, and there was a huge bulge on the side of the dent. This was the reason why the chest was dented. Except for these 2 injuries, Jiang Cheng's arms, legs, and even his neck were all weirdly twisted, as if his limbs and neck were broken. If this were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. Sarlo, on the other hand, was hovering not far away and sneered at Jiang Cheng, whose bones were broken all over his body. He shook his head and sighed. "Stupid blue star people. This is the fate of rejecting me." As soon as he finished speaking, Sarlo's expression suddenly changed, as if he had seen some incredible scene, and his eyes widened. This is... Then his face turned into a look of intense excitement. Following his line of sight, Jiang Cheng, who was lying on the ground like a torn sack, suddenly began to squirm strangely. His twisted arms began to twist in the opposite direction, as did his legs and neck. The sunken spine and chest also slowly propped up and restored. From 100 meters away, you could hear sounds like fried beans coming from Jiang Cheng's body, which looked very strange. Almost 10 seconds later, Jiang Cheng stood up slowly, twisted his neck, and jumped on the spot. After realizing that he was completely healed, he looked at Cao Luo with a serious face and said, "I really underestimate you. I didn't expect you to be able to heal. I'm so injured, it seems I have to take it seriously." To be honest, this is the first time Jiang Cheng has suffered such a serious injury since he was promoted to the 9th level. It seems that the strength of the 10th level warrior is stronger than imagined. You weren't serious just now. Now it was Salo's turn to be surprised. Did he not expect that the Blue Star man in front of him was not serious yet? In other words, his strength was far above the 9th level? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed again. Ha! Yes, my commander has been sleeping for too long, and I can finally let go of my hands and move my tibia. At this point, his smile faded and he said calmly, "Blue Star Jiang Cheng, I hope you won't die too quickly." After saying that, he shouted softly, "A transformation!" Thump! Saro's heart beat hard. Next, his heart beat faster and faster, and the muscles on his body began to wriggle like non-Newtonian fluid. Originally, Saro was a blue-gray humanoid. Except for the lack of human reproductive organs and nose, the rest of his physical features were the same as those of humans. But after a transformation, his muscles bulged high as if inflated, and 5 sharp bone spurs grew on the back of his hands, like Wolverine in the movie. And his knees had a crescent-shaped bone spur on them. The whole transformation was completed. Looking at Jiang Cheng again, a powerful aura broke out of his body and pressed towards Jiang Cheng. What a powerful pressure! Jiang Cheng frowned and opened the data eye again. Name: Saro, 1-stage transformation. Race: Swabin. Level: upper 10th level, lower planetary level. Wisdom: 38, for 1,000, 284,000. Strength: 1,600, 0000, 0000, 3,200, 0000, 0000. Agility: 1,000, 0000, 2,000, 0000. Spirit: 50, 0000, 0000, 25, 0000, 0000. Skills: Mind Key, Star Destroyer, Flying in the Sky, Mindstorm, 3-stage transformation, Devouring Evolution, 10-stage air kill. Comprehensive combat power, 3202, 7028, for 1,000. The strength attribute has doubled, the agility has doubled, and the mental power has shrunk by half. It seems that every Zwabin person will sacrifice some mental power and wisdom attributes after transformation. After coming to the conclusion, Jiang Cheng had an idea in mind, but he did not intend to kill the opponent directly. He had fought against the zombies too few times, and this was only the 3rd time, including the one with Sal's. He needed to collect more information about the zombies, and then pass it on to the people of Dawn City in order to resist future attacks from the zombies. Another point is that the 1st-level universe manual mainly records the customs, geographical location, and approximate strength of civilizations. It can be regarded as a guidebook, which can only give a general idea, but not the details. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng looked at the transformed Salo and curled his lips. "I'll play with you for a while." Hard Qigong start. Jiang Cheng's muscles also began to squirm continuously, and the true energy in his dantian poured out to all parts of his body at a terrifying speed. With the injection of true energy, Jiang Cheng's body, which was originally over 1.8 meters tall, swelled to 2.5 meters. The muscles all over his body were bulging, and the big tendons were entangled in his body like green dragons. Drink. A soft drink. Jiang Cheng stabilized the energy in his body, and at this time, his strength attributes also doubled. Power: 800 billion, 1,600 billion. But this is not enough. Although hard Qigong can increase the strength attribute, his physical strength is still below the 9th level, which will hinder the performance of subsequent skills. 3-layer Vajra body, open. In an instant, a burst of pale golden light clung to the muscles, raising the strength of his skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, and even blood vessels to 10 levels below. The increase is completed. Jiang Cheng held the Shanchuan spirit sword in his hand and said calmly to Cao Luo, "Come on, let me see the strength of Commander Zwa, the Zwabin star." Human, seek death. Salo shouted coldly, and appeared directly in front of Jiang Cheng in a flash. He raised his bone claw and grabbed it directly. Jiang Cheng didn't bother to look and raised the Shanchuan spirit sword. Zheng. The Shanchuan spiritual sword and the bone claw collided, creating a spark. Then Jiang Cheng pushed hard with the hand holding the Shanchuan spirit sword, and Sarlo was pushed away several meters. Stabilizing his body, Saro charged forward again. Eat my claw. Looking at the bone claws that he grabbed through the air, Jiang Cheng swung his sword again. Zheng. The two sides exchanged dozens of moves in succession before they pulled away. Saro looked at Jiang Cheng with a fearful expression. He did not expect that with the power of his transformation, he could not capture the Blue Star Man in front of him. Interesting, really interesting. Saro felt the blood all over his body begin to burn. It had been too long since he had felt the joy of fighting. Staring at Jiang Cheng, he raised his hands. 10 consecutive death ray bombs. Bang, bang, bang. 10 red energy balls kept running towards Jiang Cheng. Is this the trick again? Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with impatience. He raised the Shanchuan spirit sword and swung it down. The first of the 3 demon-killing swords is to kill the demon. A green light emitted from the sword, and the sword began to extend continuously, and then turned into a giant blue sword and swung it directly at the flying death bombs. Boom! The sword energy collided with the death ray bomb, and the violent explosion caused by it directly shook the entire cave and began to shake violently. And wave after wave of shock waves continued to spread towards the surroundings. Boom! As the cave shook violently, Mount Fuji was like a shaken ejector. Finally, it could not bear the violent shaking and erupted directly. At the same time, a convenience store in a suburb of Tokyo. A middle-aged man walked out of it happily. In his arms was a piece of moldy bread he had just found in the store. Keiko will be pleasantly surprised by my discovery today. The middle-aged man muttered to himself silly and cheerfully. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking on the road, which scared him so much that he ran to a spacious spot on the road and lay down. An earthquake, the middle-aged man said in shock. But he soon calmed down. Because he has experienced too many earthquakes like this, the Japanese government has taught everyone in school how to escape when an earthquake strikes since he was a child. So how to evacuate safely has become a habit in his bones. But soon, he realized something was wrong. He smelled a faint smell of sulfur in the air. I couldn't help but turn my head and look in the direction where the smell was coming from. Then he saw the scene he least wanted to see in his life. Mount Fuji erupted. While trembling, a huge stone erupted from Mount Fuji and struck down in an arc towards his location. From a distance, it was still glowing red. Looking at the growing rocks in front of him, the middle-aged man screamed in fear. The same thing is happening everywhere in Tokyo except here. In fact, the most terrifying thing about volcanic eruptions is not the magma, but the sweeping ash. This eruption once again reduced the number of survivors in Tokyo by half. Of course, the instigator didn't know this. At the foot of Mount Fuji, the cave completely burst. Hot magma pours down from the cave walls. Due to the intrusion of magma, the temperature inside the cave began to heat up. After a while, the cave floor was filled with magma. However, Jiang Cheng did not feel any discomfort. At his level, any natural disaster on the Blue Star would be like a child playing house to him. Unless the Blue Star exploded, he would be killed. Second form of the 3 demon-killing swords. Subjugate the demon. Jiang Cheng held the Shanchuan spirit sword and poured his true energy into it continuously. There was a loud buzzing sound. The mountain spirit sword extends to over 100 meters long. He raised his spiritual sword with both hands and slashed at Saro in front of him. Kill. Seeing the spiritual sword approaching, Saro's face became more and more solemn, because he felt the threat of death from this sword. Just shout angrily. 10 consecutive air kills. Take a step. The ground flowing with magma directly cracked, and his whole body turned into a cannonball. A sound barrier was dragged out behind him, and then disappeared instantly, as if he merged into this space. The next second, Jiang Cheng's condensed sword of true energy collided with Salo's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of airwaves continued to blow away in all directions. The rocks and magma on the ground were blown away to the sides, and the inner wall of the cave was completely shattered by the airwaves. Seeing the cave collapse, Jiang Cheng activated his indestructible golden body and flew upwards. Sorrow did the same. In order not to be buried in the cave, he stepped forward and rushed upward. Bang! A moment. Both of them plunged into the magma and rushed out of the erupting crater of Mount Fuji in an instant. The third form of the three swords to destroy demons. Destroy demons. Jiang Cheng swung his sword light away. Sorrow was accidentally struck directly, and a deep gash was cut in his arm. Immediately, thick blue blood flowed out. Damn it! Sorrow cursed lowly and prepared to distance himself. But who knew that another sword light was slashing towards him? In an instant, he was so frightened that his eyes burst into blue light. Spiritual storm. An invisible blue ripple emerged from his eyes, turning into a tornado and rushing towards Jiang Cheng. Not good. Jiang Cheng secretly thought something was wrong. With his current mental strength, he could clearly feel a mental storm coming towards him. If hit, a brief coma is the least severe. If you are an 8th level awakener, you may become an idiot directly under the mental storm. Spiritual storm, right? Jiang Cheng steadied himself and shouted the same loudly. Psychic shock. Get out of here. Bang. An invisible sound spread in the air. People who had managed to survive the first wave of the volcanic eruption hundreds of kilometers away suddenly felt a buzzing in their heads, and there was blood all over their eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouths. Then their vision went black and they fainted. Die in the past. The zombies wandering on the streets all fell down under the storm caused by the collision of mental powers. Look at the two people in the air again. A trace of blood spilled from the corners of Jiang Cheng's eyes, and a lot of blood also spilled from his ears. He looked extremely terrifying. On the other hand, Cao Luo was in much better condition than Jiang Cheng, but his face was extremely ugly. Blue Star, you've angered me. Sorrow released his covered left arm, and saw that the blue blood stopped at the wound where the bone was originally visible, and then he yelled again. Second stage transformation, start. The sound fell, and Sorrow hovered in midair. The body begins to expand again. First, on the head, a pair of horns broke out of the skin, and a pair of fleshy wings spread out on the back. From the spine of the back of the neck, long bone spurs grew from the spine, and there were also sprouts from the elbows. A thick and long bone spur merged with the bone spur on the back of the hand, turning into an outward-facing half-moon bone knife. A thick long tail grew out of the hip, and the tail was a half-moon-shaped bone hook. With both sides the leg muscles are bulging to an exaggerated degree. From a distance, it looks like a demon in the Western world, with its body reaching more than 5 meters tall. Roar! Sorrow looked up to the sky and let out a roar, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken away by the roar. Data eyes open. Jiang Cheng shouted lowly. Name: Sorrow, second transformation. Race: Zwabin people. Level: 10th level and above, planet level and above. Wisdom: 38, for 1,000, 184,000. Power: 1, 600, 0000, 0000, 1, 6,000, 0000, 0000. Agility: 1, 000, 0000, 1, 0000, 0000. Spirit: 50, 0000, 0000, 5, 0000, 0000. Skills: Mind Key, Destruction Star, Air Control, Mental Storm, 3 transformations, Devouring Evolution, 10 consecutive air kills. Comprehensive Combat Strength: 1, 6006, 0018, for 1,000. The strength and agility have increased 10 times compared to before, and the energy has been reduced to 1/10. Jiang Cheng frowned and looked at the opponent's data. But in terms of strength attributes, they are already on par with his state after turning on hard Qigong, and his agility is twice as high. Blue Star people, go to hell. 10 consecutive air kills. Sorrow shouted angrily, stepped on the void. A circle of ripples spread from the soles of his feet, and his entire body disappeared in place again. Call out. Phew. Jiang Cheng looked around, and he could barely see a shadow shaking in the air. What a terrifying speed. Jiang Cheng secretly whispered, Open the eyes of the blood dragon. In an instant, his left eye suddenly turned blood red. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned into vertical pupils like a dragon. The left eye's field of vision also turned blood red, but in this blood red field of vision, there were more long lines. Not only that, Sallow's figure was also captured after the blood dragon's eye was opened. Now, Jiang Cheng suddenly raised the mountain spirit sword and slashed it in one direction. Bang! A fierce spark burst out from the blade of the long sword, and the huge force coming from the blade made Jiang Cheng's hand unsteady, and the sword almost flew out. Quickly holding the sword tightly, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath. The true energy in his dantian began to surge, and he poured it towards the Shanchuan spirit sword with his wrist. There was a sizzling sound. A punch of electric arc wrapped around the Shanchuan spirit sword. As more real energy is injected, the number of arcs continues to increase until the blade completely turns into cyan lightning. Jiang Cheng shouted softly, "Thunder's sword. Call out." Jiang Cheng tiptoed a little, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. And the next moment, high in the sky, a lightning flashed back and forth, and every time it flickered, a blue blood arrow shot out. The whole process lasted 10 seconds. By the time the two separated, Sorrow's body was already covered with sword wounds that were crisscrossing the bones. Not only that, there was also a burning smell at the wound, which was obviously burnt by the lightning attribute of Thunderblade. Damn! Being suppressed again, Sorrow's eyes almost burst out with anger. He couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly again. "Blue Star people, I will make you pay a heavy price." 3 stages of transformation, start. Gudon. Sorrow began to tremble all over, and bone spurs began to grow crazily all over his body, and these bone spurs attached to his body and turned into bone armor. A moment of effort. Sorrow, who was originally a demon, transformed into a human again. At a glance, a pair of huge horns sprouted from his head, and there was an eye slit in the middle of his forehead. A vertical yellow pupil suddenly opened, looking very strange. The chest is covered with gray bones, forming a pair of gray-white bone armor. The arms are thicker than before, the forearms are wrapped in bones, and the fists seem to have a pair of gray-white bone finger gloves. The tail and the pair of wings on the back are also covered with a layer of bones. Overall, it looks like it lacks the fancy bone spurs, and the bones on its body greatly increase its defense. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and opened the data eye again. Name: Sorrow, 3-stage transformation. Race: Swabin Star people. Level: 10th level, mid-level extinction. Wisdom: 38, for 1000. Strength: 1600, 0000, 0000, 10, 6000, 0000, 0000. Agility: 1000, 0000, 10, 0000, 0000. Spirit: 50, 0000, 0000, 5000, 0000. Skill: Mind Key, Star Destroyer, Flying in the Sky, Spiritual Storm, 3-stage transformation, Devouring Evolution, 10 consecutive air kills. Comprehensive combat power, 10, 60, 10, 5000, for 1000. The strength value has increased tenfold on the basis of the 2nd-stage transformation, and the agility has also increased tenfold on the basis of the 2nd-stage transformation, and the spiritual attribute has decreased tenfold. In other words, the 3-stage transformation is 100 times higher than the original strength and agility attributes. Jiang Cheng's eyes finally began to become serious this time. In any case, the opponent's level has reached the star-destroying level, which is 3 levels higher than him. Once he is careless, he is likely to fall into an irretrievable situation. Roar! While Jiang Cheng was observing, Sorrow roared, and an invisible ripple spread out, shaking off the unknown spiritual bird flying 100 kilometers away. After the transformation was completed, Sorrow stared at Jiang Cheng with cold eyes and said loudly, "Blue Star, you are the first opponent who forced me to use the 3-stage transformation. You are proud enough. I will give you the last chance now. If you surrender now and submit to me, I can forgive you for the past." "Haha, you are dreaming," Jiang Cheng sneered, holding the long sword in front of him, and continued to taunt. "You think you are the only one who can transform. I can do it too." "You?" Sorrow looked at Jiang Cheng in confusion. In his data, the gene sequence of the Blue Star people did not record similar transformation skills. Or is this a mutation caused by the fusion of the Z gene? Just when he was lost in thought, Jiang Cheng shouted angrily. Spirit explosion. Boom. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a muffled thunder sounded. Looking up, you can see lightning flashing in the dark clouds. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's true energy was like boiling water, boiling continuously, and another river flowing into the sea began to spread towards the whole body. Looking at his skin again, it is visibly reddened. If you look closely, you will find that the capillaries on his skin are constantly cracking and healing due to super speed regeneration. Not only that, a hot air flow rose from his skin, directly volatilizing the blood overflowing from the capillaries on the body surface and the sweat stagnant on the surface of the pores into steaming gas. From a distance, Jiang Cheng was surrounded by red blood mist, which was very scary. Crack! A bolt of lightning fell. Jiang Cheng's momentum began to rise. If the opponent had the eye of data, he would definitely be able to see that his attributes were undergoing earth-shaking changes at this moment. Spirit Blast, open it for me. Jiang Cheng roared angrily, and his body's aura reached its peak. And his attributes have also stabilized at an extremely terrifying value. Power, 1, 6000, 0000, 0000, 396, 8000, 0000, 0000. Agility, 5000, 0000, 124, 5000, 5000. Spirit, 1, 8750, 0000, 46, 5000, 0000. After stabilizing his spiritual explosion state, Jiang Cheng looked at Sorrow with cold eyes until the hair on his back grew. Then he slowly raised his hand, hooked his fingers, and said calmly, "Come on, fight." This. Sorrow looked at Jiang Cheng in confusion. He did not expect to feel such terrifying pressure from a human being. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Is this really what humans can achieve?" He only felt that in front of the other party, he was like a small boat floating in the sea and would be shattered by the other party at any time. But as a warrior of Zobin, he must face his fears. Taking a deep breath, Saluo calmed himself down and said, "Human, your power is indeed beyond my imagination. Originally, I planned to take you under my command, but now it seems that you are very likely to be my Zobin Star Conqueror. The obstacles of the stars cannot keep you away today. Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 3 seconds to take action. After 3 seconds, if you can survive, I will let you go." Jiang Cheng stared down at Salo and said calmly. Hearing this, Sorrow suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha, good, very good. I don't know whether it was because I was humiliated and was unwilling to laugh, or because I was laughing loudly and bitterly because of my own insignificance." When the laughter stopped, Sorrow dodged and punched Jiang Cheng in the face. "Kill." With this punch, the wind roared. This punch made the air explode. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, looked at the punch without changing his expression, hovering steadily in place without any sign of moving. "Blue Star people, are you looking down on me?" Sorrow shouted angrily, appeared in front of Jiang Cheng, and raised his fist to hit Jiang Cheng's face. For an ordinary person, even if it is just blown by the wind of this fist, it will become bloody and bloody. Even an extremely hard diamond will be blown to pieces by the wind of this fist. Seeing this punch getting closer, Jiang Cheng still had no intention of hiding. Just when he was about to hit his face, Jiang Cheng slowly raised his palm. Snap! The palm of his hand blocked Sorrow's fist accurately. How is this possible? How could you catch my fist at such a close distance? Sorrow's face was full of disbelief, because he didn't even see when Jiang Cheng took action. Nothing is impossible, especially on Blue Star. Jiang Cheng said calmly. The voice sounded like it was from another world, and Sorrow felt a little dazed when he heard it. But the next moment, he only felt a pain in his chest. When he looked up again, he only saw Jiang Cheng passing away continuously, and the sound of the wind could be heard in his ears. I was beaten away. Muttering to himself, Sorrow looked down again. He found that the bone armor on his chest had been completely shattered, and his chest was even more sunken. It was obvious that his sternum had been broken. This punch sent him flying for more than 100 kilometers before he stopped. He fluttered his wings and stabilized his body. Sorrow shrugged his shoulders and gasped for air, as if he had experienced the fear of life and death. A whole few seconds. He just adjusted his mentality. Looking at Jiang Cheng, who turned into a black dot in the distance again, Sorrow clenched his gums. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How can a mere blue star man defeat the great Zwabin star warrior? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Sorrow roared angrily, his hands facing each other in claw-like palms, and red energy balls continuously condensed from the 5 fingers of his hands towards the middle of his palms. After gathering for half a minute, an energy bomb about the size of a fist with red lightning wrapped around its surface gradually took shape. Looking at the energy bomb, Sorrow said to himself, "Not enough, not enough, far from enough." As he spoke, energy surged out of his fingers again, and he raised his hands high, and the red energy ball continued to grow in size. First it was the size of a football, then it became the size of a basketball, then it was the size of a yoga ball. As time goes by, the radius of the ability ball becomes larger and larger. As the energy ball took shape, the sky darkened, the wind blew violently, and dark clouds rolled in. Boom! Thunder roared, and lightning was like a silver snake weaving through the dark clouds. Not only that, the sea surface under his feet was even more turbulent under the strong wind. It was as if the end of the world was coming. At this time, the survivors in Tokyo looked at the darkening sky, and their hearts were filled with grief. Amaterasu, are you going to abandon us? What kind of suffering have we suffered? Is the end of the world coming? Japanese men and women wailed sadly. Some even ran up to the high building like crazy and jumped down, choosing to end their lives quickly. 1 minute later, Sorrow felt that the energy ball above his head had reached its limit. From a distance, the radius of the red energy ball reached 100 meters, enough to destroy 2/3 of the blue planet. Ha! Sorrow laughed wildly, his face showing madness. He held up the energy ball and threw it towards Jiang Cheng's position, shouting, "Blue star, be destroyed with your home planet. Super, destroy the star." Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, frowned as he watched the red energy ball slowly fly over. It was because he could feel the power of destroying the world from this energy ball. At this time, Sue's figure also appeared on the side. She looked at Jiang Cheng jokingly and said, "Servant, if this star-destroying attack hits Blue Star, I'm afraid the entire Blue Star will be destroyed." "I know. Damn Zwabin Star." Jiang Cheng cursed. "If he dodges it this time, then Blue Star will definitely suffer. It's okay if Japan and South Korea are destroyed, but Dezhou has finally started to rebuild and can't stand such a toss. No, it's absolutely impossible to let the energy ball fall." Jiang Cheng said secretly and put the mountain and river spirit sword back into the ring of the godly meteorite. Then he shouted, "Meditation! Meditation, open!" In an instant, Jiang Cheng's attributes doubled again. But it is far from enough to solve this super star-destroying. After the amplification was completed, Jiang Cheng shouted angrily, 9 steps of the phantom dragon, open!" Immediately, a phantom flew out from behind Jiang Cheng. 8 more phantoms flew out in succession. Jiang Cheng took a step and merged into the 9 figures, surrounding the red energy ball. Time stopped. Jiang Cheng shouted again. For a moment, an invisible ripple spread from Jiang Cheng's body and spread towards the entire blue star. At this moment, the red energy ball that was rolling forward suddenly stopped moving forward. Not only that, on the blue star, the hunting spirit beasts, the hunting survivors, and the new citizens who were talking at the Dawn base all stopped in place. Even the rotating blue star stopped rotating. Puff! This move consumed a lot of Jiang Cheng's energy. His throat felt sweet, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But these were harmless. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and slowly bent his arms to accumulate strength. The true energy in his dantian began to flow wildly towards his fist until it formed a golden dragon head. Jiang Cheng then shouted and punched. "Phantom Dragon Fist, break it for me." Moo! A dragon roar sounded, and as Jiang Cheng punched, a golden dragon roared and flew towards the energy ball. Not only that, the other 8 figures also punched at this moment. So at this moment, 9 golden dragons flew out together, and at the moment when they were about to approach the star-destroying energy ball, what was a golden dragon with a body length of 1,000 feet? The power value it exerted reached a terrifying 1785, 6,000, 0000, 0000 Doyle. The star-destroying energy ball that was originally crushing was directly caught by the golden dragon, and then rushed straight towards Sorrow, who was still sneering. No, no, don't. Sorrow, who was originally ready to watch the show, suddenly changed his face, and his originally gray-green face became even greener, and his eyes were even bigger, because he saw a golden dragon swooping down with his star-destroying energy ball in its mouth. Sorrow's figure was covered by the dragon holding the star-destroying energy ball, and then Jiang Cheng controlled the golden dragon and flew towards the universe with Sorrow on his back. Soon, the golden dragon broke through the atmosphere and came to the universe with Sorrow on its back, but the energy did not decrease and continued to fly towards the Milky Way, until it hit a planet that was all golden. Boom! A loud noise. A firework bloomed in the Milky Way, and Sorrow was completely turned into ashes, without even leaving his natal crystal. Feeling Sorrow's breath dissipate, Jiang Cheng dissipated the spiritual explosion amplification state and returned to normal. At this moment, the originally dark sky regained its brightness, the rolling sea gradually calmed down, and the gusts of wind disappeared. For a moment, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. And at this moment, Japan, the Japanese, who had already been desperate, looked at the sky that suddenly cleared up and was stunned. After reacting, they didn't care whether there were zombies around and cheered loudly. Got saved. It must be Amaterasu's appearance. A man murmured. However, Jiang Cheng, who was in the sky, didn't know what happened in Japan. He just glanced at the place where Sorrow disappeared, turned around, and flew towards the underground cave of Mount Fuji. "Su, that site should not be destroyed, right?" Jiang Cheng asked as he drilled into the ground. Su shook his head and said, "I don't know, but according to the spacecraft technology of the Zwabin people, even if it falls vertically from the atmosphere, it will not be destroyed unless it is hit by a comet. But my lord, I need to remind you that only a Zwabin spacecraft cannot completely repair our meteorite. How much does it cost?" Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Su said unhappily, "Let's see first." The two of them shuttled all the way, and soon they arrived in the cave, but the cave was already filled with magma at this time, and the spacecraft also sank into the magma. Looking at the rolling river of fire, Jiang Cheng's face sank, and he couldn't help but say, Can it be saved?" "Don't worry, the host just fished it out." Su said, "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded, and immediately plunged into the magma. After groping inside for a minute, he finally found the behemoth, and then waved his hand and put the spacecraft into the ring of the meteorite. After completing the recovery mission, Jiang Cheng groped around for a while. Unfortunately, there is nothing good around here. Sighing, Jiang Cheng broke through the magma and flew towards the city of Dawn. In addition, Zwabin Star, in a hall that is hundreds of stadiums in size. A man who looks 8 points like Sorrow is sitting in the center of the hall. The man has blue-gray skin and is 4 or 5 meters tall, like a giant. The man's eyes are deep, like the starry sky, and just one look makes you feel like you are falling into it. On both sides of the man, there are 8 Zwabin Star people sitting. They are slightly shorter than the man. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside the hall. The intruder looked at the man, half knelt on the ground, and said anxiously, "Report to General Sarda. The life lamps of the left commander Sorrow and the lower-level soldier Sark have gone out." "Sorrow is dead?" Hearing this news, the man in the hall who had been calm and composed finally showed some emotion, but it was only a flash, and he looked at the intruder indifferently. "Yes, the left commander Sorrow is confirmed dead." The subordinate lowered his head and dared not look directly into the man's eyes. "Even Sorrow is dead?" The man muttered to himself, and then continued. "This general remembers that Sorrow was ordered to go to the blue star of the Andromeda Galaxy 100,000 years ago to carry out the hunting ground transformation plan, but now he died suddenly. Could it be that a planetary-level strongman appeared on the blue star?" Speaking of this, the man shook his head again and said, "No, that's not right. Sorrow can reach the middle level of the extinction star after the 3-stage transformation. It is impossible for him to be easily killed by a planetary level, unless the opponent is an extinction star." Thinking of this, the man suddenly showed an interested smile on his face and said to the several Zwabin people lined up under his seat, several commanders, Sorrow died on the Blue Star. I wonder if any one of you is willing to go. After the words fell, a Zwabin person immediately stood up and said, General Sarda, Sarwolf is willing to go. It's just a low-level civilization. I can easily destroy it. Oh, Sarwolf, do you know that Sorrow's peak strength can reach the middle level of the extinction star? Being able to kill Sorrow proves that the opponent's strength has reached the extinction star. Are you sure you can solve it alone? Sarda smiled lightly. Star-destroying level? Hearing these 3 words, Sarwolf's face gradually became solemn, and he thought for a while and said, General, I thought too simply. Sarda waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Nothing. Then he continued, Sarlo's death is strange, and the other party is very likely to exceed the star-destroying level, so I decided to go to Blue Star personally this time. As soon as these words fell, the whole hall was silent in an instant. You could hear a pin drop. This news was too shocking to the 16 commanders. This is because their General Sarda has not made a move for a full 100,000 years, and as early as 100,000 years ago, his normal state had already reached the destruction star level. Now that 100,000 years have passed, what level of strength has he reached? Such a situation is beyond their imagination. Is it on the destroying star? Or the legendary Star Lord? Thinking of this, they took another breath. Just then, a commander stood up and said, General, I don't think there is any need for the general to take action. With our strength, we can easily destroy even the Milky Way, let alone Blue Star. General, my king is about to leave seclusion. As long as you are on the planet Zwabin #1, those young people will not dare to think about it. Another commander said, General Salman has been at odds with you all year round. If you leave this time, there is no chance that he will take action against us. Another commander said, Salman. Sarda muttered the name. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and said calmly, Salman went to conquer the martial arts star 30,000 years ago and has not returned yet. I won't be able to make any trouble for a while after I leave Zwabin #1. Compared to Salman, this general is more interested in the strong man who killed Salo. If possible, I hope to take him under his command. Upon hearing this, several commanders showed helpless expressions. There is no way, their general is too fond of talents. Besides, the blue star of the Andromeda Galaxy is only 10,000 light-years away from Zobin. With the jump technology of our spacecraft, it will only take us 5 years to reach the blue star. Once this matter is resolved, the round trip will only take 10 years at most. In 10 years, I am not worried about what kind of waves Salman will make. Wait, what do you think? Zelda glanced at the crowd and said, One of the commanders still wanted to speak, but Sarda directly interrupted. Okay, I know you are worried, but I have decided to leave, so you don't need to say anything. Having said this, Sarda's eyes flashed, and he said loudly, Sar Wolf, Sar Tiger, Sar Leopard, Sar Dragon, etc., please obey my orders. General, my subordinates are here. The 4 of them were half kneeling on the ground. I order you to be the left forward, and Sal Wolf to be the commander of the left forward. We will lead a fleet of 3,000 and have a force of 130 million to attack the Blue Star. Sarda said, Yes, General. The 4 people responded respectfully. Then, Salda continued, Sal, Salblade, Saljian, Sala, I order the 4 of you to be the right forward, South to be the commander of the right forward, leading the fleet of 3,000 and the strength of 30 million. Go to Blue Star. The 4 people headed by Sal immediately bowed. Finally, Sarda looked at the remaining 8 subordinates and said, After I leave Zwabin #1, Sarin will be in charge of all affairs. The rest of the people must obey Sarin's arrangements. If there is an urgent matter, wait until the general comes back to handle it. That's it. Yes, General. Sarin took the remaining 7 commanders to take command. After arranging the expedition, Sarda said loudly, The military order has been issued. Everyone, without further delay, you can go and mobilize your troops now. We just wait until early tomorrow morning for the Blue Star to be sent to the army. Yes, General. Everyone half knelt on the ground and said. Zelda looked at the people kneeling on the ground and then looked outside the hall, stunned. Mysterious strongman, who are you? February 14th, 2024. Blue Star. City of Dawn. Within the base. Jiang Cheng dived directly into the first-level small world. Looking at the green grassy land, the endless golden wheat ears, and smelling the faint fragrance of earth, Jiang Cheng had a faint smile on his face. "This is it," Jiang Cheng said and waved his hand. Immediately, a circular spaceship with a radius of 100 meters appeared on the lawn. Jiang Cheng looked at the spaceship and said to Su beside him, "Su, can you use the power system of this spaceship?" "Master, wait a moment, I'll know after taking a look." After Su finished speaking, he floated to the spacecraft. I saw that the blue crystal vines wrapped around the outer layer of the spacecraft were glowing with a faint blue light, and they were squirming aimlessly on the surface of the spacecraft. Su walked up to him. His eyes flashed with a faint white light, scanning the entire spacecraft like a scanner. 1 minute later, there was a look of joy on her face, and she turned to look at Jiang Cheng and said, "Servant master, it works. The power system of this spaceship is enough to repair the power system of the death god to 1/10,000th. Is it just 1/10,000th? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but curled his lips and said, "I thought I could repair at least 1/10 of it." Just after he finished speaking, Su laughed and said, "Servant master, you are too naive." "Innocent." Jiang Cheng looked at Su in confusion. Su explained, "The death god was conceived by 4 three-world masters and a strong man at the level of a great world master. It is already very good that a mere Zwabin starship can repair 1/10,000th. After all, the death god is not an ordinary spaceship. It carries a world the size of the Milky Way. Well, it seems we have a long way to go." Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly. "If we continue to collect them like this, I don't know how long it will take to collect them all. Oh, by the way, let me remind the master of something." Su suddenly spoke again. Jiang Cheng came to his senses and said, "What's going on?" A rare look of solemnity appeared on Su's face as he said, "It is very likely that the Zwabin people have already known about the master's killing of Sallow." "How could they know? This is more than 10,000 light years away." Jiang Cheng frowned. Su shook his head and said, "When I scanned the spacecraft just now, I found that there is a wormhole transmission signal device on the spacecraft, and there are still incomplete codes for sending signals on the signal device. According to my deduction of this set of incomplete codes, I found this signal the launch time is today, which means..." Su stopped talking at this point. However, Jiang Cheng understood the meaning of the false words, thought for a moment, and asked, "If we use the space speed of the Zwabin people, how long will it take to reach the blue star?" With the spaceship technology of the Zwabin people 100,000 years ago, it would have taken 20 years to reach blue star. But after 100,000 years, with their technology developed to this day, it would only take about 3 years. Su thought for a moment. "That is to say, we only have 3 years left." Jiang Cheng murmured, then looked at it firmly and said, "3 years is enough for me." "Really?" "The servant master is confident that he will reach the star level of destruction within 3 years." Shushu said with a smile, but not a smile. I have to say that over the past year or so, Jiang Cheng has indeed given her a big surprise. I originally thought that with the speed of this servant master, it would take at least 1,000 years to reach the 8th level. However, in just over a year, Jiang Cheng reached the 9th level. Even among martial arts stars, he is considered a genius. Even compared to his own master, he is no less generous. But the practice becomes more difficult as time goes by. When you reach the planet level and then want to move up, each small level will take tens of thousands of years. For example, the sorrow killed today, with the special genes of the Zwabin people, it took 100,000 years to reach the 10th level. The extent shows how difficult it is to break the mirror. Of course, I have confidence in myself. Jiang Cheng said this. Now that the base level has reached level 8, if it goes higher, it may be able to give yourself more surprises. Then I'll look forward to it a little longer. February 15th. In the laboratory of the Dawn base. Chief, what is this? The crystal vine was found in the alien ruins. It seems to be used as a power source for the spacecraft. If the energy contained in the crystal vine can be used, humans may no longer have to worry about the source of energy in the near future. Jiang Cheng handed a 1-meter-long crystal vine to Ho Yen. Ho Yen took the crystal vine tremblingly. He swore that he had never seen such a wonderful creature. He looked at Jiang Cheng confidently and said, "Chief, please rest assured. I will complete the task. After handing the crystal vine to Ho Yen, Su asked for a second-level Doomsday Warrior and completely devoted himself to repairing the spacecraft. And he entered the gym after hearing a ding sound. Ding! The 9th-level base has been upgraded. 9th-level base can defend against a full-strength attack from a 9th-level strongman. The original defense equipment is upgraded by 1 level. The number of bedrooms is doubled. The protective shield area is increased to 200 kilometers, and the defense strength is above the 8th level. Finally, the 9th-level base has arrived. Jiang Cheng was delighted. It took him a year to complete the unification of Chu province. Now, the Doomsday base can once again usher in a rapid upgrade. Without hesitation, he said, list the upgradable equipment. Upgradable equipment. Level 6 Martial Arts Research Room, 10 billion energy points. Level 7 Biochemical Research Room, 10 billion energy points. Level 7 Weapons Research Room, 10 billion energy points. Level 8 Mall, 50 billion energy points. Level 9 Operating Room, 10 billion energy points. Level 9 Backyard, 15 billion energy points. Level 10 Cultivation Room, 10 billion energy points. Level 10 Spirit Pool, 5 billion energy points. Level 10 Gym, 5 billion energy points. Level 10 Storage Space, 5 billion energy points. Level 10 Energy Conversion Room, 10 billion energy points. Level 10 Hibernation Chamber, 10 billion energy points. Level 5 Farm, Animal Husbandry, Poultry, Fish Pond, 1000 W energy points. Level 5 Farm Mall, 1000 W energy points. Level 5 Research Room, 100 million energy points. Do you want to upgrade all equipment? Upgrade, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation. Ding. Consume 150.12 billion energy points. Upgrade successfully. Level 6 Martial Arts Research Room. Return to Oneness. Can be cultivated to the Return to Oneness realm. Cultivation conditions. Heaven and Man realm. 100 billion energy points are required to crack. No cracking time is required. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column, which requires 5 billion energy points. 8 layered waves. Each layer can exert twice the attack of the previous layer, and the maximum attack power can be stacked 256 times. It takes 1 trillion energy points to crack, and no cracking time is required. Heavenly Punishment. Consume 99% of your own mental power and use the strongest attack, which can stack your own attack power 1,000 times. After use, the user will be weak for 1 week, and the user can only exert 1% of his own strength within 1 week. Level 7 Biochemical Research Room. Level 6 Gene Enhancement Potion. After use, each attribute increases by 200 points, has a certain antivirus ability, can increase the awakening degree by 70%, and each person can only be injected twice. It takes 2 billion energy points to crack, and no cracking time is required. Level 4 Recovery Potion. After use, only 1 breath is left. The strong of level 4 and below can be directly revived with full blood. The number of injections per day, 1, and the strong above level 4 can recover 1% of the injury. It cannot be overused. It takes 100 million energy points to crack. No cracking time is required, and 100,000 energy points are required to purchase. Level 6 Awakening Potion. After use, the first awakening is level 5, and it will automatically be promoted to level 6 within 1 month. It takes 10 billion energy points to crack, and no cracking time is required. It takes 100 million energy points to purchase. Level 7 Weapon Research Room. Level 5 Doomsday Warrior. Possessing the strength of the lower level of the 5th level. Level 5 Doomsday Tang Sword. 20 million energy points are required to crack. Level 3 Doomsday Flying Ship. 200 million energy points are required to crack. No cracking time is required. 100 million energy points are required to purchase. The flight speed is 100,000 kilometers per hour. It can be automatically charged, can carry 20 people, has 1,000 square meters of storage space, has 1,000 square meters of living space, carries a 10-acre small world, carries a level 3 naval gun, can instantly kill level 3, infinitely charged laser cannon, and can carry short distance. Space travel. Level 8 Mall. Increase the number of products to 13 columns. Level 9 Operating Room. Increase the number of medical warehouses to 100, which can automatically restore all injuries of seriously injured people within 1 hour. And delay the death time for 1 hour. Increase the number of primary medical robots to 100, which can perform all operations in human history. Increase the number of intermediate medical robots to 50, which can treat supernatural damage. Increase the number of advanced medical robots to 10, which can revive the injured 1 minute after death. Level 9 Backyard. Increase the area by 10 square kilometers. Increase the natural ecological environment such as forests, grasslands, rivers, and automatically release 100 species of blue star wild animals. Random, rich in a lot of spiritual energy, ordinary people can automatically get a 5-fold increase by practicing in it. Level 10 Cultivation Room. The area is 10 million acres, and it can be automatically cultivated without consuming energy points every day. The cultivated crops mature once a week and can be automatically harvested after maturity. The crops planted can be eaten once a day, and each time it strengthens 1,000 attribute points: strength, agility, spirit. Level 10 Spirit Pond. 1 million cubic meters of spirit pond water is automatically refreshed every day. Drinking it once can enhance the body's attributes by 1,000: strength, agility. Ordinary people who take it can have a 100% chance of awakening the extraordinary genes hidden in the human body. The first level awakener can increase the awakening degree by 100% every day. The second level can increase by 90%. The third level can increase by 8%. The fourth level can increase by 7%. The fifth level can increase by 6%. The sixth level can increase by 5%. The seventh level can increase by 4%. The eighth level can increase by 3%. The ninth level can increase by 2%. And the 10th level can increase by 1%. It can restore true essence and serious injuries. This enhancement effect is only for the host. The rest of the people are calculated according to the 1-to-2 ratio. For example, the first level awakener can increase by 100%, the second level can increase by 50%, and the third level can increase by 10%, 25, and so on. Level 10 Gym. No energy points are consumed, and 1,000 physical attributes, strength or agility, are increased every day. It can be used once a day, and each time it is used is 1 hour. During training, it automatically increases 1,000% of the understanding and 1,000% of the proficiency. Level 10 Storage Space. The total area is 30 square kilometers, and the height is 10 kilometers. In the storage space, time is still. The stored food comes with a large spirit attachment. Eating it can automatically increase 100 strength, agility, and it can be strengthened once a day. Level 10 Energy Conversion Room. The conversion rate is increased by 1 times, and 100 million energy points are obtained from the outside world every day. Level 10 Hibernation Chamber. Entering the warehouse does not consume energy points. Resting for 6 hours can restore any external injuries, mental trauma, and curse damage below the 8th level, and each hibernation increases 1,000 points of mental strength. Attributes. Level 5 Farm. Small ranch. Area of 100,000 mu. Grass is automatically updated daily. Limited to the number of large livestock, 5,000. After eating the livestock of this farm, you can strengthen the attribute points by 20, strength, agility, spirit. Small poultry farm. Area of 10,000 mu. Feed is automatically updated daily. Limited to the number of poultry, 1 million. After eating the meat of this poultry farm, you can strengthen the attribute points by 20, strength, agility, spirit. Small fish. Pond. Area of 10,000 mu. Feed is automatically updated daily. Limited to the number of fishtails, 10 million. Level 5 Farm Mall. Ordinary cattle, quantity, 10,000. 500 energy points. Poultry ordinary chickens, quantity, 100,000. 50 energy points each. Aquatic ordinary carp, quantity, 100,000. 10 energy points each. New increase. Ordinary duck, quantity, 1,000. 100 energy points each. Ordinary pig, quantity, 1,000. 300 energy points per head. Mud shrimp, quantity, 10,000. 5 energy points per shrimp. Level 5 Research Room. In the research room, the wisdom attribute increases by 500%, The first level research robot assistant, quantity 10, each time you can choose. The first level items, quantity 10, in the mall for research and development. The research and development time is 10 days. You can choose the second level items in the mall, quantity 5. The research and development time is 20 days. You can choose the third level items, quantity 4. The research and development time is 30 days. You can choose the fourth level items, quantity 3. The research and development time is 40 days. You can choose the fifth level items, quantity 1. The research and development time is 50 days, and it will be automatically included in the permanent commodity column after successful research and development. However, the next second after the equipment was fully upgraded, another system prompt sounded. Ding! The identification of the existence of level 10 equipment. Do you want to convert the existing energy points into source points? Source point. The basic currency unit of the universe. One source point equals 100 billion energy points. Conversion. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.